my guns stay loaded. My family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely these days, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell him to bring it on. Now he's a big timer, but he's lost on the river. Never went without, never had them cold shivers. Had a silver spoon, always warm in the winter. Drive a fancy car, never had to kill a standard. No bloody hands, never really had a backbone. Never been too deep down the back road. Never showed no respect to a flagpole. Come on, city boy, just another punk asshole. Me and mine, we gon' make it through them dark days. So take your ass on back down to Park Place before you end up in the deep end where them hungry ass sharks stay. We go hard all day. Been here, done that, that's a given. Out back, guns out, country living. If you doubt that, find out, come and get it. We ain't going nowhere, but I'm about to go swimming. These days my guns stay loaded. My family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Won't you take me back to the old days? Just horses in a wagon, shotgun shells and wishing wells. And you could hear them pistols blasting. Better give them hell, but live to tell. Let's write another chapter. We just want our country back and we gon' get what we after. In them pastures, in them fields, we the ones that keep it real. You come snooping around here, that'll probably get you killed. Cold steel under cold skies. A rebel soul from the old times like Jesse James and those guys. I'm watching you with both eyes. I ain't telling no lies. If you wanna come and get it, backwoods country living, shotguns and ammunition, whiskey drinking, steady sipping, saying to hell with the system. I've been living at the bottom, so I'm about to go swimming. Y'all can hate it or you can love it, but I promise we ain't budging. If them boys looking scared, someone probably told them we're coming, so y'all better get to running, but don't head for them hills. That's where the hell we living. Round here we keep it real, boy.
These days my guns stay loaded. My family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Good morning, good day, good evening. Hope everyone has had a good day. Hopefully the weather is good for you. I'm gonna read this. I'd like to read this. Trying to get my mind going. I finally passed out like an hour and a half ago. So now I'm picking that momentum. So bear with me. So I was reading yesterday evening before I nodded off. Actually a few hours ago, whatever. And I don't know. I guess where I'm at right now. So I thought I'd share this. Each day is a special gift from God. And while life may not always be fair, you must never allow the pains, hurdles, and handicaps of the moment to poison your attitude and plans for yourself and your future. You can never win when you wear the ugly cloak of self-pity, and the sour sound of whining will certainly frighten away any opportunity for success. Never again, there is a better way. I don't know. Somehow I figured I'd share that. So hopefully everybody has had a good day. Let me wish everybody good morning. We got Polaris, Indy, Billy, Best Life, You People, Brian, Crystal, Cashew, Michigan Girl, Miss Sharon, 1A, Hit Gal, John. Hopefully I'm not missing nobody. David, probably missing a bunch. But I apologize. Oh, them kiddos. Thank you, Ryan. Oh, hey, Nikki. Oh, you're up early. Ricardo, my brother from down under. Look at you, buddy. I hope everything with you and the fam is good. And hey, I'd like to plant a seed for everybody because I was talking yesterday with 1A, and has anybody heard from Barefoot in Alaska, Barefoot in AK, Miss Dana? It's kind of wondering, and I don't know. I feel like I ought to reach out and maybe take a moment and say a prayer for her. Hopefully everything is going good. Hey, Mr. Zach, how are you, sir? I'm glad that got there to you, buddy. No, it's not much, but hopefully it brought a smile to you. Okay, Miss Hickel. Yeah, because I don't know, wonder what's how. Oh, goodness, Blair. Well, don't get too many instructions. Then you have to recreate. You have to tell me what your other one. Hey, yes, Hit Gal. We can add Miss Leanne. Is it health? Or we could pray for some positive vibes. Positive. Healing, nurturing, some strength, whatever's necessary. Hey, Mr. Jim. Well, cool. You're very welcome, sir. Very welcome. I'll put a link in and post a link and I need to look at something there. Hey, Crystal.
Hey, how you doing tonight, Rescue?
Oh, I'm still picking up speed.
Yeah.
It's been just
everyone in chat. Hey, Zach, brother, I love you.
Let's see what we got here. Okay, Polarian. Don't worry. Gotcha.
Yeah, we were just over on 1A come on for a minute, for a little bit.
Okay, hit go. Ah, cool deal, Crystal. I'm sorry. I'm just, like I said, I'm slow picking up speed. Hey, Mr. Rick. All righty, brother.
I'm just going to sit over here and let you say hey to everybody.
Cashew. Yeah, that was. Yeah, I think I had a squirrel moment because you said hi in chat, but it kind of threw me off because the C's are capitalized in there and it kind of caught my eye for some reason. I'm like, wait a minute, when she's on panel, they're not capitalized. So is that the same one? Wait. So was that you that said it first thing on the stream? Said hi, rescue, hi, everyone?
Yeah.
Crystal? Yeah, okay. It just had me confused. So I was like, wait a minute. And so why isn't yours blue? Why?
I'm sorry, Rescue. I was reading the chat. And yes, I just found out, Hit Girl, what happened to Christina. She just got tied up. That was it. There was nothing wrong with her.
There you are, bro. Got you.
Well, hello, 1A. I get that.
What's up, Rescue?
Hey, what's up, brother? Well, how was your day?
Did he run away?
Well, okay. I was about you hadn't said that, Chris. I was just going to go, wait a minute. So am I lagging?
So it's normal, you know.
Oh, got you.
And am I lagging?
Same thing, different day.
Yeah. I can relate to that.
But any time above ground is great.
Sunny side up. Yeah, I saw you had gone live one day until I got on. Well, thank you for mentioning that and kind of getting everybody over here.
Yeah, and I just, you know, I know where the hangout spot is after mine. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm going to do a live, you know what I'm saying? Like, everybody's going to be hanging out just like the opossums do. You know what I'm saying? So,
cool.
Sad time of night.
This is true. I'm still digging for my drive at the moment. Maybe another cup of coffee might do it. Hey, Billy.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess it's going to start storming here.
It's been storming here all night. That's why I did a live rescue. It's because it was storming its ass off.
Oh, no, Tony.
Well, it ain't lightning or nothing, but the wind picked up earlier and now it's raining.
Well, good evening, good morning, Tony. I'm sorry to hear about that. Very sorry to hear that.
I hate hearing about anybody dying, besides the bad people.
Well, Crystal is still got a family, so
yeah,
you know, somebody that's affected by it.
Well, hey,
Mr. David. That is very sad to hear, Tony. My prayers go out to their family and anybody that was affected by that, because
it's
a very finalized thing. It's very sad. Trickles out. Desperation, sadness. That's the need for the positive energy. That's what pushes back against that negative.
Yep.
I try to find good even if it's bad. Try to find good even in the bad.
Oh, that's very good news, Cindy.
Hey, Cashew, hey, Andy.
Yes, right,
So
Cashew. Yes, that is a tough night. It takes strength of character to do that, but it was so cathartic for all of you, I'm sure. See, there you go. Yes. Well, and I hate to hear that anybody I can reflect on some of that real negative energy pulling on you, and it can happen, and it's a tough battle. Right on, Jim. Polaris, that's the first time seeing Crystal with the 420. Oh no. Not Miss Crystal.
Huh?
Polarin said, I think that's the first time seeing Crystal with the 420. And it was like, no. Talking about
Me smoking?
Yeah.
I've been smoking, but I don't. Yeah, I smoke at nighttime when I'm winding down. I don't sit here and smoke all day. So, no. Just helps me at
Hey,
night.
Crystal. Hey, Crystal.
Mhm.
For future reference,
Mhm.
please don't do it on this on someone else's channel.
Oh, up on the screen.
You're trying to rescue?
You mean up on the screen?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, could do that. I could do that. I'm sorry if I offended anybody. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. We just roll with stuff.
Yeah.
Just kind of rock with the boat. So
Thank you, 1A, for telling me that.
just a reminder.
Well, I didn't know, so if I'd known, I'd never done it.
It's cool, Crystal. No worries, ma'am. Yes. Okay, you laugh, David. What made you chuckle?
The Polarian message was not offended by that at all.
Ah.
They were saying blaze it up.
Blaze it up.
Yeah, well, that's not. Never mind.
I think it was on just for on mine, and we got to watch with YouTube, and it can, I think, get to it. Just, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's probably best just you keep your business, and that way you don't have nothing used against you later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, when I go to do it, rescue, I just black my screen out.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
I know they can still see you, but I don't care. They can see whatever You know what? They won't do with me. I'll tell them where to put it real quick.
I know. Jim cracked me up. He's like, no, we're joining you. Hey, Miss Guardian.
I wonder where York is hanging out.
I do not know, ma'am. Hey, morning, Brian.
So, David, do you work?
Yep. Yes, I do.
What kind of work you like doing? Or what do you do? What kind of work you do?
What kind of work do I like doing, or what kind of work do I do?
What kind of work do you do?
I
Hey,
drive,
Patrick.
basically.
Huh?
I drive, basically, for money.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I was just curious.
Hey, hit girl. Hit gal.
You know, I'm on disability. I get 2 checks a month, but it gets me. I mean,
Morning,
it
Karen.
takes a lot, but I'm glad what I do got. You know,
Yeah.
I could be sitting out there on the side of the road with nothing.
Yeah. No, it's varied at different degrees in my life. I mean, at this point, I'm doing what I'm doing, and it's working. But
If
you
it
know,
works, why try to break it?
I mean, there's been times I've played music from, lived
Yeah.
off playing music a lot of my life, and but right now that's not happening. So it's driving. Yeah, so we do that.
Yeah, welcome, Karen. I'm glad you came. Hopefully you enjoy it. It's just welcome to my virtual living room.
Hey, Guardian. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, Rescue.
Sir.
I gotta go, man. Yeah. I shouldn't even have done that live stream earlier, Rescue. I should have took my ass to bed, took my ass to sleep, but I didn't. So now I'm gonna suffer for it. But I gotta hop off here, man. I gotta get some sleep so I can
You got
wake
it,
up in the
brother.
morning and do some things.
Get you some rest, brother.
I love you.
All right.
Good
Love
night,
you, Rescue. Love you, Crystal. Love you, David.
Hey, love you too, man. Have a good
Take
night.
it easy. Peace.
Later, brother.
Uh-oh. Button not working.
You are the man, sir.
He's sweet.
Let me see,
I
get caught
believe
up.
it's
Okay,
very,
morning,
very
Jeff.
awesome.
And who else we got? Oh, Patrick. Man, I felt my brain
Hey,
fog.
Cola.
Morning, Cola. Jeff, hey, Mr. Zach. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Zach, how you doing?
Miss Karen,
Cool.
I'm in Southeast Texas. Oh, awesome, Tony. Awesome. There you go. 7 pounds. Look at that. That is very awesome. Now
Oh,
there's-
what's up, Zach? Oh, hey, what's up, Zach? I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry, Zach. Did you have your hand raised?
I didn't
I'm
say hi.
fogging up.
Hey, Zach, what's up?
Hey, Money. Hey, Auntie Jack. Trying not to lose track of nobody as everybody comes in. Hey, Miss Anna. So, how are you, Zach? I'm sorry. Let me focus. Sweet, brother. You are the man.
Yeah, he
I
is.
see that smile on your face.
He's the cutest man on everybody's channel.
Hey, Miss Cindy. Aha. Miss Karen. Yeah. I've kind of been up there. I've been around, but Texas is home.
What part of Texas?
Southeast Texas. They call it the
You
Piney
ever heard of
Woods.
the Sunken Gardens?
It sounds familiar for some reason. I don't know really why, but
Yeah. Because my mom used to live up there, and it was also by airport. She lived up there for a while when she was young.
oh, okay. Hey, Larry, that's funny. Yeah, that is. Larry says, it's funny, North Shore Preparedness fell asleep on his live stream. He's sitting there asleep live. Poor guy,
Hey,
he
I
must have been
did
tired.
that rescue.
He
I
must
did
be
that
exhausted.
the other night.
Hey, Huckleberry, what's up, brother? How are you? You got it, Indy.
Oh, that'd be
So-
a good live stream. Yeah, whoa.
Oh, we
Fell over.
we had
Whoa.
UA took us for a spin the other night. Now we got David taking us for a spin in the living room.
I have definitely fallen asleep on a live stream before. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it was maybe some of my best work.
Ah,
I sure
Just
did
like-
the other night, and I felt so bad.
You did? Yeah.
Yeah, I did the
that
rescue.
is.
Man down, man down.
Had to go back up and read Tony's stream about the grandbaby. That's just it's kind of funny how that works. You think grandbabies and you can't help but smile.
Yeah.
Even if they're not your grandbabies, you just say grandbabies and it makes you want to smile like this. That's what happens after you have one.
Yeah.
Outdoor adventures. Hey, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, Ron? How are you, sir?
Yeah, Cole, how is that grandbaby? Every time I see that grandbaby, I just smile.
And by the way, I just taken a moment and I thank everybody. Still can't believe I got to 300 subscribers. That just still kind of trips me out.
Yeah,
So-
for sure.
I thank everybody, and hopefully everybody enjoys visiting. And
Well,
we'll
you
keep
wouldn't have
this
that many people
ball of
if
positive
you
energy
enjoy it.
moving forward. Nacogdoches. I like how you type that out, Karen. So yeah, see, I can spot those little things in Nacogdoches. Hey,
Hey,
Blackwatch.
Blackwatch.
John. Hey, there you go, Tony. Oh, is it 308, Ron? Man, that still trips me out. I'm just glad everybody has fun, enjoys himself, hopefully, and hopefully push our little ball of positivity forward.
Good evening, Debbie. Good evening.
Yes. Good evening, Debbie. Good morning, good evening, good day, wherever that's fallen for you. Hey, Miss Bella.
Hey, Bella, are you feeling better?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to come up and do like a little video thing or something. I want to because I just couldn't say thank you enough for the 300. Hey, Mr. Hawk.
Oh, hey, Hawk.
Yeah, right, Black White. 4 great grandkids. Look at you.
Yeah, my 30-year-old needs to get on the ball. I want a grandbaby.
That I
Oh,
do,
you
Ron.
have it. Yeah, that's got to be an awesome experience to have a grandchild. You know.
I've talked about when my son was born and how that feeling, I can still think about it, and it still has an emotional connection whenever they handed him to me. But man, I even looked up pictures earlier, even though she came by to visit. And when I see my granddaughter, I remember in that hallway when they're like, she's here, and it was looking at her through the window, and it's just, I don't know, there's something about that when you slow everything around you down,
Mhm.
kind of cut through all the negative stuff, and you just kind of see that moment of life, and that's connected to you through your child. And it just, I guess that's why you just say grandchild, and there's something about that when you say it, it just kind of gives you this feeling. I don't know. It's
Yeah, things that you would work
so there's like
with.
my cool mushy side,
Yeah.
No, it's got to be incredible. It's got to be incredible. I imagine it is. To be a grandfather,
And then
granddad.
you
I'm grand.
think, then you
Just-
think,
You just how you see
being,
your. Go ahead, Crystal.
yeah, being a grandparent and stuff like that too. Stuff that you would whoop your kids over. You don't. You just shrug it off with them a lot
Yeah.
of the time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the other side of the grandkid and stuff. You kind of look at your child and what, and then you watch them go through with yours. But when there's just, I don't know, that birthing process, and it's kind of like when I was a young man, and they, my wife said I'm pregnant, and it's kind of like, all righty, cool. And then here he come, and they're like, here's your son, and it just that there's something you can talk all the crap you want, you can kind of be like, oh yeah, but it's just there's something about that moment when those souls intertwine.
Yeah.
Mhm. Well,
Kind
that's
of like
like
you
one
got
of the
God. Hey, wait a minute,
Yeah.
Crystal. Wait a minute, Crystal. Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
But when you kind of have this moment when you just, that's part of you. It's a new life. That soul connection, and you have God's in between that, and he joins it together, and you just feel this. And then now with my granddaughter, I just at 3 years old, she still runs in the room, and it just kind of like it might as well be day one.
Oh,
And I love the innocence of them, the purity, just the innocence. They're just full of love, and that's kind of what's had me thinking here lately when I talk about we got to pay attention to how we transmit our messages as we carry ourselves throughout our day around our kids. Uglier words to describe stuff, then we're reflecting that negative. And it just, because I find myself making it a point when my granddaughter shows up, it just kind of naturally comes into me that I try to calm myself and just put her in a chill mode. And I love it when she just kind of discovers new stuff. We just kind of slow down, and
Yeah.
we still have the doodle bug experience. For anybody that didn't hear that one a while back, she got fascinated by doodle bug and how they crawl around, and then you just kind of touch them, and then they ball right up. And she was fascinated by that. She thought that was so neat, and how you just wait and be real quiet, wait, and then they stretch back out. Believe it or not, it was a pretty cool little thing to teach her to slower roll, as we might say.
Yeah. I mean, I can imagine as a grandparent, that must be amazing. Because as a father, you get caught up in life, and you don't notice the little things anymore. And I remember when my daughter was little, she would get like freaked out and point out and get overjoyed. Oh, it's a rabbit. Oh, it's a rabbit. And it would make me slow down and acknowledge a rabbit, And it was beautiful to watch life through their eyes. Yeah. And so I can imagine as a grandparent, because you're even maybe farther removed from doing that the first time, that's got to be just incredible. Yeah.
Hey, D-Dog. Okay, and I'm sorry, Miss Crystal. I wasn't trying to cut you off. Sometimes I have my little.
Yeah, I overtalked you. I'm sorry.
Hey, Hoodell.
I've got like adopted niece and nephew that I used to watch a lot, and just their pure innocence, like you said, or you see them first start talking or start walking, and all them kind of memories. And if you don't sit back and collect it and take it in and use all their time for that, it goes. It's gone before you know it.
Yep. Hey, D-Dog, I think JH556 was going to try to get a hold to you or something, or we were talking about it. Sorry, I have them little brain fog moments. It just comes and goes. But there was because she went through the tornadoes up here, and I think the insurance company was starting to give them hassle right out the gate or something. And then somebody recommended talking with you just because we know you're just like one big marine Wikipedia of information. Morning, Amy. And there was somebody else I was going to answer. And, Miss Karen, I pretty much, Monday through, I guess you'd say Thursday. Let's see. Usually 2 a.m. Central Time is whenever I start, because I just try to open up the virtual living room, give people a place to kind of come decompress, chill. We talk about good things, talk about politics a little bit, comedy. So, and morning, Nikki.
Yeah, do stuff with Nikki. That's one of my favorite channel names on the internet. That's the great name. I love that name. Yeah, that's a great name.
Miss Nikki is an active person.
What is it? Rescue?
I said Miss Nikki is an active person.
Oh,
dude,
yeah.
She sits sometimes up here and she'll be visiting up on panel while she's working and doing stuff. And
right on.
I think Crystal's having connections. Yep. That storm must be giving you up. There she goes again.
Up. Yeah.
That one, she might have clicked on the wrong thing. Oh, and I guess, you know what I didn't do? I don't know. Probably should have slowed my roll. Let me this.
Hey, Tony. How you doing, man? How you doing, Tony?
I put that, and then I meant to pin it, and I didn't. No, Miss Nikki can come up if she wants, or anybody can come up. Anybody new? Hey, Mr. Ronnie. And by the way, Blackwatch, I don't know if I said morning, so I said morning now. I'll just say morning to everybody that showed it. So here, hopefully, I never know if I caught somebody in time. Some come by. I have squirrel moments.
That's funny, Blackwatch. Yeah.
We can all stand to decompress. Just open the front door and there's enough negative pressure out there. You got something, Zach? I'm sorry, I looked down. What you got, brother?
I just wanted to hop up and show some love. I'm tired, so I'm going.
Uh-oh. I lost you, Zach.
Just wanted to hop up and show some love. I'm tired, so I'm going to bed. Have a great night and love you all.
Love you, brother. I'm glad you came up. I'm glad you got that stuff. Brought a smile to your face. That's cool. You take care. I'll try to see you or holler at you tomorrow.
Good seeing you, Zach.
Rest.
Good seeing you.
Okay, cool, Karen. So how was your day, Mr. David? You kind of did.
Pretty good. Actually, it was good. I worked a little bit. I went to the grocery store. There was no one there, which was awesome. And one of the greatest things is you could for the price of like going to McDonald's, if you go to the grocery store and do it right, you could actually eat an awesome, healthy meal. Which I had a turkey sub and some pasta salad. You know, it's so yeah, that was really neat. I think it's awesome to go and pick out food that you want to eat rather than a lot of times you just go through the drive-through. But yeah, so I had a good day.
Awesome.
Yeah, good day. Yeah.
The weather must be giving you a heck, Crystal.
No, I hit something and it popped up over this that I'm on, with y'all. And I couldn't get it to pop up, so I had to go out and reboot and come back in again.
Got you.
Right on.
Hey, T-Girl. Welcome. Hey, Patrick. Got you, sir.
How y'all doing?
Hey, Patrick.
Doing pretty good, sir.
Hey, Crystal. How you doing, Rescue?
Hey, Patrick. What's going on?
What's going on, David?
How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing all right, man. Down here deep in the heart of Central Florida.
Oh, right on. All right.
Hey,
Did the weather finally clear up for you?
Yeah, it's been really, really beautiful for the last couple of days, but we're supposed to get some rain again tomorrow.
Oh, it's tomorrow.
It's already raining
Yeah.
where I'm at in Florida. Where are
Okay.
you at in Florida, Patrick?
I'm in Mount Dora, deep in the heart of Central Florida.
You ever heard of Stark, Georgia? Or Jacksonville or Gainesville?
I'm way down south of Ocala and up above Orlando. Deep in the heart of
It's
Florida.
raining here. Yeah, it's raining here.
Yeah, it'll be getting here tomorrow.
Well, that's cool, Blackwatch. Yeah, hopefully Miss Bonnie got some sleep. Oh, and Bullfrog's trying to still wake him, Polarin. That's funny. I feel for him. He must have been really tired. Fall asleep during the stream. His stream.
That's fun. I've done it before. I have done it.
Well, I've gotten so tired. I finally kind of go, I got to go. I think that was one night, man, I don't know, one I did for 16 hours or something. It was.
Well, we used to do, I used to do one with a guy on the West Coast, and he would start the stream at 1, and at that time I had like an earlier bedtime, and so by 3:30 in the morning, I was just like on the stream, sleeping. But,
well, I think what it is with me is, there's no like a narrative or a directive or, pattern. I do this to give me, since I can't do anything physically anymore, I'm kind of stationary, then this gives my mind something to focus on, because I'm used to goals. I'm used to, doing things daily. So I just figure, well, like I said before, Ron, Dangerous Freedom, exposed me to getting up on a panel, and that's why I started doing this, just kind of opening up a virtual living room, share how I'm kind of doing, how I deal with things, how I'm processing what I'm doing. Maybe it'll help somebody if they hear the way that it's like, oh, I hadn't thought about that. Maybe it helps. Laugh, the humor helps me. People seem to enjoy it, and I've gotten good feedback, so that encourages me even more, because now it's like, okay, cool, something positive. Positive stuff always makes you feel good.
Yeah, I have my wife's parents were from your part of neck of the woods there, Rescue. They were down in Woodville.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah,
it's over by
they're
the
long
reservation.
gone now, but they were really good, salt of the earth people, man.
That's us in the piney woods.
Yep. He loved to hunt and fish. He would, my wife's father. You know, he was an avid hunter, man. He used to go out and hunt everything that moved. You know,
that's been one of the things with doing this and kind of intertwining with like the prepping community, because you kind of hear how it's, because a lot of things that are being introduced to some of the people in metropolitan areas, you know, as they're learning how to prepare and kind of start kind of never knowing what's around the corner, so being ready for it. Well, out here, you know, you could have a storm and knock the power out for 3 days or so, and it's such a distance. It's a prepared way of life, because you just
yeah. I've been stacking water here lately. You know, water and quite a bit of food. You know, because down here in Florida, you never know what's going to happen. I mean, Central Florida is not too bad. You know, along the coast, east and west. You know, it gets a little worse, but you know, it can happen here too. You know,
that's it.
So,
well, and I'm deep in the woods, and it's just always been, we're on a little co-op electric system, so it's just, I say little, they'd probably laugh if I said that, but just, I'd say that compared to, you know, the bigger cities, they're smaller.
Yeah.
Good bunch of guys.
I live in a small city too now. It's, you know, I'm originally grew up in Texas, but I moved out here to Florida. You know, long story. I'm not going to go into it, but I ended up out here, and it's a small town. It's like 8,000 people, you know, and it's a really, really laid back, you know. And I got a park right across the street here in the front of my house, and you know, but I mean, it's really cool.
Oh yeah. Sorry if I missed anybody in chat. Miss Karen, I've had MR surgeries and I've had arthritis of the spine. And I saw you said something earlier. You asked me a question earlier, and I'm sorry, Miss Karen. Are you a vet? Oh, you mean a vet? That's kind of a weird topic. Yes, ma'am, I have served, but I do not consider myself a vet. I didn't know combat stuff or none of that. No, that was just, so I was more trouble than I was good back then.
Yeah, me too. Rescue. I served. Most of my service was during the Cold War. You know, right after Vietnam, extending through, you know, 1990. So 75 to about 1990.
Yeah, my son and my nephew was in the Army, but they didn't go in combat.
Well, that's why
my
when it
son
comes
went
to, go ahead.
college with that.
See, I just don't, I've always looked at the vet service. I try to, because the guys that actually boots on the ground during our conflicts and stuff, to me, that's, if anything, I'm more proud of my firefighting stuff and stuff than I would be on the military thing, because that was, if I could go back and do it again, I'd have made that a career instead. But
yeah,
but I'm proud of my firefighting stuff, so that's where I kind of would take more of my pride than the vet thing. That's just, we have vets that boots on the ground vets, and those guys earn that respect that goes with that.
Yeah, you bet.
And thank you, Ms. Karen. And that's actually, I kind of can relate with what, I haven't had the surgeries because, to be honest, I just don't want to go to a hospital or a doctor right at the current situation, because I'm not confident right now. And being a local small area, we don't, you know, I'd have to go in towards one of the bigger cities to go to the doctor kind of thing. And they've kind of lost my trust right at the moment. Haven't been.
Yeah, I've been to a doctor in 2 years. Shit.
Yep. Yeah, they lost my trust. There was just
2+ years.
I take honor and integrity and respect serious. We can all make mistakes, not a problem there. Mistakes happen. That's how we learn. But
yeah,
it's just, but you got to be accountable. I mean, we all do. bad things sometimes or wrong things and make mistakes, and it's owning up to it. That's how you move forward. That's how you learn from it.
Yeah.
And those people just stood there. They've just intentionally lied, or I'm not saying the whole field, but then why don't the other ones stand up for the ones that are getting punished? It's kind of like the nurses getting fired now. Flip script.
Yeah,
It's
that's
frustrating.
crazy.
So it just makes me nervous. So, but I have, I think the last MRI was 5 discs in my lower spine, and I have spinal cord that's getting pinched, and it's causing. I think that's what causes. I have some colon issues going on. And the whole left side's kind of losing its muscle mass slowly, but I think I'm pinching that nerve.
Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, my old lady is a vet too, you know, from way back in the Vietnam era. And she got in a bad rollover car accident, actually off duty. But she's in bad shape, man. She had to get a neck surgery way up here, you know, and so that caused a lot of problems. But she's 100% disabled veteran. In bad shape.
Yeah.
Yeah. Every time I see a veteran or I see somebody in uniform, I always walk up to them and tell them thank you for your service.
You say heart surgery. Man, my brain fog is really heavy, I guess, today.
That second cup of coffee ain't got there yet, huh?
No, ma'am. Well, and I'm overwhelmed that everybody that's joined. I love it. It still humbles me that this many people come and chill with me. It's just kind of a humbling thing.
Yeah.
And I love to keep up with chat, and I see it go by, and I'm having some serious squirrel moments, I think.
There's no way I could talk on here.
You do a pretty good job, Crystal. I'm just picking.
No. I tried to talk up here, and if I get concentrated over here on the chat, then I don't hear what y'all talking about. I can't multitask too much no more.
I've just been on for an hour tonight. I usually go every night. It's just I have good days and bad days. That's all.
Yeah. Everybody does that.
Some days I go to make a move and it's a little wrong, and all of a sudden for the rest of that day it just things don't click just right, or just I don't know.
I know what you mean, man.
I can tell you just how bad it all feels, and at the end of it, I'm gonna still feel the same way. So I used to laugh about guys that talk about how hot it was down here in the summer and stuff, and it'd be like, you stand there and keep saying how hot it is, and I haven't felt a cool breeze blow by yet. So if we'll just get this done, we can be over it. Doing work and stuff, but those guys, oh man, it's so hot. They'd stop and be standing there. Oh, it's so hot.
I just don't even.
We can stand here and say how bad it is. It won't make it no better.
That's how I am. I'm like, the stuff that's wrong with me, I don't even say anything about it because it's not going to change the fact that you don't feel good.
What's up, Hurricane? And that is cool. Baby squirrel. Speaking of squirrel, just came home with a baby squirrel.
Oh.
We got squirrels all over this backyard here, man, because we got like these big oak trees.
Oh yeah.
Front and back, and they come out here and frolic every fucking day, man.
Hey, are the eyes opened, Hurricane? Or I mean, is it that young of a baby where the eyes are still closed? If the eyes are still closed, then you feed it and get you some goat milk and feed it. And if you're the one that always holds it in its hand, that squirrel will take to you. You'll be mama. That squirrel will go with you everywhere. That's my first wife and me. We had a pet squirrel. We raised it since the eyes were closed, and so that thing would stay with my first wife. Just you could call her. Hell, that squirrel didn't even know it was a squirrel. It ate macaroni and cheese. If you set it down out in the grass, out in the yard, it would sit up straight, and then it would fall over on its side and lay there and pant. It did not want to be put outside. It didn't like it. I just always laughed, said, damn, how does a squirrel get allergic to grass? But I actually think it was just one of those emo moments where it's like, don't put me down here.
Yeah.
But yeah, she would just stiffen up real straight and then just fall over on her side. And then you'd sit there and see her side going up and down real fast. So she would be panting. And it'd be like, really? Well, I have to go down and pick her up.
You ever heard of flying squirrel?
Oh, yeah.
Sugarcane gliders? I had 2 of them, but them things were nasty.
Oh, wow. Yes. Hell, that baby girl, that was what her name was. She had her own little spot. She'd go lay down. She could call her. She'd come run up, ride in her pocket of her house coat.
Oh.
Yeah. She loved it. Wouldn't eat pecans unless you cracked them. Thought, okay.
Wow. That's incredible.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh.
It was true. But see, that's the connection. If the eyes aren't open, then it hasn't connected yet. So I think by her feeding it as its eyes opened, then that's what it connected. So then it was the life we lived. Well, all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, I don't know about all that outside. I kind of like this AC in here.
Wow. That's incredible. That is incredible.
Had a raccoon, but that one wasn't so. I don't know if I'd call that a pet. I think he was just a hang around for a while because he ended up doing his own thing and it was encouraged. It was like, yeah, you can go ahead.
Damn raccoons are crazy.
Right, Brian. I just happened to look up and saw Brian's comment. Even pigs can fly with rock catapult. Oh. Hey, Miss Holly. Welcome. Welcome everybody that's come in. Thank you very much. Okay, cool, Hurricane. And I'm sorry if I've missed anybody in chat. I'm working on it. Just ride the waves with me. It just happens. I don't know why. I can see stuff and all of a sudden it's like I'm reading it all over again and I'm kind of wondering, it's like, man, just keep having little things. I'm adapting, overcome. So let's see, you go live tonight, right, David? Your show's tonight?
Yeah, Thursday night.
Thursday night
at 11. Yeah, 11. We're gonna do a review of the Illusionist, the movie of the Illusionist, which is fun because it just gives people, if people want to watch the movie and talk about it, we can. And then also we're gonna review Catnip Tea. And then talk about anything else. But have you guys heard of Catnip Tea?
Catnip Tea?
That's why we're doing it, because no one's ever heard of it, and it's a thing, and I have it here. It's a tea, right? It's just an herb. Catnip is just an herb. I know it's puzzling, but yeah, that's why we're going to drink it and review it for everybody on the show tonight. Because it was brought up, and everybody, what the heck? That can't be a real thing, right? And sure enough, it is. And I have some. And we're just gonna
Catnip Tea.
Catnip Tea. Catnip Tea.
Tea. Oh, tea. Okay.
Tea. Yeah, Catnip Tea. And so, and then of course we'll do those things, and then we'll just have a good time after that. But yeah. Cool. So that's at 11 o'clock. if anybody wants to watch The Illusionist and drink catnip tea with us, come on over. I know it's completely odd, but that's what makes the show neat.
Hey, it's good, positive stuff.
Yeah.
Good humor, smile.
Well, what we do is then we'll take the movie Illusionist, right? And then we'll have to pick a movie for next week. But the next week's movie has to include an actor from this week's movie, and then it's just a fun thing, you know, getting people involved, you know. Yeah. So, but Cashew put it. I think the link. I know it doesn't make any sense. I know it. You have to watch to make it make sense. Yeah.
Well, that sounds like it'd be the fun part of the show too. Is kind of watching you connected.
Yeah, and it does, and it will. I almost, yeah. There's something that happened, and I don't want to reveal because just watch the show. Interesting information about the catnip tea.
Catnip tea.
Yeah. Have you? I mean, it's. Yeah.
You don't even want to talk about it now. You don't have to talk about it now.
Well, I'll talk about it because I'll talk about it. Well, I'll wait. No, I'll wait.
There you go. It's one of those things.
Wait, I better wait. But
like,
there's some surprises. There's some massive surprises with this catnip tea. You're not going to believe it.
Uh-huh.
I don't want to bore everybody with this catnip tea talk.
The suspense will motivate us for the rest of the day.
Tune in tonight at 11 o'clock and find out.
On Mr. David Devine. Yeah, Holly Ron was dangerous. He was a cool dude. I was glad Indy introduced me to him, kind of got me over there.
I think I just popped up one day and come into a stream. But I tell you, that man was all about freedom. He was awesome. I miss him.
Yep. You're right, Tony Cashew is awesome. Cashew's a link dropping person, just and always looks at him. By the way, thank you, Cashew, for your comment at the earlier. I saw that and I appreciate that very much. That's
no E-girl, it's catnip, like catnip. Catnip. Just like the cats eat in the ball.
yeah. Karen. Oh no, just right before Christmas, I think my first one was like right at Christmas. I think I did a Christmas morning, just a little something, and then I kind of started doing this in January, pretty much. So just 3 months.
Well, you're doing a dang good job, Rescue.
Yep, absolutely. Yep, absolutely.
Well, thank you guys. It's in, actually it'd be a good representation of when I say garbage in, garbage out, positive in, positive out. Well, this is a good, I'm only 3 months and there's this many people. Well, it's because you guys, if you guys like it, it's because you guys have brought that out of me. So it's been a redundant thing. So it shows the positive payoff.
Yeah, full circle.
No, Black Watch.
Full circle.
I'm in Southeast Texas.
Yeah. 1K by summer's end for sure.
I don't know about all that. I'm happy with what I got. Every day is a blessing.
Yep, that's
Amen.
good.
Above ground is
Yep,
awesome.
absolutely. I agree with that. I'll second and third that.
There we go.
Every day I get up and I'm breathing a little bit, it's a good day.
Amen. Every day above ground.
You can't beat sunny side up.
I'm kind of a half a day man now, though. I get up around 11, 12, because I'm taking care of the old lady, so.
T was referring to Monty Python link that. Oh, okay. All right. My bad. Which that's a great cow to pulp. Yeah. All right. Sorry. All right. Yep. Both great. Yeah, that's a great link.
Oh, thank you, Miss Karen.
Yeah, I get everything done at about a quarter speed these days. It's not high speed. It's kind of quarter speed,
Well, if you find you slow down enough, you can.
Yeah.
Which that's the one thing I can say now. It's like, oh man, if just be prepared for when if something takes you, because that's to go from every day, all day doing stuff to nothing. That impact is just, I see now why sometimes when people kind of, as they get older and they retire, and if they don't, like if they're used to doing stuff and then they don't, how it can slow you down even faster.
Oh yeah.
Because I
My
actually,
dad.
when I started this, I had taken a real deep. I barely could get up or move around. And with starting this is actually there's that positive energy and stuff, but it's actually helped me get up, moving around. I think I can do things. I've moved my coffee pot closer, so that's why I have full access now to my coffee. I don't have to make them long hallway walks, because that used to be a challenge. I used to sit here and I'd go, okay, give me a minute, I'll be back. I'm getting the coffee, and so it might take me a couple minutes by the time I can get over there and down that hall to get some coffee. And then one day, the other day, I was like, got this little thing right here. I'm not walking for coffee no more. But it's the little things. But you got to stay going.
Yeah.
Or you're stiffing up and it'll be even worse.
My usual routine is I get up, make the coffee, take the dog for a walk, come back, drink my coffee. It takes me about an hour to drink my fucking coffee. And then I get up and do some things.
There you go.
That sounds about right. That sounds good. That's good. I like that program. That's a good program.
Yeah.
I just get up whenever I want to.
That's a good program too.
Yep.
I mean, it's just me and my cat, so my house don't get that dirty. But I still once a week polish my furniture and all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, how's your hand, Nikki? In between prepping? Getting better? Okay. And rest, Tony. Oh wow, yeah. See, there's something about that coming to a complete stop. It's that inertia, I guess, that comes in behind as you just go, oh man, because you're just used to doing stuff. And oh Lord, Black Watch, catnip coffee.
No, tea, catnip tea, tonight at 11.
I have never heard of catnip tea.
Yeah,
I
we
knew
did
a boy that used to smoke it.
Yeah, we didn't believe it either. That's why the whole thing got
brought
That's
up.
how things happen. Yeah. So now we're gonna try it out tonight. But
Morning, Peter.
That's all I drink is tea, Cokes and everything like that. Because we used to have a bleeding ulcer that made me have heartburn so bad,
all right.
made me sick.
I have to have coffee, you know, high octane, you know,
Yeah.
as strong as fucking possible.
I don't
Yeah.
drink coffee too much unless I have to wake up real quick or something.
I never thought this catnip tea thing was gonna follow me all around the internet, but it sure has. I don't know how, but no, it's just something like, you know, it's just
Oh,
Just
wow,
have-
T girl.
just having fun with people. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, hey, hopefully you'll have quite a few people
Yeah.
show up tonight. Which,
And
hey,
you-
Cashew, will you drop David's channel again, if you don't mind?
Oh, Momo juice. What is that? Mo juice? Moo juice?
Moo juice
Like milk? Just milk? Does that mean?
does the body good. Let's see here.
Boy, all your catnip tea need.
Dang it, I meant to.
Uh,
Oh, it was T girl. Yeah, I was sorry to hear that, T girl. I read that 32 rounds of chemo.
Oh, shoot.
That's awful. I'll keep them in prayers.
Yeah.
Peter, I stopped drinking soda pop years ago. My son showed me the physical amount of sugar one can has on a scale, and I was like, WTF. Peter, I had two major epiphanies, and that was to stop smoking and stop sugar. I had no idea my whole life the impact that both of those had until I stopped. Hey, what's up, milkmate? How are you, ma'am?
I don't eat a lot of sweets, but I do have to have my sweet tea.
I used to, now I just do unsweet tea. Well, and I use Truvia if I want anything sweet, which not too much now. I'm pretty much just on chicken noodle soup, water, and coffee. Diets are pretty easy right now.
Yeah, my best friend, one of my best friends, he's having to deal with, he's having some problems with his esophagus, and they went in and attached his stomach to his esophagus. And now he went from 2 something, and he's 6'6", to 130 something, because all he can eat is a baked potato or SpaghettiOs or something like that. And he's got a lawsuit on him because it shouldn't have been done that way. He's got to go have corrective surgery.
Who'd I saw you say moo juice. Is that a thing? I was thinking moo juice was milk. Moo, like moo, cows. But if it's a thing, I'm sorry to.
No, go ahead, David.
Yeah. But if it's other than milk, yeah, if it's moo juice is a thing, I'd be more than happy to find out what moo juice is. Yeah.
Okay, cool, Hurricane. And
Maybe next Thursday we'll do moo juice.
And Karen, no, I didn't quit cold turkey. I do what's called the vape. That's what I do, and it just helped. And now I kind of do this. Very little nicotine, more just a habit of something in my hand, and then normally I would do something. It's just a mental, the same muscle memory you'll hear about in running exercises on other things, it's the same thing with the bad habits. It's a muscle memory.
Well, I switch
Wait, no.
between cigarettes and my vape too. Where I'm smoking more vape than I am cigarettes sometimes. Sometimes I'm smoking more cigarettes than my vape. It just depends on if I'm
Well, now,
edgy or not.
so your vape is not on like the flower side, it's actually on the nicotine side. So you do vape nicotine and you're smoking, Crystal?
This is, I don't know, it tastes like, one I
I mean-
got right now tastes like dang, coffee.
Probably not a good deal to do both unless you're really cutting back on that. Because what you're doing is remember that a cigarette is burning a combustible. So that's a combustible that's burning. So you're breathing the exhaust from that, where a vape is a mist of basically a medical grade nicotine flavoring, and then glycol, which is the same carrier agent in an inhaler. So that's what you're actually doing. So there's a difference in what you're putting in. You don't want to.
I need to decide which one.
Yes, ma'am. That's best. I mean, not that I would promote smoking cigarettes, but it would be better than merging the two to just one or the other.
Yeah, I roll my
Just my 2
tobacco.
cents.
Yeah, I roll
Yes.
my own tobacco.
I guess now I said that, I better throw up my little disclaimer thing on the thing. I was running my other one. Heaven forbid, I am not a doctor. I don't play one on TV, and I did not sleep at a Holiday Inn.
Oh, right on, Hoot. All right, yeah. Oh, so cat. All right. This catnip tea debate goes on, and obviously, I never thought I'd get wrapped up in a catnip tea event, but I have been, and so Hoot and Holler makes a comment, but all right, it's wild. Yeah, I never thought I'd be the catnip tea guy. Yeah.
Catnip, take it off.
I didn't even know about it till last.
You need to change your name now.
Yeah, catnip tea. Well, I don't know. We'll have to work it out. The whole thing wasn't even my idea. It was just, I'm glad people are interested, and we'll see you tonight.
Yeah, you're right. And wow, Cola, I never thought about that, but holding on like a cinnamon stick to give you that hand memory muscle type action to do. Yeah, that'd be. Never thought about that. Hold on to a cinnamon stick. And Karen, you'll start hacking when you first start vaping, because it goes in and it starts breaking that stuff up, and then
wasn't even my idea.
after about a week it slows down.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Blackwatch.
Somebody
What's up,
told
Chris?
me that the vape, it actually crystallizes your lungs. I don't know if that's true or not.
Thank you, Tony. Tony.
Well, I feel for all them asthma people that use inhalers, because that means they're going to be crystallizing somewhere along the way, because it's the same components. It's kind of like all the other media stuff that we've been going through between the election and the jab and all that. Okay, go back to Maine tobacco. It's who do you think's going to go against all the vape? Who's going to put out information to counter you off of the vape? That's $1 billion business. I would just recommend anybody do real research. Treat it like you would the jab, and then go get real information.
Yeah.
And then you'll see that it's like, oh, wait a minute. So the narrative was actually applied on that too. You're right.
Yeah.
Nip
So-
Divine. I saw that, Peter.
I would just check
They
it
say
out.
They say always question everything.
Yeah, and hey man, I don't tell nobody. Like I said, I'm not no doctor. I don't claim to be one. I don't claim to know everybody's business. I know what worked for me is I smoked for 35, 40 years. And I actually was at some storm training one time, and we went out after the first break, and I lit a cigarette, and one of my fellow guys pulled out his little vape, put some juice on that thing and did it. And I looked at him and I went, what in the hell is that? And he told me, and I went, really? And so I tried it. I said, so do you think it's going to work? He goes, it has for me. So I went down, I did my investigation, talked to the guy, asked questions, felt comfortable, tried it, haven't smoked a cigarette since. So there's the experience. Take it for what it's worth. Run with it. It's no different than telling you that I like cotton socks instead of polyester. So it's just my 2 cents on the topic.
Hoot owl holler. I understand that, but a lot of other people didn't know that, and that's what we're going to discuss tonight at 11. And I understand that, and I understand that. Yeah, and you're gonna find some useful information. But I don't want to take up Rescue's whole stream with catnip tea. So, all right, guys. Let's.
Holly, I just saw up there because I think my comments were actually paused from back up there. But yes, you can actually get no nicotine, so you can start at a higher level and then go all the way down. It's my son smoked cigarettes, started vape for I don't know a little while, and then now he'll hit mine every now and then, but he's moved on. My daughter, she still vapes, kind of like me, just every now and then. So like I said, it's everybody's got their own forte. Make sure I didn't miss nobody in chat. I didn't realize that I had clicked over there to read one. Well, then it just sits there, and then I watched that scroll bar get big, and it was like, oh man, there's a lot of comments. I feel so bad I missed everybody. Hey, rice and peas. All right. Oh, cool. I'm glad see, believe it or not, you saved the day, David, actually.
I did. Oh, good. That's good to hear. Oh my goodness.
I did see that hurricane, and it's funny. Sorry, I won't bother with that one. That's the popcorn story thing is kind of funny though, from the vaping side, just because being for the past few years and hearing that come on, it's kind of like being told that 81 million people voted for potato sticks. So, because there is a history, if you look into it, it happened at the plant where they make, and I forgot exactly what it was because that was then, but yeah, it was a release of a chemical in a plant type scenario, and workers got that, and that's where that term came from. Hey, Scat Pack, Boa for all. I heard you finally had luck getting him woke up. And that's a good choice too. If you're going to smoke cigarettes, I would definitely go with hand rolled and clean tobacco.
Hi, Scat Pack.
I do that rescue. I get the tubes and I get the tobacco, and my cousin lets me use her rolling machine, and it's electric.
I live by a reservation, so like whenever I went to stop smoking, I started just going and getting tobacco. I actually used to have one of the old base style rolling machines that you set on the table, and then it's got the swing lever. So you pack your stuff in, put your little tube on, and then you reach up and grab the lever and bring it down and around and go. Yep. Oh yeah, sit there. Hell, I had my mom. That was longer than I thought. That was 15, 20 years ago.
Dang.
And then my mom actually went back to stop rolling around because one day she realized, she goes, oh, that's a lot of work. And I think cigarettes, I don't think cigarettes ever came down. We just got adjusted to it to the point to where then it didn't seem as much. Because I will laugh. I can reflect back and go, I remember days when I would go, that's it. These damn things ever get to $1.75 a pack, I'm not paying that. If these things ever get to $2 a pack, I ain't paying that. I remember saying stuff like that back then.
Cashew. What the heck? Cashew. What the heck?
Bullfrog, I was at one call.
Uh,
Yeah, that is cool. Bullfrog, you got northern woke up. Poor guy was tired. Okay, T-Gal. You have a good day. I'm sorry I just scrolled up and saw that. Hopefully you have a great day. Please smile or help somebody else smile.
Yeah, do that. Yeah, that'd be great. Tiga.
Hey, Yorga.
Yeah, hey, good. How are you? Couldn't sleep. Holy moly, Black Watch. Oh, wait. Okay. Yeah, Canada. Right. Isn't it? Aren't you in Canada, Black Watch? That's that $20 a pack stuff. But you know, I used to think that would, it's like, you know, okay, yeah, I'm
How
not
much,
going to.
Yorga?
People still pay the price. That would be you know, given the way things are headed, have some farm space, I wonder how big, how you do that with tobacco plants, because those are big leaves. So I guess you would, if you wanted to like farm enough tobacco to kind of keep you, you know, in stock, I wonder how big of a plot you would need to do to be able to furnish, you know, enough tobacco to do that, much less using it to barter with if it ever come to that, you know, because that is going to be one of the key things would be tobacco plant.
Bargaining tool.
Well, yeah, because I mean, look at what people will pay money wise for cigarettes. So I mean, there's a thing. What's up, David?
Oh no, I was just gonna say I'm gonna take my tea talk and go to sleep for the night. And I appreciate Rescue you having me up again, and it's great.
Bye, David.
It's great to be on here and talk to you, Crystal, and thanks everybody in chat. And hopefully we'll talk soon.
You got it, brother. Hey, good luck with your show later tonight. I guess we'll say later tonight because yeah, it's already what 4:30 over there on the East Coast. So
yeah,
now we're all past midnight your time. So
yeah, thank you guys very much. I appreciate.
You got it, buddy.
I appreciate it.
Hey, Cashew, if we'll put David's link up again, and he's got a cool show. He's got a cool vibe. That's why I encourage anybody, you know, to check out David Devine. He's a good-natured guy. He's positive, so it's a good energy, and just to put it on out there, that's what we need to encourage. So we need to kick all the negative crap and all that stuff to the side. We need to kind of come together, and he's just a cool dude. Puts a good energy into things.
Yeah, he does.
David, I hope you get you some rest, brother, and I will try to catch you on your show. No, let's see. Yeah, that's right. She replied in Ontario. That's what it was. Yep. 75% is tax. Yeah. And yet, are all the potholes going on the road, you know, or everything? See, that's never paid attention to how they keep wasting all our money. Even though I know you're in Canada, but still, it's tax. That should be going to people that pay it. And I almost clicked on just go ahead and add. I was so used to that, but fortunately, still got to slow my roll. I'm working on reading Rescue's Mind. Well, don't get lost in that book, Cashew.
Hey, Yorga.
What's up, Devil Dog?
Hey, all.
What's up, Mr. Gary? How are you, sir?
I just couldn't sleep tonight, man. You know how those things go.
Yes, sir. Very much so.
Tossing and turning. I'm like, man, I might as well just get back up, man. Shit. Christina's okay. I just had a little chat with her on Facebook, and everything's all right. Well, I was just worried, you know. She's not the type that would just, you know, fall out of a chat and not come back, you know. So I didn't know if a kid might have got hurt, family thing, and she could have just fallen asleep. But it was something with something else. But it wasn't a big deal. So.
What did she do? Like leave Jeremy and them's chat early or something?
Yeah, she was having a chat and she just kind of vanished. She went AWOL for a while, and you know, for a long time. And so some people got worried, and I texted her, and she texted me back and said it was just something else. You know, I don't want to get into it, but
yeah, no, I just wasn't aware of anything that would have happened. I didn't know.
Yeah, just a thing that she had to deal with. That's all. So she's okay.
Well, that's what we like to hear. People are okay.
Yes. Yeah. You can't help but get worried, you know, and all of us hang out together, and all of a sudden one person just, you know, falls off the radar. It's like, wait a minute, what's going on?
I need to look into that, India. Yeah, I remember we were talking, and I'm glad you just mentioned that because it refreshed me again, and it was like, oh yeah, that's right.
Everything's good. All's good. Except for York, you can't sleep. It's the middle of the night. I guess I'm a vampire. I'm supposed to be up this time of night. Yeah. Damn. Sucks to be a vampire. Literally.
Okay, cool, Auntie Jack. I'm glad you had caught that earlier.
Crystal's pillow is live.
Yeah, dude. Looks very relaxed too.
It does. It's just sitting like this.
It almost looks like the pillow fell asleep.
From the chat, it's so boring. I'm only kidding. Holy Yoakum has been MIA as well. Miss my humor. You must like lousy humor, lady. I'm just reading chat. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to keep up with him. I still get humbled every time I try to keep up with the scroll. I'm humbled with how many people have just decided to come hang out with me and just chill, and it's pretty cool.
Joyful Diamonds. Yeah, Joyful Diamonds does have a beautiful voice. I have spoken to her before. All the vampires end up here, baby. Is it storming here? I don't know. Let's check the Yorga radar weather site, which is my window. And no, not storming here yet. I don't know if it's coming or not. I think they said rain for a few days here. I think it is. Are you eating a hot dog, Crystal?
Mm-hmm.
So, got mine at Costco.
That's against YouTube law.
Oh, well.
Breaking the law, breaking the law. Pet squirrel.
Yeah, she actually just came home earlier with a squirrel. She's got a baby squirrel. She's charging her phone. She says she was going to try to get up later and show us the squirrel.
So it's a brand new one.
Yeah, she just came home with a baby squirrel just, an hour and a half ago.
They're cool. They're very, very cool if they, you tame them somehow. I don't know how you do that.
I didn't even notice it. I'm glad the way you just said that, because hurricanes so were the eyes open whenever. Okay, he's small, but eyes open. Oh, okay. Well, to be a little, you could still baby it into being real connected. When the eyes are closed, it works out way better because it's just the first thing they acknowledge to. But
gotcha. Yeah. But what do you do? Feed it with a baby bottle or something? I mean,
actually, what I did whenever we had ours was I went down to the store, convenience store, and the little toys that hang on the rack, the little plastic kid toys. It was a little baby bottle.
Yes, you know what you're talking about.
You take a needle and poke a hole in the end of it, and then use goat's milk and give them goat's milk.
Where do you get goat's milk from?
Feed store.
Oh,
Pet
okay.
I guess you might nawadays. You can probably even get it at a pet store now because they do the goat's milk for baby lambs and sheep, and goat's milk is used for a lot of.
I have no idea, man. Really, really and truly.
Hey, Karen, thank you very much, ma'am, for coming by and hanging out. Yes, ma'am, you're more than welcome any night, pretty much throughout the week. I try to do it. I usually try to post something beforehand so that way you kind of know I'm intending to go live, and it's 2 a.m. Central Time. And then I just kind of go to whenever. It might be noon the next day, might be 6 o'clock in the morning. I just do it. But thank you so much for coming by and subbing. And it's just cool. Hopefully it brought a smile to your face.
My parents always had bird feeders, and we always got a ton of birds, but we got the squirrels too. And some people get pissed off about the squirrels eating bird feed, but I like them both, man. I do. And we
love
ended
the
up
sunflowers.
Yeah. Who gives a damn? They're all eating. It's something to look out at your kitchen window. But we had one of those albino squirrels back in the probably early 70s. Solid white, beautiful. And all the other squirrels would like shun it because it looked weird, I guess, or whatever. But we fed that squirrel for years, man. Yeah, solid white. And I'll tell you something else. Going through that neighborhood back around when my father we were doing hospice.
One second.
2011.
Peter,
there was a solid black squirrel in that same neighborhood. Solid black. So I've seen a solid white one there and a solid black, beautiful black squirrel. It's weird.
Oh, wow. One sec,
Yep.
Gary. Peter, I see where you were leaving. Hopefully you don't work too hard, just hard enough. Smile or be the reason somebody else smiles. Glad you were here, brother. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Gary. I happen to scroll and see somebody leaving. I always try to, that way I.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. But I mean, we always get the regular gray squirrels around here. And then when you see a solid white one, it's like, damn. And then I saw that solid black one, which was really strange. But they have them. I've seen flying squirrels. Yes, Tony just asked me about that. I've seen those. Yeah. Not really in my neighborhood. I've seen them way out in the country, though. They're cool.
Hey, Greta. Welcome. Thanks for joining.
Karen wants to know your real name. Rescue.
Brian.
Brian?
Brian, with an I.
Okay, cool. Everybody knows I'm Gary.
And most people misspell it and call me Brain.
Oh, it's with, did you say an I or a Y?
Yeah, it's with an I. So I'm usually Brain, but it's actually Brian.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know how many times over, just millions of times over the years. It's like switching Brian, and whenever I watch them write it out, it's like Brain. It's like it's not Brain, it's Brian. But that's okay because I feel super smart.
My first name is not Gary, and it's a name that's spelt kind of unusual. And then my last name is kind of an unusual name, and Gary is my middle name. But people get my first and wrong name and last name wrong all the time. I mean, it's always mispronounced, and I just go, okay, yeah, that's what it is. I'm the man of 1,000 names, Cola.
My last name. So let's see. So it'd be Greta.
Step out for a sec.
Well, how would you say that? So DC, or is the E silent? So it's just this. Greta Dis. Hey, what's up, Ricardo?
Sir.
My brother from down under. How are you, sir?
Not too bad yourself, Rescue.
You know, it's getting better. It's picking up now.
Good. Crystal, you're going?
Yeah, she's snacking.
Yeah, not too bad, mate. Everything's okay down under.
Weather's okay?
Yeah, we're starting to get cooler weather now. obviously now our winter is going to be kicking in soon. So you over there will be getting nice and warm, nice hot days.
Now what's cold for you over there then?
We get to about, I reckon, 40s, 35, 30s in Fahrenheit. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a cold. So yeah.
So just right at freezing.
Yeah. I don't mind the cold weather too, Rescue, to be honest with you. Hi, Crystal.
Hey, sorry, I was getting my medication.
Yeah, I don't mind Rescue the cold weather, to be honest with you, after a long hot summer. So
there you go.
Just the bones don't like it. That's the only thing.
This
arthritis.
This is true. So
yeah,
So how you been, Ricky?
Yeah, not too bad, Crystal. Can't complain. We're a lot of things here changing a lot. You know, with our politicians and stuff. The Australian people are waking up, and yeah, we just have to wait for the process. November's our elections here, so yeah. Melbourne, Victoria, state of Victoria, but the capital of Melbourne. So. Hey, Indy.
Good old Indy.
God bless Indy. Cool. Yeah. So.
Okay.
What's happening over there, Risky? What's
you know,
happening
it's.
over there?
We just had, well, luckily I kind of got lucky this last storm that went through. One of the people that come and hang out with me is JH556. I don't know if you've seen that name in chat, but now she's north of me, and some tornadoes actually got her.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Not before last. So she lost I think she lost the roof off her house, their fence, but her and their animals are all okay. But we had this band of storms that kind of went across, some tornadoes. I just got some wind and rain out the deal, so it wasn't so bad.
Yeah.
Here, I feel for the other people. Luckily, I don't think any life loss was up there through the tornadoes. We're around her anyway. So, but now the weather today was pretty nice. Got to see my grandbaby, so it was the early part of the day was good.
That's good. Is it that time of the year too, Rescue, that you get tornadoes, or is it pretty much all year round?
Hurricane season for us is going to be coming up.
Okay.
Don't really look forward to that. Don't think my house can take another one. It never fully recovered from the last one. So, okay. So what am I missing here? So I'm thinking, okay. Sorry.
We've had some freaky weather too. We've had very high, powerful winds and gushes of winds that ripped rooftops off. You know, tiles and hailstones the size of tennis balls, stuff like that. It's just really weird weather.
We've had a lot of wind here in Florida, but it's not tore anything off or anything. But it's been gusty. It'll take my I've got a wood screen on my back porch, two of them, and I got to latch them. If not, it's swing open. I'm sure they're gonna break.
Yeah, they do a lot of damage. The winds and that. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, especially when it ain't your house.
Sorry, and I got squirreled out on chat. I was trying to catch up.
I can't keep up with the chat. Chat's too quick. They can type very quick. I'm not like that. I'm old school.
And yeah, Black Watch, you said Melbourne. I don't say it as cool as he does, but that's because he's the Aussie.
Why don't you send me a kangaroo?
Kangaroo? That ain't a knife, in it?
A knife?
That ain't a knife.
That ain't a knife.
See, that's
this
slang.
Is a
That's slang. That's a very Aussie slang. What I'm talking to you is pretty much the most basic Aussie lingo.
Yeah, that's just normal talk, right?
That's it.
That's
hey,
what
baby.
That's what I say.
Baby, you're.
What'd I do now?
I have no idea.
You didn't do nothing. You're
You didn't
good,
do
Gary.
nothing, mate.
You got a guilty conscience?
No, I thought I heard my name.
You did.
What was it about?
Just about the baby business.
Oh, baby. Come on, baby.
Oh, by the way, Yorga,
Yes, ma'am.
Christina is okay. She finally texted me back last night. She just got caught up doing some things, and
Yeah,
so
yeah. I texted her too. I already
Give me
knew
one.
it's not like a big deal, but she's all right and it's all good. So cool.
Give me 1 sec. Tony, have a good evening. Get you some rest, brother.
Tony.
Wake up with a smile.
yeah, good night, Tony.
And congratulations on that grandbaby. That is cool. 3 and 3.
How you doing, Ricky?
Yeah, not too bad, Yoga. Not too bad, mate.
Cool. Very good.
Just, yeah, working, paying the bills like everyone else does, and
Like everybody else.
enjoying everyone's chat. So I listen to at work. I put the earpiece in. I listen to the chats throughout the day at work, and time goes by, and yeah, it's good.
Have some of the things, and I'll be careful about how I word this, but some of the things in your country, have they eased up as far as goofy shit? Yeah, all right, good.
Yeah, Queensland is basically kicked everything off. It doesn't exist anymore, all the rules and regulations.
Good.
Us here, we still got the Emergency Act, which is quite weird because they've lifted the the QR things and all that. That's all gone. But we're back to normal. But people are asking why we haven't lifted everything off yet. But other states are doing it, so I suppose it's all starting to be lifted. But
what are they going to do with all those internment camps they made down there?
they're going to make them into pubs. They're going to make them into pubs, mate. Serve Foster's beer and a bit of Budweiser, and that's it. Give it to the tourists.
Yeah. Repurpose it. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I'd go. Hell yeah.
You're welcome.
That's Australia. That's Australia for you. So.
Hey, well, let me ask you this right now: because like over here, there's kind of this little back end wave of another wave of that coming. You know, they kind of hinted at it. So are they doing the same down there, like hinting at another wave of another surge
Of the
coof?
sea or the sea?
The koofy coof.
The koofy. No, they haven't been talking about it. They haven't been saying.
It's just been mildly mentioned over here about, we need to be prepared for another wave.
I heard on the news tonight that it's prevalent in Europe, but the numbers in America, and he didn't say anything about Australia, but the numbers in the United States are not going up. But in Europe, there's some new Omicron or some shit that's, the third wave of whatever. Yeah. They're just going to keep that shit going on forever, man.
It's the narrative, isn't it? It's this narrative they're trying to push, but it's not working, if you think about it. Because in Europe, they're not putting up with it anymore.
I wonder how bad it really was in the beginning when everybody was freaking out. And then T-Man sent those hospital ships up on the West Coast and the East Coast, and they never even got used.
Yeah, they did. They just didn't use them for that.
Okay. I stand corrected. But they were talking about all these bodies that they were putting in dumpsters and stuff. It's like,
do you believe most of that? That's the thing. I don't know. I'm skeptical on that.
I didn't really believe any of that crap, man. Yeah, it was like kabuki theater or something, man. I didn't believe that shit.
Yeah. So our premier of our state promised 3,000 beds, and we're still waiting 2.5 years later for 3,000. There's still 300. So work that one out. So
yeah, do the math, baby.
It's all about the money, mate.
Yeah.
Cash.
Power.
It's scary to me. Whatever the reason, it's really, really scary to me. We've had so many things, from the Hong Kong flu to the swine flu to the SRPNTWL, to what? I just made that up, but it's always been something, and not until this stupid thing, the whole world got goofy, man. You know?
No, that's right.
Well, I think up
You're back.
until now, there was always
Thank you.
both sides were kind of fractured enough. So it's like the bad intentions weren't the majority on that side. It was just selective. So we still had, I guess if I put it in the COOF representation, we still had good doctors that would still address real issues back then. And then this came up with this one here, though. It's like some kind of weird, there was a collective bullshit frame of mind.
Something. Yeah.
And it's like they just went and go, yeah, I know this is like not the right shit, but okay, we'll go with it. And it's like, wait a minute, what the hell happened? Because I got to tell you, the mask thing, but then that's because I have hundreds of hours of training to learn how to apply these masks and all the filtration. And all of a sudden now you tell me that the cotton t-shirts, all you needed this whole time. And it's what? And you just, I don't know. I told my wife, that's what makes it so hard. You're just watching some of these older people that you know you've been doing this for 3 decades. And now all of a sudden it's like common sense, intellect just went poof. And
I had all those respirator training sessions where I used to work where you'd have to turn your head and you have to read this thing that was like, I don't know, some long poem or something. And a lady held this banana smelling stuff. As you turned, and if you could smell it, you could go, you know, they're trying to make sure you got the right seal. You know,
that's the proper ones,
Yeah. You know about that. And we even had the ones with the monkey tail that was like a quick disconnect that had actually air coming into them and shit. You know, we had all that shit,
Those are your
just spray painting. Spray painting. You used to wear proper masks for spray painting, and you basically get right on.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. And do you remember? Okay, so from the older days till the current times, you know, that was like a big deal when they came up with them full helmets, so they could do a full mask while they're painting and doing stuff.
Yeah.
And it's amazing how that was like, wow, this is a cool. And all of a sudden, no, you don't need none of that. You can just put this piece of fabric across your face. Now, see, that saved you from everything.
I got one more thing to say about that. At the place I used to work, when we just needed a dust mask, it was I keep wanting to call it the K95, but it's the N95. We had those, the real deal, you know. But we just used them as a dust mask, you know, because you want to breathe in.
Have the little filter on the very end of it right there that you can watch.
No, it was just the whole filter. The whole thing was a filter. It was just
the
like
N95.
Thing,
and
it had two yellow deals that went like this, right? They work great, and that's the one that they say, you know, that's the one that really works. You know what? That's the most uncomfortable thing in the world to have on your head. You put it on for the least amount of time you can, but as far as to work a whole day, and then they come out with the cloth ones, which I have them in case I have to. One of them.
That's it.
Yeah. I guess what? Yeah. The only reason I have these in my toolbox is sort of like if I grind or sand. Oh, yeah.
Thank you. That's what you. Yeah. Grinding or sanding. Yeah, exactly. And you have to, or you're gonna. It's not gonna be good.
Which I don't do hardly anymore, but
when
this all started, it was funny because when this started, I was like, I had a box of those, you know, and they called it, like went into scarce. I'm like, oh, can't find any. Oh, well, I got still a box on my shop shelf.
But they're horribly uncomfortable.
Oh, that's why. Yeah. That's why that one there, brand new, and still look that way. Because
thank you.
You go sanding, and sometimes I would just put a bandana up just so I ain't breathing in the sand and dust. Because those things, dude, when you seal it off, it's like
gives you all red marks here, and you start getting moisture, and you get an itchy nose, sore nose, everything. So
because it actually seals to you, and it works, and so all of a sudden, it's
they do work. But that cloth thing is a joke.
Yeah.
But I still have them because they're more comfortable. If there's some place that goes, you had to have a mask. All right, well, let me put this. Let's play masquerade. Let's play dress up. You know, they ain't doing anything.
But tell me, I always wondered who started the so-called distancing rules and that mask rule, because I'm trying to think. Like the only place I could think of was China. China was originally the first ones to say, like, we're wearing that, and the distancing rules. Because why is every country followed like them? I mean, this spreads. You know, it's there. It's in the atmosphere. I mean, you can't. It's so hard to prevent from actually touching it or getting it. You know what I mean? Like, I can't understand. But
Well, and if I remember when this started, I told my wife, I'm going, wait a minute, doesn't this look weird? Because it was like, I don't know, 10 years, 15 years back, you would see over there, you would see news footage or something, and they would talk about something happening in China, and they would show you the camera view, and you'd see people walking around with the mask, and they'd be walking up and down the street, fog and everything. So we saw that back then. It's just then all of a sudden it went dormant, and then time goes by, and then all of a sudden, boom. And I reflected back, and I would tell my wife, going, man, this is just like that shit we would see back 10, 15 years ago over there. And now all of a sudden, we're doing it right here. I'm waiting for the people in the hazmats to come out with the foggers.
I'll be honest with you. Go ahead.
Sorry.
No,
I was going to say, my partner's daughter works for 3M here in Australia, and when this all started, their sales rep were asked to hand back hand sanitizers and masks back to the actual company here, the location in Melbourne, because they ran out of it. They couldn't get none from the distributor, and it was from China. They held back all the masks and all the sanitizing, so they couldn't get any. You couldn't even get any tool shops or big warehouses that sold tools and that. You know, the normal masks like you just showed now, the N95s. You couldn't buy nothing. It was all gone. It was basically all gone.
They did that same thing over here. Fauci ran around and had it collecting up the mask. And seeing, I just, man, at some point you look at the end game and it's like, okay, so it's on. So the battle's on. It's time for us to get our shit together, and we need to unite. Right. We need to get together.
That's right. And
bring God back into the picture. Get our moral compass back. Yeah.
It's changing. It's changing. The light's starting to come through. It is starting to come through. I can tell you from Australia, it's starting. So.
And yeah, Greta, they do. Folks in Japan wear a mask if they're sick.
Yeah.
But when you think how far back that goes to when they started over there with that mindset, do the mask, do a mask, you know. Oh, well, they're sick. Oh, well, you know, wear a mask. And you need the oxygen. You need to breathe fresh air in and get that crap out, you know.
Today was the first time I was asked for my certificate today. The first time in 2.5 years.
Oh, wow.
I was asked for. And my old pub that I used to go to as a teenager, I went there today because I was busting to go to the toilet where I was. I popped in and the lady asked me for the certificate. You believe it? So,
is it required, or is it their choice?
It's not supposed to. And she goes, "Oh, can you?" And the guy next to me, he was at the bar. He goes, "Oh, really? Well, what do we have to? You know, this is no longer." And she goes, "Oh, but I have to ask." And I said, "Look, you know what? Here you are." I just, anyway.
Man,
it's sad.
I feel the worst for the young people, the kids all the way up into maybe their 20s that had to go through this whole damn thing without, that's the years where you're trying to maybe flirt with a girl and maybe get a girlfriend or something. But hell, you don't even know what anybody looks like. Everybody's wearing this shit, and you can't talk, you can't mooch, you can't, I mean, I really, really do feel bad for them the most. Of all.
What about the kid? What about kids? The kids' learning capacity it's been affected too.
Yeah, all kids from a million different directions. How screwed up this is compared to how we grew up. I mean, I really, really do feel bad, and that's shit they can never get back. You know,
that's right.
Yeah, no, you can't rewind time.
You can't do it, man.
And you're right, Cola. Everything is a conspiracy theory until it's not. That's it.
That's true.
Oh, it's a conspiracy. Give it 6 months. There you go.
Yeah, there's a difference between a conspiracy and a conspiracy theory.
Well, I've got some really close Russian friends here in Australia, and I've been seeing some stuff they've been showing me, and I scratch my head. I think, why isn't mainstream media reporting all this other side of it and showing both sides of it? Because I'm telling you, they're not telling you what's going on properly.
Oh,
Here in
yeah,
Australia,
no.
especially.
It's
So-
because what we say here is money talks and bullshit walks. And so wherever the money is what the story's going to be.
100%.
You know what I mean?
That's true.
Well,
100%.
and, you know, I think that's why that, you know, we've talked before about how that ripple that went out and kind of got freedom and how it's starting to come back in from the smaller, like you guys standing up and then come to us.
Yep.
We were so complacent and easy to fool. So that's why I think it's backfiring overseas in places where it's like, wait a minute, because they're trying the same BS that they usually do here to sell us on their little policies and their deals. Well, then they tried to do that international, and people like over there are like, what? No. And so it's everybody outside was quicker to kind of have that eyebrow raise thing. You know, I wish I could do that one eyebrow thing like people do, but you know, because it's like when you look at us, where slowly there's levels that keep waking up in a way, you know, that keep kind of going, wait a minute, wait. And it's kind of like, but look how fast it happened outside our borders. You know, other countries are like, because it's like all the stuff that you get told when we were just over there and what's going on, you know, nobody gets told over here how India, Poland, Turkey, none of them want to go along with the sanction thing. You're not
especially
told that
Hungary. Rescue Hungary as well. They've really kicked it in the ass, haven't they? The whole EU, NATO, and Mr. Soros as well.
And
so
you're not told any of that over here.
That's it.
So, like, everybody over here is like, because this typical news over here is, oh no, that's all still a united thing, and he's still attacking. And no, it's and all the other countries. And there's actually even some elections that are taking place here in the near future in other countries that are going to have a bigger impact. So
France,
is good
Germany,
stuff coming.
Other places too, yeah. All this year, actually, this year's really our elections too. We've got our main election this year too. All over the world. This is probably the year for change. Probably, yeah.
They pushed it too far, too fast. So this might have taken a little while to stretch out, you know, to get back. But we got a good. It's like a tsunami. We just felt that draft pull, and here comes the wave, because people are they're seeing it, and it's like the elections. There's things coming. What's up, Crystal?
The snake is starting to eat its own self.
I know where that's from.
They're tripping each other up.
Oh yeah.
They're tripping each other up.
You know, I heard that last night on YouTube. I was watching Robin Bullock. He said the same thing. He said the snake's eating itself up.
Yeah.
So I agree. That Klaus Schwab too, rescued. He's talking like he's a god. If you notice, this guy, he gets out there and he talks all this big talk. You know, you don't mock God.
Oh no,
you don't.
No. That's actually, I think, you know, I've kind of that's been one thing I've been working on, just on a bigger scale, and probably maybe I just should say it out loud, because I'm not quite sure how to say it out loud. But it's time to humble ourselves. It's you know, it's we are not this Billy badass that we think we are. We do this whole food chain, and we're at the top of the food chain, and we kind of we forget how that kind of tiers. We were given dominion over the creatures, but we have become our worst enemy. You know, that's the devil just uses all the distractions, and we pick up the ball and keep running around the field with it.
Yeah.
You know, it's
true.
Yeah, I don't know.
It says if you would fall and humble yourself to the Lord, then He would answer you.
Well, and I say that, see, and it sounds, because that's what, and I hate to repeat myself, but sometimes I just never know who's listening, kind of thing, and so I feel, but it's like my change that was a humbling moment, and I don't think, I can't dumb that down enough. For me and my character and where I was at in life, I had to be brought down to my knees to humble myself, because even though I believed in God and I taught my kids about God and everything, but it occurred to me that I was still, I guess God he wanted me to get right. And so he kept trying and kept working. Angels kept working. Things however you want to phrase it that makes it better for you. But for me, it's a God. And God worked with me, and he would always, because I've been dead and then I'm alive. And I used to chuckle until I ran into a paramedic that was there the day I got ran over. And he was like, "You were gone. We put you on life like you were gone." And I just chuckled, and I did for years. And I would go, "It wasn't up to you. That's all." Well, I said that just so casual. Well, see, I was supposed to get the message and I didn't. So then a little bit more. When I finally got humbled, I could barely get out of my bed. And I was starting to panic and worry that I wasn't going to be able to take care of myself, shower myself, dress myself. And for me and where I was at and the kind of person, character I am, that's what I needed. I needed to be brought down, bedridden, slowed down. You just went from 100 to 0. Now do you get my message? Now do you hear me? And I said, "Yes, sir, I sure do. I hear you perfectly clear now." And so I try not to come at anybody like I'm preaching, because I'm not preaching.
No, man.
But I do like to share that connection to God, because we've been so polluted with all these materialistic distractions that we don't see the little things. We don't see the twinkle of your granddaughter's eye. You don't see just the beauty of nature itself, the blooming of a flower. I remember growing up, and that was actually something cool to go watch. You would go out there and watch bees harvest the pollen. And when you think, and kids don't even pay attention to that anymore. Nobody even focuses. Instead, you have bees floating over some daisies over here, but a car drives by. People will look at the car. What kind of tires? What color is it? What model? What make? It's some materialistic thing, when right there, 5 feet from you, is really something pretty awesome. Because I personally can't make a bee. I can't make a flower. I can't design any of that. So I would say, however you want to view that, I say God did a pretty awesome job. So, but we're so distracted thinking that what we did is the coolest. No, look at what I made. This is the coolest, when it's really not. It's all here. We're just so busy that we don't see it. And I think if we slow down, and that's what it did for me, humbling me slowed me down and able to put things in perspective. And then I can process. Go ahead, Crystal.
I didn't mean to talk over you. Go ahead.
Go ahead. It's okay. I didn't see anything, Black Watch. I guess.
I think Americans have gotten lazy too, and they've gotten spoiled.
Aussies as well. Aussies definitely have become lazy, really lazy. So
bear with me. I'm gonna do this. Yeah. And Black Watch, I'm doing it this way. I'm adding you to the stream, but I didn't see the camera, and I didn't want to interrupt that. And I'm just leery. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Oh, now I got to remove it. There we go. There we go. But it just, and no, I just, and I don't know. I don't want to repeat myself. Welcome, Black Watch. I'll just do that.
That's good to see you. Yeah, you got to forgive my throat disease. This is the first thing I talked was my voice.
You got it. No worries.
No. Mellow and Noah and Crystal. And the others.
Hey, man. Yeah, rescue. Like you just said, my moment came when probably about 17 years ago, my father started to get sick, and he went from being a man that worked in a foundry, hard job, worked hard all his life, and basically got really sick, and then I had to look after him, and got to a point where my father had his legs amputated due to vascular disease, and got a phone call one day from the doctors, and they said, "Look, if we don't cut your dad's legs, he's going to die. What do you want us to do?" And I said, "Well, didn't leave me much choice." Then I said, "Yeah, can you save him?" And yeah, like I saw my father go and come back 2 times. So my dad passed away 2 times, and he came back, and I think that was my real awakening, because he was talking about seeing Jesus and his friends on the other side. So he was telling me things like he saw his mates he hadn't seen for years, and then my mum got diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, and I looked after her as well. So I had 2 to look after. It was a real eye opener in life, and what life's about and what it means, and we take things for granted. So yeah, and then same thing with her. She had burns to her body. She got 40% burns from hot water, and she basically passed away and came back to life again. And I was praying, and I prayed to Jesus, and I don't know how to explain it. Rescue, like there's someone there. The Holy Spirit's there, mate. You just have to go look for it, and it's there. So,
well, and that's you don't ever hear of a bad miracle per se. There's no such thing as a bad miracle. So you people will blame God for things, but if you really take the emotion part out, look at it, it wasn't God, it was man. Man put the bind whatever happened. God didn't do that. But and that's why I try to tell people, it's like I don't, religion's not my thing. A relationship with God is my thing.
Yeah.
And there's a major differentiation in those. That's religion's not my thing. That's man created stuff. This is just being a follower of some man stuff. I'm a relationship with God, and you don't, because I even hate saying it sometimes out loud direct, because I just don't want to. I feel like I'm really taken away sometimes from God if I say it the way I do, but I just try to reach people. But if all you're asked to do is to believe in Jesus and follow God, then and there's no directive in that to go harm anybody, to do anything other than to love and care and respect. So how can you go wrong? And all I can say is, if you were to practice this in your life for 5 days, 5 years, 50 years, and you die, and God forgive me, say, okay, I'm wrong. There's nothing. What did you lose? What did you lose? You just had a fulfilled, love-filled life.
Yeah.
That you enjoyed, and people enjoyed being around you. You helped spread positivity, and so you died, and then there's nothing there. You didn't lose anything. But if you choose wrong, and I'm right, then that's not going to be so good. So then what if you don't get distracted over some man created religion trying to drive you or push you away. Find the relationship with God, because he's there, and that's what we need. That's what and all I can recommend to anybody is it'll help you. It will behoove you wisely to establish that relationship, because that's where all our positive is going to come from. That's your warmth. You're going to have strength, peace. It'll give you fortitude to push through things, because God doesn't want you to roll over and play dead. He didn't build us that way. He built us with fortitude and strength, so that we could prosper and do what we need to do to have a fulfilled life, a happy, fulfilled life.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm sorry. I don't mean to rant rave.
No,
No,
wise words.
you're good, man. You're good. You're good.
That's it.
Because it's just, I don't know. And I've been through the gambit. I can just, and I'm not a horn tutor, so I don't, but I've seen it. I mean, I've seen it all. I've slept on the street. I've had a dryer stuck under a blanket from a friend and turned it on to dry clothes just so I could stay warm. I mean, and then I've sat there and I've owned boats and motorcycles and houses, and I've done the dope. Hell, I had 3 crew trucks, owned a business, and sat there and did so much dope that I sold all that off one at a time. And one of the wake up calls that happened to me was I went to prison. So I've been to prison. I was a firefighter. I've been in the Army. So I rode the bull, and it's just.
You should write a book, man.
Yeah.
My mom used to laugh and tell me that.
I mean, for real. That's not a joke. I mean, for real.
Just I'm not I'm not a horn tutor, and that's sometimes I feel like if I get to talking, it just because there is some crazy shit, especially nowadays when I look back and I go to talk, it's like people aren't going to believe this, but it's like it's kind of like growing up. I mean, like a lot of the country stars, Hank Williams Jr. and people like that, and George. I grew up around all of them down here because that's what I used to call an uncle owned a bar. And that was kind of at the prime of that time. So that was what they did. It was the bar circuit, and his was one of the main ones.
Well, there's a difference. What you need to realize, there's a difference between telling a good story and tooting your horn. And you're not tooting your horn. If there's a story there, man, people like me want to hear it, man. You know what I mean? You're not tooting anything.
I guess it always feels weird because it just, I don't know.
That's how I met Rescue guys. About 2 years ago when this all started. I heard you on the phone when you rang up CanCon, Brian, and I said, this guy, the way he talks, is very humble. He's got a very good way of outlook about life, and the way he spoke. And I thought, you know what, man, I hope one day I'll meet him. And I actually met you when Dangerous did the live, and there you go. It was meant to be. So
Indy is my sister in Christ.
That's it.
That's my sister in Christ. She's been my earthly angel, because she's
awesome.
I was in the muck, and matter of fact, back during the rioting and stuff, I used to follow a young man, and she did too. And then we've talked about it before. I think we even crossed paths back then, but we didn't, because I used to be, this is when I had an awakening moment too, because I was immobilized, but my anger, my emotions used to perk because I would see what was going on, and violence, I've seen it. And that's why sometimes you hear me talk like I'm downplaying, some of the fighting, and it's because until you see violence in your face, it's not Hollywood, and reality's not going to process like watching the movie. So, we need to try. You really want to try to avoid that at all possible, because it's just the outcome's not good.
No, it's not good.
But so I used to get so mad, and my wife would be like, "Well, Connor," and I go, "No, I can't believe that this is being allowed. That look at what they're doing. They just kicked that guy in the head like it's a soccer ball. Where the hell is the backbone of somebody? How is this not being?" And oh man, I used to just bubble and get so mad. And then see, there was that. Matter of fact, I guess as I'm saying that, I'm kind of connected those dots. But I told you how I couldn't hardly get up anymore. I peaked, and I was getting so mad, and I could still move, but I was pushing myself farther than I should, because I was getting so mad. So that's God's way of kind of telling me to slow down. I finally got to where I couldn't hardly move. I'd go to get up, and it'd be like, oh. And so then I just laid in the bed. Well, then I would still keep getting mad. And then finally it was like this went over me. And it was kind of like, wait a minute. And then it's kind of like, that's when God's just like, can you hear me now? And it's like, you got it. Things calm down. And then all of a sudden there's Indy over there at CanCons, and we're talking about the election stuff, and all this is going on. You need to go to Ron's. You really would like this, Rescue. You really would like it. Come over. And it's so funny because I'll say this again sorry for the ones that have heard this, but dude, this camera I'm talking to, it's so funny because my wife still cracks up that I do this, because when all this internet shit started, I was into the software and the hardware, so I was involved with a lot of this, and I was like, the first time this came up on the internet, when this software was getting developed of, hey, you can do these video things, I was like, oh, this is so not going to go well. I mean, you're fixing to open Pandora's box. And so I just stepped away. And of course, then my kids arrive, and it's like, I'm just going to be a dad. I'm just doing my job. I'm going to work, you know. Well, look at where we're at in 2022. And now this. And so I never had a camera. My laptops have electrical tape over the cameras. Never have had it. I turn my phone upside down whenever I lay it down. I've always known that the capabilities are there. So I never wanted to do it. And then all of a sudden she talks me into going to Ron, and Ron, I'm listening, kind of watching everybody talking. I'm going, yeah. Next thing I know, he talks me to getting up on this panel, and it's kind of like, and I do it on my phone as the camera, and then I end up going buying a camera, and my wife still cracks up over that. It's like, you bought a camera. And I go, yeah, I know, right? Here we are. Like, what is this, 30 something years later? And I went and bought one of these cameras that I swore I would never have. Anyway. Oh, cool. Hurricane come up in about 15 minutes. She's got her new little squirrel. And I take a moment. I feel so bad when I do this, but I get so squirrel moment that I just get to rambling, and I don't acknowledge chat, and I apologize to chat. Vaughn Eric, welcome, brother.
Hey, Vaughn.
There's your brother in Christ.
Great.
Good man. And anybody that came in chat and I didn't catch you, I'm so sorry. I apologize very much. Mr. Billy. Just know you're more than welcome. I appreciate you being here. I'm glad that you enjoy my virtual living room. Pull up a stool.
I might be dating myself, but you know where all this started, Rescue? This is all back in the 80s.
Yes, sir.
I put security on mainframes anyway. We had what you call video conferencing between Toronto and Farnborough, England, for aircraft sales. What you're doing now, StreamYard, Zoom, that's essentially what it was on a one-to-one basis.
Yeah.
You know, it feels like nothing's new.
Well, what got me was when we first started incorporating the rooms and then gathering the different IPs and the different DNSs to converge, and then to doing the voice, and then it kicked over into the video with merging, and then it was like adding the mods. That was so funny because most of the programs were using Active Directory type layout, and it was like, okay, but how is this going to work? And I remember going into the first little voice chats, and I'd sit and I'd listen, because that's trying to think of how we're going to handle this. How is this going to be moderated? What roles, what are they going to do? And it just right out the gate, you would hear some hardcore talk, because it's just, I didn't know it back then. I see it now. What I say now is, once you take accountability off the table, then that's what happened, because you can say whatever over the internet, and people became exposing the ugly side. I just told my wife, oh, this is not going to go good. But yes, sir, I remember. I'm sorry, Black Watch. I have squirrel moments.
That's okay. The squirrel comes from everything from tech. But then you would know B-Town, right? That's what it ran through.
Say it again. I'm sorry, the last part.
The B-Town, virtual telecommunications.
Yes,
access. Yeah. That's what everything ran through at one time, really before the internet. But I remember those years.
That was on the private side of what I guess that's why we didn't call it internet back then, because it was just corporation networking and intranet.
Well, yeah, exactly. It was through networking on mainframes. So I don't want to make myself sound any older than I am. But when I started work, the first 1401 rolled out the door before I got there. So it's been a while.
Been a minute or two, huh?
Yeah, it seems to. It's strange when I look at it. If I had to retire, it would be. I'd be in my 51st year with it. You know, but the job chose me. I didn't choose the job.
Right.
Once you get into it, you're married, you're stuck. So, but it's interesting the way things have gone. Sounds like you were in it, you know, way back at DOS days and that.
You know, and if I hadn't have got so distracted, I would have probably just kept on. But yeah, to me, I had an uncle that worked for RCA, so I was like exposed to a lot of the stuff at the beginning. And as a kid, I was given new hardware, and I just was one of those kids that took things apart just so I'd know how they worked. It's like, how does this happen? Let me take this apart, and then try to figure out.
Too. Did you ever have the Heath kit, like radio kits and stuff like that? We used to do those. And the Estes rockets. I know you had to do those.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
dude, you know, you just see that. That was science was cool, dude. You wanted to discover stuff, and the toys were designed to teach you how to explore stuff. It was like we're having a rock kit. Remember having a rock
Nobody told us to get our dad's screwdrivers and take that shit apart to find out how it worked. We just did that shit. You know what I mean?
Just curiosity, wanted to know.
Yeah, it was like, you know, let's see what's under here, you know.
And I do want to take a moment. And Hurricane, I just want to commend you again, girl. I'm so proud of you. I saw where you were telling Vaughn about that, and she stopped drinking, and I think that is so awesome.
That's good for her. I did too, and then I fell off the wagon, and I've got to get back on the wagon again. So too bad for me. Touche for her, but I will eventually. I will. So
that's a very big step forward. Yeah,
it is. I was doing really good for a while, and then just something happened, and I don't know. So I'll go back.
Don't beat yourself up. Everybody stumbles, you know.
Yeah. Well, it took me about 8 times to quit smoking, and I haven't smoked since like 2015, I think. So I got a vape, but I pretty much got that whipped, you know. So yeah, just stumbled, but it's all good. Glad you guys are here to talk to me. You know, it's all cool.
That's it. One day at a time, brother. One day at a time.
Yeah.
Is that gentleman from Victoria? Is that where he's at?
Melbourne. Ricardo's from Melbourne.
So you know Tigum then? Just curious. My daughter married somebody that she shouldn't have. That's the first marriage. Anyway, the second, he's from Perth. So I'm used to the accent. Very used to it.
Yeah, Ricardo. He left the panel. He said he'll be back up later.
Oh, okay. I missed
he went to go eat some supper.
I'm not used to the string or the added security. It was a different panel. Anyway, I know why you have it. You know, so
yes, yeah, it's kind of, I don't know, the mentality of some people, and it was fine for a while, and then it kind of got, either the right person comes up or somebody comes in, and then they'll get a little wave of them, and then it'll go away. And
yeah. No, I started with the tech channel. He has 365,000 subs, 2,000 moderators, and they get carried away in there. You know, they don't exercise patience sometimes. Like somebody will say greetings or toast or something, and it'd be Croatian, and it's very easy to copy paste it into translate, you know, but they jump on another language too quickly and things like that. But anyway.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that. Hey, morning, Box. Glad you're here. Try to keep up with you.
I find so many from Texas. on here. Really, Louisiana, Texas.
Well, it's funny because actually a lot in the chat got some from Oregon, Washington, Virginia, Baltimore. So actually a lot of the people that you can meet in chat are actually going to be all from the upper part. I think, let's see, Kansas. Hawkeye's from Idaho. Is it that, Gary? Was it Idaho or Iowa?
Who, me?
Hawkeye. Remember that?
Oh.
Call me Hawkeye. I think he said he's from Iowa or Idaho or Idaho. Damn, I get them mixed up because it's just they sound almost close in camera. But anyway, from he's up there. Yeah, Ron's from Kentucky. But it's been cool because, like, yeah, going over to Bonnie's or Awkward Texans and stuff, and then running into other Texans. Chuck comes in. They're Hit Gals. That's what it is. So Hit Gal is in Iowa, and I think Hawkeye is in Idaho.
I think Chuck's on the border between Louisiana and Texas.
Yes, sir.
They're very close to it.
And Huckleberry that's in chat, he's over in Louisiana.
You know, I had very quickly, like Shane says, you always have a second job. And my godfather at a Texaco station pumped gas anyway. And it wasn't my fault, really. We're going to come across the border, you're going to be like 300 miles north. And you always get an American come in and he hand you the money. And then you hand him the change. And they say, I don't want that stuff. You know, so we'd have my point is this, till I drag raced, it was a little bit slanted with Americans till I drag raced, and they're like your brothers. They do anything for you. A lot came from the States, an awful lot. As far down as Texas, you know, New York, New Jersey, Maryland. It kind of turns you around anyway. And you get older. You just get older.
Yes, sir.
It's been a good experience in here for me.
Cool.
You know, where I had a fallout with the channel, which maybe I went too far. I found two brothers, and anyway, it went sideways, so I'm out of there.
Well,
it's a long story. I don't get along with vice presidents of companies. I never did. Anyway, it's been an enjoyable time with, you know, Americans. Like I said, when you drag race, they do anything for you.
Yeah.
It was just New Haven, Connecticut. I'm thinking of all the people. It was, you know, I'm sorry I had to quit.
Yeah, because that's it. Well, down here we'd call it like a hobby, and you get into a brotherhood. And firefighting for me has always been because you just kind of have that camaraderie there.
Yeah, yes. I mean, the transmission went on your car. The guy said, I got a spare in there. Pull it out, put it in. As long as you could race, you know. It was good, really good.
Yeah. Well, you find that the common thing, and you put the other stuff aside, and you just enjoy the fellowship and camaraderie over that focal point of racing.
It really was. And the saddest part is we lost somebody from New York. A very freak accident. He put it on the roof and hit the guardrail, and the roll cage couldn't hold it. That was sad.
Goodness. Oh, and I stand corrected. Apparently Hawkeye is from Iowa. Hit Gal was from Kentucky.
Field of Dreams.
Hey, Jeff Riddle. How are you, sir? And that's cool, Brian. I just saw Russ reading yours. You quit drinking 15 years ago. That's awesome. Sorry, catching up on chat a moment. There we go. It's so cool. I enjoy everybody coming and hanging out and sharing a big living room. Here we go, Jeff.
I'm still here. I'm just listening.
Yes, sir. Blame it on the sweet innocent. Yeah. And then what we're going to try and edit today. Oh. Oh, did you get a copyright thing or something, Jeff, yesterday? And I guess with me, sometimes I get the warnings, the little violation stuff, and they'll be like, well, you can edit it out. But I guess because I go so long that it never lets me edit it out. It's just like, oh, no, you can't do that.
Have you ever got their little gold triangles across your screen?
Oh, yeah, where they cut my stream off. Yeah.
Just the mornings,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's usually if I play a song, and in the beginning when I first would do it, I would do videos. And if I played the video, which I always found rather ironic because it's like you can look in the StreamYard chat and see that almost like everybody here is connected through YouTube. So these are all YouTube users. But if you show a YouTube video on your screen, all of a sudden it's wrong. No, you can't do that. So I thought it was kind of funny. It's like, but these are all YouTube users anyway. So, but everybody can go watch the same video individually, and that's okay because then they make their little ad money. But if you do it, they'll pause it playing a song. But I have learned that, well, first lesson I learned was the minute you cut the video off, if you wait long enough, the stream will come back up.
Yeah.
So, and then the second thing nowadays I learned is I just don't show the video. Most of any music I play. So it after about 15, well, what was it, Crystal? I think the other day I got up to like 16 songs before they finally paused the stream. And it was because, this is a funny one, I played Smooth Operator from Carlos Santana. And apparently you're not allowed to listen to that over in Russia. So I got a copyright violation and partially blocked. And it was so funny when it said partially blocked. I'm like, where is that blocked? I'm thinking maybe a Spanish orientated, maybe there was some kind of they see offensive. Oh no, Russia. And it's like, so if you're in Russia, you can't listen to Smooth Operator, but you can listen to Toby Keith sing American Ride. I thought that was funny. It's just,
I got one. I did a live stream back when I used to be a YouTube kind of person. I'm on my boat, hauling ass down the James River, and my boat is not loud, but it's kind of loud. It's like, and then you got all the water and you got me yelling, and I'm talking about where we're going. We're getting ready to go to City Point at Hopewell, where Abraham Lincoln was at, blah, blah, blah. And way in the background on my radio was Hotel California. I mean, way back there with a bit. Welcome to. And the whole live stream got taken down just because of that shit. Yeah, it was like the
first one I got here caught me unaware because I wasn't even playing any music, but I had the radio playing behind me. And I couldn't even figure out what I did.
That's what happened to me. I had the radio playing behind me when I was doing all this dumb shit. And I was like, why did they take my live stream down?
Well, that's what, and it told me the thing. And I was like, but what song? And then it showed me the song. I'm like, but I didn't even play that. I don't even listen to that song. What? And then I played it back because it gives you that little clip where you can go see, they'll show you the violation of the video you're not supposed to do. Well, it was just showing me sitting here talking, but then all of a sudden I heard it in the background. And I was like, wait a minute. And I rewound it. And sure enough, it was because the radio was playing behind me. And I guess I paused talking long enough that they got enough of the lyrics to go, oh, you're playing
welcome to the.
Yeah.
It's the AI bots that trap it that quick.
Oh, yeah. They're
This
scanning that.
doesn't mean, man, it's great. But what is that computer program that can pick up on that shit at any random moment on any live stream? It's an algorithm or something. It's like, whoa, that's copywritten shit. That kind of blows my mind. A
search algorithm, and you're just, You can put
Still.
I've seen a video of the people that do it for YouTube, the two guys that create AI. They're not the only ones. It's so complex, it isn't funny. Nobody knows the whole thing. Just like
Thank
Google, just like Google search. They have no idea, no one group in Google knows how that works.
That's such a patchwork of coding. It's unbelievable.
It's got to be unreal. I bet Zach could figure that shit out, though.
The problem with Google is their narrative changed internally over the years from development all the way through, and different bodies have come in and injected codes. So that's why, Google's coding is one big, it's like a quilt. It's like holding up a quilt with all these patchworks of all different injections of code. I remember when they used to be so simple, all they wanted to be was a DNS library, just a search engine. And then they decided to get, look, this is all, because I don't know, that's my take. I've said that before. It was an awesome discovery age, and now it's polluted with, there's, grand scheme of things, and there's been evil people.
But did you know, before computers, and you probably do know this, there's ASCAP and BMI. ASCAP is the American Society of Composers and Producers, I think. BMI, I forget what they stand for, but there are the copyright guys.
It's something music international.
It's all over the world. But
BMI is usually the one that hits me.
If you open a bar, a bowling alley, or anything, and you have like Eagles or whoever music playing over your stuff, you have to pay ASCAP or BMI. You have to pay them. You do. And they will come and check your bar to see if you're paying them or not. And you'll see that sticker, that triangle sticker, So that was before all this internet crap, So everybody was still beholden to all that stuff.
Like a lot of the people, there's a fellow in Georgia, he's 18, does music reaction, he's really good, but everybody gets on, Def Leppard, all this, the SOBs, blocked it. They didn't. It's a label blocking it. It's not the artist.
Brian, that's funny. Brian said, I programmed a simple AI, much like a magic 8-ball. I asked God if it worked, and the reply was no. I asked if God was sure, and the reply was yes. So did it work or not? I don't know if your AI worked, but it sounds like God was talking to you.
Yeah.
You know something, Rescue? Not to interrupt. I've done a lot of the tech is what led into it, although I don't really. I thought I'd retire and never see a computer. But they go through acronyms, and believe me, IBM, you should see their manual. But no one in there came up with GIGO. I have not heard that since 1968. That's when it started. GIGO, nobody knew it. It's the basics of everything,
Huh. Now say the name again.
Oh, the initials you use, GIGO, GIGO.
Okay.
Garbage in, garbage out. That's what it is.
Okay.
And you get young ones today, and you say, "What about GIGO?" And they go, "What?" They have no clue what you're talking about. But anyway, so much for electronic data processing.
Yeah, the ASCAP guys would go hit bars. And if they weren't paying their thing, it was like extortion almost. If they weren't paying their thing for if the music was coming through the jukeboxes or whatever, then they would get a fine. Yeah, so you had to pay them. I feel like I'm beating a dead horse here, but I always thought that was weird. And if you had bands that came in and did cover tunes, you had to pay for that shit too, man.
That's right.
Really?
That's right.
What's up, Hurricane?
Hey guys.
How are you, lady? Looking good.
Look good.
Awesome. Nothing like a good smile.
Right.
Remember when you used to go into restaurants? They had the little quarter or dime thing for the little jukebox at the table. They used to have that in restaurants. They had to pay it.
Yeah.
Did you say something, Hurricane?
Yeah, I'm digging out the squirrel.
Because your mic's a little low. I didn't know if you were. I can churn it up a little bit. Let's see how that does.
I'll put my headphones in too.
Hey, Ed, how are you, sir? And Larry, I think that they did. I think the jukeboxes back then had to register. I don't know. I don't know how that. I think at one point though, and Gary would know. I mean, it's like if you had like the old jukebox with the records in it. I mean, if you bought the records, you stick it loaded up, and that was you could play it.
Yeah, but it's still a very minute percentage went back to the artist.
Oh, there we go, going full screen.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's a baby, but not a baby. It's
Yeah.
Man, that's a cool squirrel.
Hey,
well,
buddy.
definitely don't scare her, because when they're that big, yeah, she could bite you.
You know,
She
it's
could
always
defend
like I said, anything you can bite through a walnut, be careful of.
Oh yeah. We had 3 pet ones when I was a kid, when I was younger.
Look,
And,
she's trying to nest.
Yeah.
Well, a cat can screw you up too, and I'm not afraid of cats.
Yeah, that's so cool. She's trying to nest.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. They love house pockets, man. They love house pockets, the house coats.
What about those sugar gliders? Have you guys seen those things?
Oh yeah.
We've been wanting one of those too. Those are cool.
They're super cool. But that squirrel is awesome.
Look, she's like, it's like she knows. It's like you're poking that thing in my face. I don't know.
It's a she, isn't it? It's a she.
Oh, it's a
isn't it?
boy. It's a boy.
it's a boy.
Okay.
Yeah, I did. I looked. I named him Marley. I figured Marley was a good female or male name.
How old is he?
I'm not sure. He's pretty young. But he my friend found him while he was working the day. He was a baby, like a pit bull puppy that was had it in its mouth. So he saved it from a dog, and he called me up while I was at work. He was like, "Hey, do you want a baby squirrel?" I was like, "Well, yeah."
Wow.
So
Good for you.
he's cute.
Very awesome. That
Yeah,
is
he
so
just.
cool.
I put him in my little pocket. He just climbs in.
Oh, going back full screen there. Look, it's like he looks out going. You're showing.
Yeah, you've got a new kid, that's for sure.
Look, oh man, that's so cool.
I know, it's incredibly cute.
Hey, buddy.
What'd you name him again?
Marley. Bob Marley.
Like Bob Marley, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, man.
We need some love in this world.
That is very cool.
That is cool as crap, man.
So we got a pet.
Now you got a kid now.
Oh, and this is funny. I saw Jeff Riddle. He said, I ordered a book online, how to take advantage of people online, but I haven't got it yet.
That's awesome.
Because she's like, looked like you already learned lesson contained in chapter 1.
Scott, I mean, eventually we'll probably end up letting it go back outside. I mean, you know, he's wild, so I don't want to keep him. If he wants to go out, you know, eventually we'll let him go out.
I don't know.
He'll always come back and visit, I know that. But
Well, with his eyes
just
being as
depends.
open as they are, that would it'd be better. Yeah, I don't want to say it like that. I would probably let him, make the decision and see where he's comfortable because he's up and moving enough. When you first said baby, I was thinking maybe like the one we had gotten and raised.
Yeah.
It was the tree fell, so the nest they were still laying hairless. The eyes were closed.
Yeah.
You know.
That's how when I was younger, we had 3. They were like that. No, eyes closed.
Maybe just take him out in your backyard and let him go, but sit there for like 4 hours and see kind of what he does or whatever. You know?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, because usually they'll kind of like still hang out with you, you know.
That's what I was gonna say. If it comes back like a cat, you're still gonna let him back in, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
well, that's the pet raccoon that we had here. That's it. Really, well, I say pet raccoon only because he continuously would come up and you could interact with him, but he didn't. We didn't even try to contain him. I put I took an old spool, a fiber spool, and I put some netting around it, some chicken wire. And I had a door so he could go in. It was kind of like his little protection area.
Mm-hmm.
But but the squirrel now, she was different. That was baby girl, and she just. But then that's because you can't. If you get them so young, and I know what Scat Pack's saying, you don't want to keep wild animals inside. But if you do rescue one that's so young,
when they see you first thing,
then you kind of. You might want to take that burden on, then you need to just walk away because you can't introduce it to the human side. And then now that it's old enough, go sit outside and going, okay, here's your world full of predators. I didn't teach you how to survive or what to look for in this world, but hey, you should know how to do it naturally. And some of them just don't. They literally have to be taught. That's part of some animals' lifestyles. You know, does that make sense? Probably might didn't make sense.
Well, it's their natural instincts.
There you go. That sounded better.
Yeah.
Started to have a squirrel moment in my brain.
And it's the natural instinct, instincts. Animals are going to be animals no matter how domesticated they are. Their natural instincts do kick in. But like you said, like when that's all they know is the human world. I've seen many animals that are like that, and like they don't even act like they're that certain type of animal. They act like the dogs that are in the house. I've seen birds barking like dogs and they don't even know they're a bird, stuff like that. So I mean, there's a lot of different situations where animals are just I don't know, animals are awesome. I love animals.
That's it. So did you get you a full tummy, Ricardo?
Yeah, I did. I did a nice quiche, like a bacon and sweet potatoes and with eggs, baked it in the oven. Come out really good.
Damn you!
I know. It was one thing when you just said quiche. It was like, okay, that sounds good. That sounds okay.
Shut up before you even got started.
Then you had to do the whole bacon and sweet potato.
Nice hog, Aussie hog.
Damn you to hell! How dare you?
Yeah.
Damn, even when it comes to quiches, it's like you call that a quiche. This is a quiche. You get the.
I call it an omelet.
Now I'm gonna have to go make one. I've got some eggs and shit in there.
That's
Damn
it.
You got some bacon and sweet potato.
I got bacon. I don't have sweet potatoes, but I got potatoes, baby.
I'm telling you, sweet potato is so good for you. It's really good.
I'll figure something out.
I can't do sweet potatoes.
Ricardo, can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
You're in Melbourne?
Yeah, Melbourne. Yep.
How far is Tigum from there?
Which place again?
Tigum. Taigum.
Tigum.
There's only about 4,000 in there. People.
Oh, that's
You know-
fun. Eltham?
You're not aware of the town, I guess.
No, it sounds like a country town.
I've asked a number of people in Australia. My son-in-law is from Perth. They don't know it. They don't know where it is.
Perth's nice. Perth's really lovely weather all year round. A lot of South Africans live in Perth because it's the same climate, very similar.
No, I know this long story. I met somebody online, and she was from Tigum.
That sounds like more New South Wales.
Yeah, it does exist. You can do the weather on it, but anyway, it's no big deal. I'm just curious.
As long as they're not from Snowy Town, mate, it's all good. I don't know if you know about what Snowy Town is. It's not a very good town, so.
No, she's not there. It's Tigum.
That's it.
I used to date a girl from Gold Coast.
Oh,
but that's a whole nother story.
That's not a very good place, Yoga. You know that. You know
she was from Sydney and then to Gold Coast, but yeah, it didn't work out.
Gold Coast is called Plastic Avenue.
Ron, get you some rest, brother. Thanks for coming.
Why do they call it that?
Because of the credit cards, mate. You're going to spend a lot of money up there.
Oh, okay. I haven't been. I didn't fall for that trap. I did date her for a while, though.
Nah, it's a very
apparently, where Blackwatch was asking you, and then Ron said it's up by Brisbane, Ricardo.
Ah, Brisbane, yeah.
It only takes 20, 30 minutes by bus to get to Melbourne. Apparently.
Okay.
Oh.
I might have to look it up, I think. That's one I don't know.
Oh, did I miss Silver? Oh.
Brisbane's nice, but that gets flooded a lot. We had more floods. I don't know if you saw on TV. It was all underwater again.
Yeah, I think it's Brisbane. It's outside of Brisbane. I get the two confused.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brisbane.
They've had over 100,000 Victorians from Melbourne go up to the Queensland because of the Kobe's.
Yeah.
The walls. They get away from Melbourne.
I understand the West got it worse than the East, so. But anyway.
Where I'm from, it copped it the most because our Premier didn't look after the elderly in the homes like you guys in New York. Same thing happened to you. A lot of elderly people passed.
He's over in Ontario, Ricardo.
Ontario.
Canada.
Southwest Ontario, Canada.
Oh, Canada.
I'm right by the Detroit River.
Yeah.
And Ed, at Angel, I think I've seen I think she's on Telegram.
Good for you. David N moves over to her thing a lot.
Yeah. There's a Melbourne in Canada as well.
Well, we have everything from England. You know, we have Newcastle, Whitby, London. You know, all of those.
We don't like the Queen here in Australia. A lot of Aussies want to get rid of her. She does nothing for our country.
Well, she's doing nothing. But you know, you talk about your premier. She filled my ear with that stuff. All kinds of links. Nobody down there likes them.
She can go and stick her corgis up her ass. Sorry, I'm risky.
Wow.
I can't stand her. She does nothing. We pay taxes for nothing, so that's all we do.
She's just a figurehead. She's been that way for a very long time. But anyway.
Hey, Silver Girl.
Yeah.
Biops is on the Ontario border, but in New York.
No good.
Go ahead, Ricardo.
No, I'm just saying that, a lot of, because I'm in my 40s, I think my generation and the younger generation, we can't stand the Queen, to be honest with you. It's more the older, like 60s and 70s that are still like the Queen, obviously, because of after the Second World War. She did come out a couple of times to Australia, but she doesn't do nothing for us. We just pay taxes to them, that's about it. What does she do for us?
Philip was all right. He was a good man. I thought.
Don't we pay taxes to her too?
You know what upset me the most about Canada? They had this little contest for a new flag, so you figure the kids are doing it. But behind the scenes, they were taking apart the British North America Act. They should never have done that. I could go there, you could come here and work because you belong to the Commonwealth. I think they should have left that alone. That's just me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, that's what they did. They hid the dismantling the British North America Act behind the flag contest. That was deceptive at best. Anyway.
Yeah. We're just 24 million people here, not like America. America, I think, is what, 330 million. So we're very small in the picture. Probably, great southern land, but not many residents. Yeah, so.
Canada as a rule is 10% of the states. I think it's 360 million down there now. We have 37 million, 36 to 37, something like that.
I find it funny though, Ricardo, you said that 330 so fast, and the first thing that came to mind was like, damn, I guess I got to repeat that so much now I even got it embedded in his head.
But do you know what, Rescue? I was going to ask you, what's going on at your border, right? This is deliberately being done, because obviously they want every other part of this world to be in America just to destroy your interior and your way of what you go by, your constitution and everything like that. So it's disgraceful.
That's my take on it. Is it's coming into fruition for me. I think I used to think it was the voting. They wanted the votes. They're trying to. Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with the votes myself.
No,
now, what they want is they want the identity of America to be erased.
Yes.
So we'll allow y'all to just stay on this pile of dirt, but y'all are just going to be something else. You're not going to be the land of freedom. You're not going to represent that anymore. We're going back to emperor tyrant rule. Only we're going to do it under the guise of money now.
Mm-hmm.
And that's basically, to me, the way I see it. So, because, I will say things are peaking right now down here. If you watch like the House and the Senate floor, they just got through having, I think it was 70 something representatives. Right now, some of it looks kind of despairing because the Democrats control everything. So, but they're starting to stand up because things are getting brought up. There's just, people can only tolerate the ugliness down there so far. And so to be told about votes and people there's actually abuse happening. There's murders happening. There's dead bodies down there at the border. There's violent cartel action that's happening. Yeah. And, when you had the riots, you had some cops that kind of went along with the flow and just kind of played the role. And then a lot quit their jobs because it's like, we're not going to do this. If we're not going to enforce the laws that prevent this, then, there's border people down here only see it's a little different because this is our border. So this is, the feds can say what they want, but Texans, we were our own country before we joined the U.S. So just keep that in mind.
Why can't they finish the wall, Rescue? Why? What I understand as an Aussie, you've got all this stuff there. Why can't they finish it off?
The feds won't let them, so we're having to purchase it ourselves. So even though the material is laying right there, they won't let us use that material because it technically belongs to the feds since they paid for it. So we're having to buy our own stuff and pay for our own labor. Hey, give me 1 sec, Ricardo. Just hang with me for 2 minutes. I'm going to walk my wife to the door. She's fixing to go into work.
Gotcha. Night, Yorga.
Night, Yorga.
Early morning. 5 a.m. Yeah.
What's the time over your way?
My eyes aren't that good anymore. About 6 a.m. 6:00. If you're there, I should be 14 hours behind you. I should be 14 hours behind you at 6 a.m.
Yeah, it's 8:05 p.m. on a Thursday evening.
It's Eastern Standard Time here, this part.
Yeah, same here.
Now, one thing I don't want to do is paint Canada English because we have a lot more cities named after the Iroquois Indian.
You got a lot of French over there too, don't you? You got a lot of French. You got a lot of Europeans, Italians, Germans.
That's Quebec. That's another.
Yeah.
We've got 4 parties: Liberal, Conservative, New Democratic Party, and the Bloc, Quebec Bloc, which were always for separatism. But anyway, yeah, Quebec's not an easy place to visit or go through, but you adapt to it.
See, Crystal.
Funny thing, when I came here, I had one of my granddaughters in the car. My son-in-law drove.
Okay, cool.
He knew the area. So I said to my granddaughter, "You know how Australia started?" Of course, you know how it started. She wouldn't believe me.
Bunch of convicts.
Yeah, the British prisons overflowed, so they set it up in Australia. That's kind of how it started.
And the thing is, too, here there was a big thing about our native Aboriginal community, how when the English came here, Captain Cook, and what they did to the Aboriginal, pretty much tortured them.
Yeah.
And they wanted basically our Parliament to apologise on behalf of the Australian people to them. And a lot of people were very upset because the English, they thought the monarchy should apologise for what they did when they came to Australia. So anyway, what do you do?
I never really did well in England and history, but a lot of people, kids, don't even know what Laura Secord did. They just don't know history. But anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. I didn't pay attention to the time, so I should have known she was fixing to be going.
How's the gentleman with the scooter rescue?
He's very sore. He ended up having to go to the hospital.
Oh wow! So it's that long.
Yeah, his shoulder. He's gonna have to check in with an orthopedic surgeon, and they're gonna.
No way.
Yeah, he jacked his shoulder up pretty good.
Wow.
Yeah, he came on last night, right, or the last stream I did, right before the end. Indy had checked in with him, and so we knew he was okay, but then he came up, and I think he was he here this morning?
Yeah.
I think he was here first thing this morning and left me a message. Let's see. I don't know if I can go all the way back to the beginning.
Yeah, that didn't look too good, Rescue. I was coming back from work. I had it on in the car, my phone, and I was watching it, and all of a sudden when he went off it, wow, I thought something major happened to him.
Yeah, I think he went. He got a little.
He must have
faster.
been going quick. Yeah, was he going pretty quick? Yeah, for sure. He was.
Yeah, I think he got up to like 45 or something.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, it was like 45 or 47 or something on the thing. He said it would do 50-something miles an hour.
Miles an hour? Wow, that's quick on a scooter.
And dude, you could watch him because when he was first showing, it has a little finger trigger.
Yeah, that's right.
Man, he would just bump that, and you could see him kind of surging forward. So I mean, it was like a 0 to 5. The minute you touch the trigger, you're going at least 5 miles an hour. Just touch the trigger. Where did we lose Crystal?
Yeah, she dropped off.
She must have gotten tired.
Do you know, there's a big thing here with those scooters rescue here in Melbourne. The police are fining them up to 600 Australian dollars because they're taking over the footpaths here and they're knocking people over and not wearing helmets. And it's really dangerous around here, especially around the universities, because you get a lot of overseas students, and it's pretty crazy, those scooters, yeah? It's pretty crazy.
Well, I could see, if you had a bunch of people on the road going 45 miles an hour or some crap on that, nothing, I don't know too much good's going to come out of that.
Yeah.
Hey,
and you can hire them. You can hire them here. Risco, I don't know, in the States they have this where you get your credit card. There's a little box on the actual scooter and you just tap your card on it. And you punch in just a couple of details and you can actually hire the scooter for the whole day around the city and around the suburbs. The problem is they're putting these scooters up in trees, in dump masters, in people's front yards, and they leave them hanging and taking photos and putting them on, like Instagram or Facebook, showing these scooters on bridges and stuff like that as a joke. So it's crazy.
So,
Is that
They
like,
don't,
sorry.
so they don't charge the credit card, like for the
Yeah,
damage.
they do.
Oh
They do.
wow! I guess people just don't
They
care.
don't give a shit.
Wow.
Crazy.
We got it here. I think they got that like up in New York, and I think over in I guess in California, the metropolitan cities, I think have those little scooters. Not like you people's like scooter the other night. Not his. Now his, which come to find out, he can do off-road tires on that one too. So there's off-road set of tires. He has street tires on it right now, but you can actually. And I'm thinking, holy crap, dude. I don't know. Maybe in Arizona or someplace where there's some flat level thing. I know you ain't gonna want to zip through these pine trees right here at 40 miles an hour on some scooter, because it ain't gonna end well.
Are those scooters like Vespas? I haven't seen a Vespa since I was in my teens.
No, these are even because they're even more open. I mean, it's basically these scooters are skateboards that have a wheel in the front and a wheel in the back and a T-handle that comes up for you to hold on and do the steer. You just lean.
Yeah, like the Vespa's like you just sat, like you're sitting in a chair.
Yeah, but it was enclosed, had the front door. These it's just like standing on a skateboard. Like you went and got a skateboard off the shelf, put it down, and grabbed this little T-handle on the front and went ring and took off.
Yeah, that's what a Vespa is. I had a friend. He always taught wheelies. This is before helmet. Needless to say, his face didn't look too good. He always went face first into the pavement.
Oh yeah, skateboards were always, but they were fun as a kid. I just don't know about 45 miles an hour on a skateboard.
They're dangerous. A lot of these young kids, they're driving around, because I live behind the major hospital here. You see a lot of them riding towards universities, and I tell you what, they're so gutty. No helmet. They're popping monos and they're going in and out of traffic, and it just takes one thing and they lose it and they're pretty much gone.
Well, and that's the difference, because like what he's talking about, the Vespa, it's the same thing like a Honda Passport. It's the little sit down. It's
the Vespas, yeah, in Europe they're everywhere.
Yeah. So that's different, because you're sitting down and then that actually steers the front tire, where on the scooters it's just a T-handle. There's no steering. You just lean like a skateboard.
That's it.
And you're standing up. So balance yourself at 40 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Hit the wrong pothole, and we saw what happens.
Yeah. And do you know he's been promoting them too, Rescue? Which famous singer? Iggy Pop. Iggy Pop, the singer, he's promoting he's promoting the scooters here in Australia. There's big adverts about him and stuff.
Guess what batteries are in those?
What kind?
Lithium.
Lithium.
Go figure. But we might as well go ahead and get accustomed to that now. That's how this stuff works. We find little things and we get going, oh yeah.
Yep.
We downplay it. We find reasons, it's not so bad. It's just a scooter. Well, okay. Just keep in mind that the same lithium battery we've talked about in cars that can't be recycled, they just became a hazardous dump for well, guess what? What happens to all the scooters that get wrecked?
Oh yeah.
There you go. So now we have a whole another herd of lithium batteries.
Yeah, true.
Can't get rid of them.
Yeah, that's right. I think also there's places in Germany with the smart cars. Those little cars. They're like Mercedes-Benz made them. There's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of them. Just they can't recycle the batteries. They're being dumped in yards and stuff. So no good.
That's one of the two things when I grew up. 2 weeks before I was going to get my license, my dad said, "I let you buy that motorcycle. Your mother's going to kill me." Came after that was skateboards. I rode bikes after that, but you're not going to have either one of them.
And do you know what the meaning for Vespa is, Rescue?
Sir, I'm saying that again.
Do you know what the meaning for Vespa bike means? What Vespa means? So Vespa is in Italy, the actual bike itself, the Vespa. It's just one piece of metal. That main body of it is called a Vespa. That's why they call it Vespa, because of the way that they designed it.
Oh,
So
okay.
technically, the old ones, if you went down to a certain degree, you basically will flip the bike. It was really like a bucket type of a motorcycle scooter. So that's where the Vespa came into it. That's what it means.
Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
they're fun, but yeah, just another fancy bike.
Did you see
Yeah,
what
you see
Wizard
over-
said about what a Vespa means?
Yeah, Vespa is the scooter that you see the Asian hookers ride movies. Yeah.
And
See over-
all over Europe and Asia, you find hundreds of them. They're all riding.
Over here we had like the Honda Passports is what they were like, and it was the same little fairing little thing. Step in, sit down, and take off. Have so yeah.
Yeah. Easy bikes.
I like the 125cc engine on them. I think. I think they're 125.
Yeah, my dad used to have the old Indian motorcycles, the old Indians, and used to change the gear at the back. It was the actual shifter at the back of it. So I didn't believe it until I saw it in the picture, and he goes, "Yeah, I had one of those. Used to change the gear at the back of the bike."
You mean like a suicide chip?
Yeah.
Yeah, suicide chip.
Okay, Milkmaid, that'd be cool. And hey, Tarpy, I'm sorry I didn't see you come in. How are you, ma'am? Which morning, everybody in chat, if I haven't said morning, good day, good evening, wherever that's falling for you.
I haven't seen Dusty for a while.
Well, I saw him last night on POTB is what he's called. I forgot what it all stands for, but they were doing like a war games kind of thing.
Okay.
House Donkey and Dusty, and then had Hutch, and then POTV. They were up there, and I think the way they do it is they'll give them a scenario, kind of like, okay, this, and then like Dusty and House Donkey kind of sit there and say how they would address it, kind of prepping outside the box. There we go. Thank you, Milkmaid. I didn't want to butcher it, so I paused for a moment and thought, no, I'll just go ahead and say POTB, because I knew I was probably going to pick the wrong word or something.
I jumped in theirs last week. It was pretty neat. It's different scenarios of like, they were talking about like, what if like your kids, what if somebody got kidnapped, and just different scenarios of like what would you do in this situation. It was pretty neat actually. Stuff that people don't want to think about, but could happen in the future.
Well, and that's what I think or at least I won't say that. My take on what I saw last night and what I've seen before, it's like trying to encourage people to think outside the box, because in case something happens, because like a lot of us, we might have had lifestyles that kind of semi-prepare us, and so it's easier to fall. But then there's a lot of people that, which now Indy knows that I totally love her, but like she was a teacher. So okay, what is she going to know for into all of a sudden you have an emergency situation that's food shortage, everything, got fuel shortages, food shortages, there's maybe some hostile type interactions. Well, okay, this is a teacher, this is a lady who is teaching kids education, but it's good to get people to start thinking like, oh well, yeah, what would I do? Because you never thought about this stuff before. Now some of us have been through different things, and so we've been exposed to it. Hurricane, she served, so she's been trained in a physical way and in a mental way to address scenarios and situations. A teacher isn't. A teacher goes in there and says 2 + 2 = 4, or at least the good ones do. So got to take my shot every now and then. I am still human. I'm a work in progress, so that still cracks me up. I don't even understand how grown people can even comprehend that. So you're actually going to try to tell somebody 2 + 2 is not 4 anymore. But anyway, go ahead, Hurricane.
The movie 300, when he pulls up, Leonidas and his crew pulls up on that next army, and they're like, "We're going to help you." And he's like, "All right, how many soldiers do you have?" And he was like, "What do you do for the job?" He's like, I'm something. And Then he's like to his own army. He was like, how many soldiers do I have? And they're all like hollering. It's in a sense, it's kind of like how you were saying. When you're trained in certain scenarios or certain situations, it's easier for people to be able to handle and not panic. But like people who normal jobs are day to day stuff, it's going to be very difficult for people to be able to handle the emotional. First of all, the emotional baggage of what it's going to end up being. We can prepare all we want with rice and water and whatever, gadgets, but people need to understand we've got to emotionally get ourselves mentally ready for this. Because we're going to end up having to do things that we're not going to want to, we've never thought of having to deal with. If you're not mentally ready, prepared, your rice and your water and your ammo ain't going to mean shit. Sorry.
No, that's true. I agree. There's a lot of people here that are not ready. I've got a lot of friends of mine that are not ready for what's to come, or if it comes, and they're not prepared. They're living in a far, far away world. That's to be honest with you.
Well, and that's a good point, because so there's people that are living in a whole fantasy bubble. So there's that far side, they're totally, man, but then there's a big level of people in between, like boots on the ground, got the bunker. It's all good, man. It's, from that to the fantasy land bubble, nothing's happening. It's all fine. Well, there's a lot of people in between, and it's trying to just get people aware that things are not normal. This is, and it's going to I have a positive outcome. I think that good things are coming, but there's a reason why there's a saying called darkness before the dawn. So it's going to get a little rougher before it gets better.
Yeah,
because I think it's, but it's, and that's what I meant, like with Indy, and she knows I love her, and so because that's her calling was for teaching, but you have people that now, like you have people that don't know on the physical side of things, like Sister Marie. That woman is like a canning queen. She's a queen in the kitchen. She knows, but she needs to be able to rely on somebody. And so if we pull together and unify, we can take care of each other, because there's people that aren't going to be able to, they want to, or maybe they can't, I know I wouldn't let nobody.
Well, later on,
Zach, we got to take care of, because that's our future, or those young people. Hurricane, those ladies, 1A, Midwest Survivor. So it's getting them, that little dude, man, I'm so proud of that guy. And he said, I almost want to write his daddy and tell him, sir, all I can say is you've done an awesome job. Or so whoever his main Midwest Survivor.
Oh,
he's the 18-year-old.
Yeah, I couldn't believe how young he actually. When I found Tina, I was like, what?
Right.
You should know all this.
Because that's just.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Blackwatch. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, you remind me like teachers. It's before all this, and it's still going on. Mathematics. If you ever have a child come back with a math test, got a D, but they got every answer right, and the teacher goes, "Well, you didn't show the right way of how you got it." That infuriates me.
Oh, yeah, I think that's what's happening in the cities or something, or in some of the northern cities. That's that part of that CRT stuff and crazy math.
I went through that when I was young. I got it right, but you didn't show how you got it the correct way.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that didn't, see that, not down here. How you just, if you'd have your questions, what is the solution to this problem? And you might do it on note paper. Some people do it in their head, but.
Oh, you couldn't do it in your head. You had to write it down.
Yeah, see, down here, it was, you could just as long as the answer was right, that's what you got graded on. How you got
What-
to the answer. Now there were certain math parts while they were teaching math when they were trying to teach like long division or something like that.
Stuff
Yeah.
like that.
Then they would want you to explain how you got there just to make sure that you were getting the concept of how to do it. But it was never like encouraged to, because see, to me, which it's easy for me to sit here now and look back and kind of think this, but I didn't catch these moments back when I was raising my kids either. But see, you'd have to wonder, well, why would you question a kid that hard? Why would you
Really.
put that burden on them unless you're trying to pollute the mind? I mean,
You know
like,
what analogy I use for that? You and I go to a T intersection. You turn right, I turn left. We go around the back way. We get to the same destination about the same time. What does it matter that you turned right or I turned left? It was still right in the end.
that's
know?
it. Well, see, and that's how I grew up and how I was taught. It just,
Yeah.
it was as long as the answer's correct.
What about algebra, Rescue? I never understood who invented algebra.
I don't know. Thank God I flew right underneath that radar.
Oh.
So when I was in school, that was an elective you could
I
take.
just
So
laughed
if you
at it.
wanted to choose to be punished, then you could sign up for pre-algebra and you could go get punished in another class. And it was like, I'm just not seeing the drive. But see, it's like math. Matter of fact,
For some
Common
reason,
Core
I was
math
good
is
at
what Larry said it's called.
Couldn't understand that. I just said to
Dude,
my
I-
teacher.
I built my houses. I built houses, had a construction company for a little while. And to this day, I still don't calculate sheetrock or board footage the way you're supposed to. I have my own way. It works for me. I get to the answer. I get the right
That's it.
material, and that's all that matters.
Yeah.
That's it.
To me, algebra and all that was fine. The first 2 weeks in grade 11, I had to flunk. Because instead of getting your books, he's drawing a beach, a cliff. He's showing calculus and trigonometry. I go, and I don't need this. I'm not going to be an engineer. They made me flunk the year. That's what I had to do. To go to 4-year.
Huh.
Calculus and trigonometry, has its place, but not in this lifetime.
So in 11th grade, you could take pre-algebra as a college elective if you were having plans of going to college. And instead, in my senior year, I went, man, to hell with this place. I'm joining the Army. I'm out of here.
You had algebra as a lesson. We take it in grade 7. We don't have a choice. From 7 and up, we algebra.
Well,
What's my cup
and
of
see,
tea?
and they used to make fun of us back in the day, and look at where everybody will be coming to when the shit hits the fan. Coming down to Texas to the country. We weren't so stupid as people thought we were.
No, really, there's no place for algebra. We just, how would you like it now? And the engineers are taking the string theory. That's in the 11th dimension.
Yeah.
Anyway, you know what they say here? What I say about mathematical extension, those that know will say you're trapped in the 3rd dimension with your math. We're in the 11th. It drives you crazy.
So I guess if I was, thank God I don't have to go to no class because I couldn't do it. I'm not going to sit in this classroom at 12 noon and you convince me that it's actually 12 midnight. It just ain't happening. I can't swallow those big of pills. That's where I've always bucked the system.
Time and space, they're all relevant.
Do you know what they do here in the universities, Risky, in Australia? Because we get a lot of the overseas students from China here. Our big universities, what they do is they'll have like 20 or 30 of them in a group, and they will nominate one of them, which will be the main English or Australian out of the group that's in with the group. So when they do their lectures and they do their tests, they basically, this is no bull, they actually give them the answers to the questions, and they literally just write the answers they give them. And then when they get their degrees, this is true, when they get their degrees, they basically become like, doctors or, like blood, whatever they're looking at doing, they get a pass. And then basically, next thing you know, they're in hospitals and stuff like that. This is nowhere to lie because they pay so much for their degrees here. There's a rot in our universities. It's not only here; it's happening all over the world with other universities. Yeah, they got so much money that the universities don't care; they just pass them all. So,
But you know, it's funny because, and hopefully I don't offend nobody, but if I do,
No.
then I don't know. It is what it
me
is.
too. I'm not being right. It's just this is what I've seen, and I've got friends.
Dude, the
who
whole
do.
education system it's so ironic in a way because simple education, colors, simple basic math, history, language, basic stuff. Everything is, most of all this other crap is because we say that Bob over here is super smart, and Bob has said that A plus E equals this divided by this, so that's got to be it. And all of a sudden now we have all this people convince you, no, the world is, it's like, really? Because I'm sorry, we can't even feed everybody here, and yet all of a sudden we have theories of the expansion of the universe. We have a theory that says this is how this happened, and you listen to the crap that comes out. We found these bones right here. They used to harvest, they used to do that. They tell you this whole history to shit that existed 1,000 years ago that they really have no idea. But because Bob has been titled with this degree, we say, gosh, whatever comes out of Bob's mouth must be the gospel. It's got to be true. Let's just base our whole intellect off of Bob's theory. Well, I say to hell with Bob's theory. I just go out here and I live life, and life for real.
That's right.
You pick up one of these, you pick up another one of these, and we've come up with these cool numbers that say 1 and 2. Bam. How many do you have? I have 1. I have 2. It's so easy. I don't need to know what Bob thinks about that.
That's true.
It's a bunch of theories.
The one thing that I'll call her Amanda. It didn't work out. And she said, I should have spent more time at her brother's farm looking at the stars. And I said, did it start from the Big Bang and everything? But my point is this, she said something about Mars, that we're on that. And I said, how do you know we were ever there, let alone the moon? She said, that's what they say. I said, you know what I like? I like to go to Capitol Hill, see the biggest building, and get a guard to help me. I'm going to find the conference room with this big brass plaque that says, they conference room. And I want to go talk to the they. My point is, who are they? We always say it. They said. I want to know who the hell they are. I want to have a talk with them. Like your point about Bob, just because they said so. Who are they?
Mm-hmm.
We polluted the language. We used to use that for identifiers. So if somebody saw this group up here, you would say Rescue Blackwatch Hurricane Rick. Hurricane. There you go. Thank you, Hurricane. And then so somebody, if they were talking about it, then they would say, oh yeah, Rescue Blackwatch Rick and Hurricane were on this panel, and they were talking about this. So see, we used to use it corrective, and then now we just go, oh, I was on YouTube and they were saying that. There's no more Rescue Blackwatch Rick or Hurricane. There's just a they. Well, now we're at the level where they just explains everything. We just say they, because that means there's somebody besides me. As long as we say they, it's off of me. I don't have to pay attention. I don't have to be accountable. I don't have to do nothing about it. It's they. And I will say, when you reference the moon, though, that's my funny thing. That's one of my Bob moments, that it's like now all of a sudden that didn't happen. And it's kind of, and I only say that, Blackwatch, just so you'll know, my mom actually worked in that. I actually have real photos.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Of that. Oh, you've never, I thought I'd showed you before, Ricardo.
No, you talked about it once. I remember on one of the chats you were talking about.
Like, this is a real picture
of
the
cool.
Earth. And just to show you that it's real, there's the stamp from it, TRW.
Oh, wow.
Because see, there's another thing when you hear this, that this never happened, all you ever hear referenced is NASA, NASA, NASA. So that means people haven't actually went back and even read history about it, because it wasn't just a NASA thing. There was a conglomeration of companies that pitched in to do this because this was first time shit.
And if I'm right, IBM was the computer that helped work it all out as well, I think. I remember.
And here's the
Is that right?
infamous flag that never happened.
Yeah.
But there's the actual stamp that yes. And all I
That's
tell
awesome,
anybody,
Rescue.
and I'm not knocking anybody's belief, to each their own. My only reference to it is unless somebody says I had a blood relative that was standing there and says that it was all made up and it was all on a set, because I have a blood relative that was standing there as an office manager saying, oh no, we watched it, it happened. And my mother raised me with that, with these real photos. I can't even show you close enough, but there's actually I probably can. See that little black hole right there?
Yep.
There's one in each corner, because as a kid, I used to have these hanging on my wall in my room.
Cool.
Because when I was growing up, it wasn't like, oh, that didn't happen. No, it really happened, and everybody relished in it. It was a landmark history moment. We've now been mentally told that this country sucks and that all our accomplishments really didn't accomplish anything and that we're just bad. So they've gone through our history and they've planted these little cancerous seeds to diffuse it all, so there's nothing to be proud of. Because if you want to kill a national attention, then you take away the nationalism, the patriotism. Guess what's a domestic terrorist nowadays? Waving a red, white, and blue flag, being a patriot. Go figure.
It's true.
Yeah, but you know, I got into this a little while
Very
ago,
true.
strangely enough. For America, if you don't, I don't have, in a way, praise NASA, you're not a patriot. Well, tell me something. The main vehicle that the, oh, geez.
Is this the rover story?
No, the, the shuttle.
The Challenger? The one that blew up a few hours from me?
Oh, I mean, in general, the main vehicle that the shuttle attaches to, it got two boosters.
Oh,
Now,
I forgot the name of the rocket, but
yeah, but my point I'm making though, Rescue, is it almost took them to the end of NASA's reign to figure out tens of millions of dollars are saved if they don't paint the thing, because it's not coming back. The main vehicle it's attached to, they were always painting it. Why?
heat resistant paint.
No, it never came back. It's not.
No, it's got to make it through though, so it's got to survive to get out there to release.
Well, I think Musk has proven that irrelevant now, as I understand it.
Why he doesn't paint his?
He reclaims the booster rockets now. They come back and parachute on.
Yeah, doesn't he reuse them?
Yeah. No, but NASA never did. It took Musk to figure that out.
We used to have computers that were the whole size of a floor of an office building too,
Yeah.
and now we carry it in our hands. So I mean, it's a progressive technology. So we were shooting something up as a first time, and now we've come here decades later, and we've come to the point where that's when I was always impressed with him, because he finally was going to go the step of trying to reclaim what we keep sending up.
Yeah.
I didn't turn it as a bad thing. I looked at no different than the computers that used to take up a whole office space, a floor, to do a punch card, is now being something 100 times the size of it is now being held in a hand and can do everything.
Yeah.
It's where we progressed to.
Well,
I don't know.
you mentioned after the 1401 became a 360, 20, and 40. The 20, you loaded punch cards to it for the IMPL, main operating system. Then it came the program after it. It was just a glorified printer with 7-track tape drives, like you say, the huge thing. And it was just a printer. That's all it did was print, and compared to now, computer rooms took up floors, the entire floor of a building.
Just
Oh,
bring
yeah.
back the Commodore 64. That's what I say.
Hell, I just say let's go back to
Commodore
just a pen and paper.
Load the cassette tape, take 1
Right.
hour, and that's it. You play a game.
A number 2 pencil to rewind. What's up, Milkmaid?
NASA stands for never a straight answer.
Do what now? Never a straight. I
Morning.
missed it. I missed it.
NASA stands for never a answer, sir.
Oh, I caught the never a straight answer, and I'm like, wait a minute, what did I miss? I was looking in chat.
NASA. Hey, Milkmaid.
So, what'd you
Morning.
think, Milkmaid? Was it pretty? She's
Oh,
pretty.
it's chopping
Uh-oh.
up for me.
She's choppy.
My internet, I tell you what.
What if you turn your camera off?
Is it
Bart?
working?
I mean, yeah, we can hear you fine. You sound
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
Well,
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
g'day.
Good day, mate.
Hello.
G'day.
You're
I got a package.
You did?
Yeah. I ought to go get it and show everybody, but I have it in the other room. Do you want me to?
That's totally your call, ma'am. That's yours.
All right. Well,
It's whatever
then
you want to
hold
do.
on. I'll go grab it. I went to go put it together, but I didn't want to break anything, so I was trying to be careful with it. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Rescue, I'm going to head off.
Huh? Alrighty, brother. You
I'm
be
not
safe,
fit.
brother.
Thanks again for the let me come on the chat.
got
To
it,
the
bro.
rest of you guys in the chat and everyone, take care.
God bless,
And,
brother.
God bless and stay safe.
Oh.
Till next
Yes,
time,
sir.
Rescue. Take care.
Prayers to you and the fam.
You too. Take care.
Hey, Rick.
I'm fired.
Oopsie. Bye.
Wizard. Well, I'm just trying to keep her in chat, and they say that if you, I think it was Dusty was telling Prepper Steady House Donkey about that. If you turn the camera off, I guess it helps fix sometimes the lag that they get. I don't know.
Probably.
Yeah, actually, on the lag thing, if you say 1 and then I say 2, we can see how much of a lag I have, if I even have one.
1.
2.
There you go.
No lag. Okay, cool. All right. Let me turn the camera back on. All right. Can you see?
Make you full screen. There we go.
It's
Look at that.
beautiful. I am so looking forward to this so much.
You found
I
a
want
good
to,
home.
yeah. And then there's the bow as well, which I thought, I had something that I could use, but it ended up being all messed up. So, because my
No.
kids had a violin, but it broke. But the bow was still there, but I think it was kept kind of in a humid place. So the glue, I guess, where the horsehair is, fell apart. So I'm gonna see if I can find a repair place around here and then get that put on. That's really cool. And then, y'all, he sent this too. It's a really beautiful old book. Battle Report, Pearl Harbor to Coral Sea. I don't know if you can see it. But it's beautiful. Thank you.
Yes,
And my
ma'am.
husband said thank you too.
Cool. Found a good home.
Do I have an echo?
No, ma'am.
I think it's me anyways, but I'm going to go ahead and get off anyways. It was good to see you guys.
Well, I'm glad you
Are you
came
leaving?
up.
I got to get some rest.
And
Yeah, I got to get some sleep.
Good to see you, Hurricane.
You too.
hey, a big virtual hug. And I am so proud of you. Just take that for what it's worth. You're doing awesome. I've been there, done that. So that's all I
Thank you.
can say. I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
Well
Thank you.
done.
One day at a time, right?
That's it. And hey, if it
Right.
takes it 1 minute at a time, whatever it takes.
Definitely. Yep. Yeah, definitely. All right. Love you guys.
Much love.
Love everybody. All right. See you guys
Get
later.
you some rest.
Yep. I'll be here tomorrow night.
Cool, cool.
All right. Love you guys. Love you, chat. Bye.
Bye.
I always thought me and people like me were the only ones that got such screwed up hours, but a lot of people are up.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Well,
Actually,
I get up stupid early.
It's got more
Sorry,
people
Bestie.
than I planned. Oh no, ma'am, you're fine. It's definitely picked up more people. It's like right now, there's 65 people in chat. I'm still I'm blown away. I'm so humbled by that. I know that probably sounds corny to some people. It's just that this isn't, I don't know. I'm just humbled by it. I can't believe it. And I seen that there's new subscribers, and I'm just like, wow.
Well, apparently something's going right. You know?
They like you guys.
No.
I've gathered the cool
Well,
kids.
I think I think that that having a variety of people up reaches out to a variety of different people as well. And it's something, you know, that they can listen to and learn and that kind of stuff. Talk.
Well, and that's, you know, we need to unify. You know, we're going to need to come together. We're all in this together. So if we're coming up with a solution, it's going to take a concerted effort. Ain't no single person going to do it.
Oh, that's definitely true.
Like
Sorry, I would have come up.
It's funny. William said, I think I have a VHS tape for beginning fiddle. I'll look later.
You know, I've actually wondered if I should get a VHS player. Find one somewhere. God, I can't talk this morning. Scat Pack Rescue sent it to me.
I think you'll find the tape stretch very easily. I had all kinds of VHS stuff in the 80s. And the players, it just stretches the tape, you know?
Well, yeah, and the magnetic on the tape will degrade. So if you do have any VHS, cassette tapes, anything on a film like that, you can convert it over to a digital. It'll last longer.
Yeah.
You know what I'd love is to have a record player.
Oh, that's still relevant. Vinyl on that, still today, you know. You can get a lot of turntables, very expensive, very good.
It would be really cool to have one of those old phonograph ones. You know what I'm talking about? I think that's what it was called, where you could like hand crank it.
Yep. And the speaker was actually just the funnel.
That's where the RCA dog used to sit in front of it and listen to it.
I actually still have one of the RCA lamps that my uncle had got when he worked for RCA, and it's a little lamp that hangs on the wall, and it has the RCA dog on the outside of it. And there was, let's see.
Cheech and Chong. Hey, Nikki. Yeah, Nikki and I were talking earlier about seed storage, because I was going through my seeds.
Oh.
It's a freaking mess. I might have a seed problem. I can't stop buying them.
Well, and okay, so now I've heard some of the others. So, is there a way to preserve those seeds?
I mean, there's a lot of different ways you can.
I know on our government side, we deep freeze all kinds of shit and we cryo stuff. But I mean, like on just a home level, can you like pack of seeds and then make them extend for a couple years?
If they're in Mylar, that's pretty good. The seeds that I have that are in Mylar bags from like 2012 and stuff, they still germinate just fine. But you just want cool, dark, dry. are the 3 things that you want, just like with food.
Okay.
But yeah, we were talking about doing a germination test because when I moved to this house, it didn't have any AC. And we moved here in, it was May or June. And I had all my seeds in boxes, but a lot of them have like paper packets.
Yeah.
And it's so humid in Virginia around that time of year. Well, actually, year round. But, you know, if I had a book sitting on the table, like the pages would start to feel damp, and that was happening to my seed packets. So I need to see, you know, if I lost some of those, because I keep seeds for years and years, you know? Seeds and animals, yeah.
Okay, Amy, don't work too hard. Try to smile or be the reason somebody else smiles.
Oh, is she going to bed?
She's going to work.
Oh, going to work. Hey, Grumpy.
Yeah, morning, Grumpy. Morning, Sharon.
I like his videos. They do the things.
I don't get it. I need to go watch some of his some more. I find myself reading so much here lately because I still swear up and down I'm gonna figure out a way to hang me a hammock or something right up in here so that way I can just lay in a hammock and I can still see my monitors.
Yeah. I've actually taken a step back from watching a whole lot of stuff. Like I'll come here in the morning, but I need a break from the news sometimes, and I'm trying to get stuff done, you know. And half the time I can't load YouTube during the day.
This is true. Yeah, it's when all the congestion's hitting.
Mm-hmm. Which actually is kind of peaceful sometimes.
Well, yeah. God's way of kind of telling you to take a break. Don't get too far in.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I still hear stuff, and I'll talk to people, but you know.
Well, but see, think about that though. In the back of your mind, you've slowly been highlighting spots so that then you don't go swim in the pool. You just kind of go and tip a toe into it and go, yep, okay, good. So see,
Yeah.
you've grown, I guess you could say. It sounds so weird to use that type of reference to what we're going through, but it's
Right.
like growing.
Well, I mean, I think sometimes it's easy to lose focus. Like you can just get so into current events or rabbit holes or anything else like that that it kind of removes you from or distracts you from what you really need to be doing. At least in my case. So I'm trying to like focus in on that again, and you know, I still get distracted. Hey, Wizard.
Hey, Wizard.
Morning, y'all. I've been waiting for
Morning.
this topic to come up for a couple of weeks now. Have you guys heard about like vegetables being radiated in the grocery store?
In the grocery store?
Yeah, like some species, like you can't propagate them when you get home because they've been radiated.
You know, that was my understanding that seeds and types of things that come over the border are irradiated for biosecurity reasons or whatever. But then I was told that, you know, other people have germinated beans and stuff like that that had come from out of country. So I could be wrong there. I'm wrong often.
Well, I was just
So-
doing a test. I mean, and I got a turnip the other day, and I'm like, oh, it doesn't have any growth on it. You know, it tasted like a turnip, so I chopped half of it and wanted to show you my little girl here. So evidently, this turnip is not radiated because it's germinating, right?
So wait, what'd you do? Because you broke up slightly on my end.
I just put it in a little ramekin with some water, and it's just the top of the turnip, and it's growing its little leaves.
So it's sprouting.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking that's like definitive that it's not radiated. And I did this onion last year.
You mean irradiated?
I just put it in a pot, and it's just growing nuts. I don't know when
Yeah.
to see if there's onions underneath, but
Well, that's slightly different than germinating a seed, too. You're
Right.
just kind of regrowing it. What would be interesting is if that turnip when it gets warmer, it'll probably go to seed. It'll start putting off blooms, and then seeds. And
cool.
I don't know if it has to cross pollinate with or pollinate with others. I can't remember. But then you could see if those would germinate. Probably would, though.
Yeah, I mean, I like the nerdy side of it. So,
Oh, I can go so nerdy, but then I lose people.
oh no,
And I
the
can't
more
remember
nerdy, the
some
better.
stuff.
'Cause, I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there that it's like,
Excuse me,
it's
sorry.
believable,
Yeah, Tony.
but it's kind of like, you have to be like really like super paranoid or whatever to believe it. But I mean, if they're saying that the vegetables are radiated or they're doing some process to them that they're not going to germinate, and you can't take it home and keep that vegetable going, I want to try it. So I mean, I guess I did the turnip this year. I did the onion last year, and I think I might do like ginger or something, just to see if it works.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with store-bought food, or even one thing that a lot of people talk about is like they're going to go to the farmer's market, and then they're going to get a vegetable, and then they're going to get the seeds from that vegetable, and then they're going to plant that, and then they expect the exact same thing. But a lot of even the organic produce that you'll get at a farmer's market from a farmer, like say it's a squash, it can cross-pollinate with other squashes if it's grown in that if it's grown in such a way that they can cross-pollinate, and then you'll end up with Franken squash, or a lot of them will plant hybrids too, and those aren't going to come back true to type. It's one of those things where like the idea is solid, but you have to think that through a little bit more.
And I think
Plus,
it was a month ago or so, you said that there was like a different definition when people are saying hybrid, that it's a good thing or a bad thing. I don't think that's really the issue. It's just that you can't plant it another time and then get that same veggie. It may look like Franken squash afterwards, but it'll still be squash and good to eat, but it'll never turn back to, beautiful thing that you got in the grocery store.
Right.
So hybridization isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just you don't know what you're going to get if it grows in the second year.
Well, every variety started as a hybrid of some kind, whether wild or not. Mm-hmm. It's just it stabilizes over time. And yeah, Nikki's right. Especially the biennial type plants. Like, how people plant onions, right? And they'll buy like the little tiny bulbs and spend a little bit more, and they'll put the bulbs in, and and then it grows. A lot of times those are the bulb will have gone through what it considers a winter, because they'll flower the next season. So what ends up happening is a lot of them will go to flower and not put all the energy into making that bulb, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. So I just do it from seed, which is what I'm planning on doing today.
I don't want to say stress them out, but actually make them go to vine.
Oh man, I can't hear him.
Yeah,
Is that him or me?
No, that's him, because he totally cut out. So is there a way to like fool the onions, or you just do it earlier in the season so it has longer to? I guess what I'm trying to ask, is there a way so that it doesn't think it kicks into the winter mode or something too soon, and it starts the flowering where it puts more into the product?
I don't know if there's a way to fool it. I just plant them from seed. It's cheaper anyhow.
Okay.
And it's really not that hard. Like,
so that
how
makes
I
a
do
big
it,
difference too, the seed versus the other way. That's what'll,
because that's its true first year.
Gotcha.
And then you have like your whole short day, long day thing, where depending on where you are, longitude wise, because I can't talk this morning, you'll choose whether you're doing short day or long day onions. I'm kind of like right in the middle, so I can kind of cheat a little bit.
Cool.
Last year I got one of those pumpkin pie pumpkins.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're amazing. I just eat those, just half them up, a little olive oil on the flesh side, put them down 30 minutes in the oven. You're good to go for a snack. They're amazing. What's weird is in where the seeds are, it tastes more like squash. Outside towards the rind, it tastes more like pumpkin. And I'm like, I got to tell Milk made this because it's on a nerdy level that it's like, I don't think anybody else would appreciate. But I had in my backyard, I don't know if you guys probably didn't see it a minute ago, but there's a really big black walnut tree. And evidently, you can't plant inside of the canopy of walnut tree. There's like
Jugalan.
Yeah, is that the name of? Yeah, I was going to say like lutein or something like that, but there's a chemical in the root structure that makes the soil poor for you to do vegetables, or it's not a contagion that you want in your garden or something like that.
It's not a contagion, so to speak. It's basically the tree's weed suppression. So, and it's not just in the root system, like it's throughout the entire thing. In the leaves, in the fruit. I mean nuts, but yeah, that's fruit.
Hey,
so it was just so weird because I'm like I was doing my YouTube thing and I'm like, wow, why did this walnut tree thing come in? So I had to watch it because I have one. And all of my soil that I've been cultivating for like 6 years, just green and leaves. And it's like, the soil is so amazing. It's like sand. It's like a really dark gray, doesn't smell, doesn't clump together, but it's got all this nutrients. And I can't plant my pumpkins there. I'm like, shit.
Well, I mean, here's my thing. Just give it a try. Like, you can always try it.
It's not like a poison, but it's just like not the most best area for your garden.
You still have stuff that grow underneath trees, walnut trees, because I have a whole bunch of black walnuts all over, and one really big one near me. And I've got wild blackberries and raspberries and stuff like that grow underneath its canopy. So it's not like nothing grows. So I would try it. Like a seed isn't really that expensive. So
what was the name of that enzyme or whatever that's in the canopy of the walnut?
Jugalan. I bet you Nikki could type it in the. I'm probably mispronouncing it.
Hey, Sage. Welcome, brother.
If she would, I'd appreciate that.
Glad you came by for a visit.
Because, I mean, if it's no big deal, then I'm just going to go ahead and I got like 30 pumpkin seeds and I'm going to have like overrun them. This is going to be like Wizard's pumpkin patch.
And they'll sprawl, man. They crawl.
Scat Pack says blackberries grow among the walnuts.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to do the lazy kind of farmer and poke them in the ground over by the canopy, and then string them up over like a wired trellis of some sort, and have the ends up on my deck so I could just pick them on the deck. I don't know if that's going to work, but
I mean, you could. I had a Franken squash when I first moved here. Somebody must have had some kind of pumpkin or whatever for Halloween or something. And Grumpy was right. You can do like a walnut guild. It's not going to kill every single thing. And Nikki was talking about that too.
What do you call it?
A guild. It's like a conceptual thing that kind of mimics nature, but you'll have a tree producing food, like nuts or fruit or something like that, and then you can have something binding up it, say a grape, and then you have other vegetables or brushy stuff like your berries, and then you have your vegetables underneath, and you can look it up. It's called tree guilds, but they're pretty cool.
So it's not like you're robbing anything from the tree, because this is like a 80-year-old tree, so it probably has a good root structure, but I wonder if it's beneficial to the under canopy fruit bushes or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, you can interplant things. I mean, all you have to do is just look at nature and see that it doesn't follow all the gardening rules.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Gooseberry, currants, and mulberry. That's what Grumpy
There you
go. And Song of the South, yeah. Abbott's going to start hiring charter buses and going to start directly driving them up to Washington and dropping them off.
Thank you,
Oh,
Grumpy. Thank you, Nick.
Now,
Yeah.
because I'm kind of just a upfront person, I will say that, it's easy to get excited behind that, but that's DeSantis said that down in Florida, and it didn't, because sometimes I think they get excited and they get, well, they're going to do this, but then it's like, okay, now are we planning the execution of this? And now it's like, oh yeah, this is a little, so I don't know. We'll see. I hope. Shit, I'm all for it. Actually, in a way, I wish we wouldn't even do that, but I think we ought to just, it's our damn border. It was our border before we joined this union. It can be our border while we're in this union, and it can be our border after this union if that's what need be. But all I know is this is damn Texas, damn it. We don't roll that way.
Y'all Texans.
That's it. People forget that history, but hey, we were our own place before this little union thing.
Mm-hmm.
They should send them to Vermont and Connecticut. Well, no, I'd say if we're going to send them anywhere, go ahead and pack that 10 square mile radius, shoulder to shoulder, if that's what it takes.
It's so close to me. Dang it.
I know, I'm sorry.
Well, it's like, probably 3 or 4 hours away. Probably closer to 4 now, actually. But
Yeah, I didn't know that you moved into your new place only in June. I thought you were there for like a decade or so.
oh no, this place, we moved here in 2020.
Wow.
In fact, we got like a COVID special because sorry, wrong word. But the appraiser didn't even get out of his car. He just wore his mask and guesstimated everything. It was fantastic. It would not have passed appraisal.
Wow.
That is
That worked
awesome
well.
song.
And I lost my last.
A Victoria RCA record player, circuit 1925.
Oh, wow. Do you have the records to play on it, or is it like one of those ones where you have the tubes you have to put in it? And it plays the song, the pre-recorded song on those cylinders?
Oh yeah, the tubes, yeah.
It might be a completely different thing, but didn't feel smart this morning, only with 2 cups of coffee.
I think, RCA in 1925, I think I think those were vinyl. So I don't think that was the.
Sorry, Andy, that's me.
I don't know about that year, but the original, you would know that the original, when they recorded to disc, like a record, it wasn't vinyl.
Well, no, I just used that word to reference the disc versus the tube.
Oh yeah, okay, I understand.
Because we went from the tube style to the needle, and I don't know what that material was, but I can reference vinyl.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was like polycarbonate or some horse shit.
Yeah, it was. Me too, Tony. I got boxes of them, brother. I passed on an Elvis record to somebody, because that's why I laugh sometimes when I play some of this music, because it's like I can play, I don't know, hell. Well, I'm trying to think of one right off the top of my head. Okay, well, I know Bad Company. So Bad Company, I literally have the 45, the 33, the 8-track, the cassette, the CD, and the MP3, and yet YouTube will tell me I'm a copyright violation, and it's like, dude, I own this shit before you were even thought of. What do you mean a copyright violation?
Yeah, if the birds are bothering anybody, I'll just mute. So
I think everybody
I can barely hear them, but evidently they're coming through on my mic. I mean, they're here every morning. Bluebirds and cardinals, and
there was somebody else that came up on panel the other day, and it kind of they blend in with the music in the background. So if there's a pause, you get this chirp and a little bit of the music, and
it's melodious to me.
All I can say, if there's somebody here and the birds are just driving you nuts, then I'm sorry, and I hope you have an awesome day, and I hope you smile and help somebody else smile. I don't.
Because you ain't smiling here.
I guess not, because I'm cool with the birds. So
That's why I was asking the other day, because they were going nuts out here the other day. But I think my headphones will cancel out background noise. And the reason I use them now is because I notice if I just have my speakerphone on, for some reason it cuts in and out. Not so much with the headphones. I don't know why.
Morning, Mayor. I think the noise cancellation, it's trying to filter out frequencies that would be like a vocal frequencies versus the white noise type. Only sometimes an object or object hits another one, well, that frequency's still going to come out at that level, so then it'll pick it up, and the birds are chiming at that higher one, so it picks it up clear.
Gotcha. Yeah. They sound great though. I love birds. I miss them over the winter.
My God,
now you're making me feel guilty.
Violation. I hope no song uses that type of chirp in their song. It might get a copyright violation.
I feel guilty. I have to go to Lowe's Hardware and get some of those I have a little birdhouse out front, and it has like a little blue house, and that's where the bluebirds go. Man, one day there'll be literally no birds here, and the next day after I put those, 50 of them.
Oh wow!
Bird's favorite.
Morning, TJ.
Can't remember. It's like a purple marlin or something like that. But this year I'm going to try getting a Baltimore Oriole. And I got to tell you, I've seen it once before where I used to live in Pennsylvania. But if you have a hook, like a dual shepherd's hook, you cut orange in half, and you put the orange on the shepherd's hook, and then you put some grape jelly in the center. Wow.
It's cutting in and out. It was funny.
Oh shit! Sorry, man.
But no, as long as it's funny, because what I've grown accustomed to myself is depending on the level of the cutout, and depending on the topic, you can still go right along and never miss a beat. But depending on the topic and then how severe, then you just start making shit up yourself, because it's like I caught and so you just go ahead and make up your own sentence. Like, this sounds good. I'll go with this one.
Yeah, shepherd's hook, navel oranges, grape jelly, and Orioles. That's all you need.
There you go.
There you go.
By the way, Brian, I saw that up there, and I was going to comment. He says I'm hiding under my desk because of the bird sounds. I've been birdie bombed before, and I don't want to hear all that whiny stuff. Just get the bunny to protect you.
Yeah, grab that bunny and start swinging.
Grab the bunny. Oh,
I've never seen that one movie. What was it, was it a Hitchcock movie?
The Birds.
Or The Birds?
The Birds.
I've never seen it.
Yeah, The Birds.
It's creepy.
Is it? I have, well, she's more of an acquaintance rather than a friend, but she was obsessed with that movie.
Especially if you kind of watch the swarms, the way that they happen, and migration swarms, and they'll do, and you can kind of, it can be one of those things that then all of a sudden you start going, ooh, I don't know, you just, because it's
Right.
kind of a weird similarity. It's like, yeah, what if they did churn on us?
I love watching that, because if you think about it, just the way that they'll all be flying and then just shift all of a sudden, like, how does that happen? Is there like a hive mindset here? Like,
yeah,
are they just visually cueing off of each other and it's a trickle down effect? But it seems like sometimes they just shift immediately.
Right.
It's fascinating.
I think you'll find it something like that. They use a type of sonar.
Yeah.
That's what I understand.
Kind of what I was taking, some kind of sonar, and it's like, we're going left. It's like everybody goes left. See, as a kid outside, I had blackbird gumbo and down.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because you just go out, and every year when they would migrate, you just go out there. And matter of fact, it was always a fun time, because I've referenced this joke before, but that was the one time a year where we could go out and have dual shotguns in our hand out in the field, and like my dad was totally okay with it, because that's all you do. You just go out and start shooting. some buckshot up and you drop them and or bird shot, and then they come down. Well, then you go put the guns on the tailgate and you just go around and start picking them up and you pluck out the breastbones, and that's blackbird breast gumbo.
Huh.
But that was, yeah. And then, of course, in the movie, and then you kind of go, yeah, it's okay. And I remember as a kid, we used to joke because it'd be like, I got retribution. So it's
Really?
yeah. I've never been scared of horror movies, so they don't. I get a kick out of them. Matter of fact, I keep my goal is so when is this moment? And then I try to go, okay, here it comes. It's going to be right here. Here it comes.
Yeah.
There it goes. Yeah. That's my entertainment.
And watch the original Salem's Lot from like 1978.
No.
But watch it with the lights on. It's still 50 years old. It still gives me the creeps.
See, I
Jaws.
don't generally. Oh, Jaws. Well,
Jaws.
see, I didn't watch Jaws till I was a teen.
That was the only one
And-
that's ever gotten me.
Yeah, and then we went to Myrtle Beach one time, and we might have been imbibing. And anyhow, we went out into the ocean at night, and my brother-in-law is such a jerk, and he swam under the water and yanked my feet out from underneath me. Freaking freaked me out. But
Oh, I'd be
that's
pissed.
how he kind of rolls.
Oh, that was the thing to do, man, back in, especially after that. And it's funny because I look back now and I think, I guess I was kind of a chicken shit in a way whenever I was young, because after watching Jaws, I wasn't going in the ocean. I mean, it's like, nah. But I'd come and we'll go swimming in the lakes and in the river and in the creeks. Never had no problem. But with Jack with people, because other people, once they saw that movie, they would just freak out about any kind of body of water. So then you'd get them in a lake, and it's like, and then you do that to them, and that's what they would reference would be Jaws. Like, oh my God, and it's like, we're in a lake. I mean, I even didn't get that serious. But hey, when I worked offshore for a while right before my kids were born, I worked offshore, and that's what I used to tell them in survival class, because we'd have to go through all this water survival shit, and it's like, dude, I ain't jumping in that ship. I'm going to be on this last piece of metal that goes under. That's the food chain that lives down there. I know this. I catch the stuff that lives down there. I'm not volunteering. It could save your life. Save it for what? 1.5 seconds until I feed the guppy down here? Oh yeah.
There's a campground near me, and the lake is called Camp Crystal Lake. I really just want to go and spend a weekend there just to freak myself out.
Was that Jason's lake?
I believe, yeah.
Friday the 13th. Wasn't that his Crystal Lake was where he supposedly?
Yeah, I haven't seen that one either. I
really?
don't watch horror movies for the most part. I
get
saw
scared?
Scream.
Man.
You know how
And
you
it's all
Milk,
the
you
rain.
live in a cave?
No, I was actually rather fearful as a kid. Not fearful, but number one, I wasn't allowed to watch that, and number two, when I did, I was like, oh my gosh, I've had to toughen up over the years.
you know how you get everybody out of the lake when you're about waist
This is like serious Americana.
How Blackwatch?
You get everybody out of the lake. We used to go to it. The water's about waist high or higher, and you say to everybody, "What just brushed my leg?" My leg. They'll run. They'll run every time.
Did you feel that? Hey, morning, Sharon, and congratulations, ma'am, on 44-year wedding anniversary. That is awesome,
Hey,
inspirational.
congrats.
Wow.
That's a blessing. Thank you for sharing that. That is so
Congrats.
cool.
That's not easily done today.
Nope,
Right?
that is cool.
Wow.
I've been divorced over 25 years. This October would have been our 50th anniversary.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Time flies.
Or maybe not. Maybe it was a good thing.
How'd that
Sometimes,
go?
like, I think sometimes it's for the best for some cases, but
Yep. Hey, afternoon, Jason. Good day, good morning, good afternoon, but I know it's afternoon for you because you're across the pond, sir. Hopefully everything is going well. think me and my wife have been married for 32. I think it's 32 years.
You better not
Oh,
think.
wow.
You better have this down to the date, brother, or you're in trouble.
Nah, actually, I have a cool pass with that card because that's just, she doesn't get mad at me. She knows that's just, she knows I mean well. And if you remind me of the date, the emotion and the love is behind it. I just don't, my wife has learned to adapt to me. Some trivial information I just don't retain. I choose not to retain it because it's not going to change. It's like, why do I need to remember a date? I'm going to see you next year. Why do I have to remember if it's 2, 3, or 4? You're going to be here.
You know, there's little
Oh, I've never. Sorry.
That's okay. Go ahead.
I've never really been big into like super celebrating stuff or making a big deal about things. Like I'm the dude in the relationship when it comes to this stuff. Like I'm like, oh yeah, it's our anniversary. Like you want to go out to eat? Like, and it better be
high
Mexican.
five in the kitchen, you know.
Yeah, passing. Didn't kill each other again.
29
Kids
years.
are still alive. We're great parents, you know.
Actually, for my 20th, I asked for a dump truck of manure, and it took until now. But I have 5 now. I have about 50,000 pounds of manure. Hey, baby.
Just keep in mind, Milkmaid, that there are women across the world that get their shit a whole lot faster than that.
Good point.
Right? What's up, Bug Out?
What's going on, man?
Not a lot.
I just called in because I heard that Milkmaid was talking about her dump truck.
Ha ha. Yeah, no. Well, more like dump trailer, and it's full of shit.
Scat Pack, congratulations on 14 years.
14 years of what?
Marriage.
Oh.
And Grumpy at 29 years. Yeah, there was Miss Sharon was at, 44 years. Yeah.
44 years. Oh my God.
Right? That's impressive.
Yeah, it's good to remember the number, maybe encourage people that there is good relationships out there. You can make it work. For me, though, I'm kind of like with you, though. I don't do dates. It's like my birthday. I probably wouldn't even give a shit about my birthday. It just so happens to be 4/20, and that's become some kind of worldwide national day nowadays. Of course, when I was growing up, it wasn't celebrated that way.
Right?
Right.
God. So 44 years, would you feel a little uncomfortable when you're like, when I got married, disco was a thing, you know?
Wait, how could...
Wow.
Wasn't... Yeah. Yeah, I guess
God,
we'll go through...
you just know she's got some wedding pictures with some 19-inch flyway collars and the blue and navy blue trim, tuxedos and all that
platform
stuff.
shoes.
Yeah, all that.
Mm-hmm.
A disco ball in the background.
Living it up.
I hear it's coming back.
Man, here's some music. Because when I was a kid, when disco was going on, it was dying when I was a kid. In the 70s. Well, that's actually was the heyday as well. But anyway, I cannot stand to hear the Bee Gees. I hate the Bee Gees. It just reminds me of in the snow waiting on a school bus, just hearing his voice like this, and just going, God, I hate this guy. I don't know, what is Andy Gibb or Barry Gibb or whatever. It's like, I hate these people. I hate them. I'm frozen on the school bus. These people are singing like a injured parakeet, and I just wanted them to die,
It was very good.
Your parakeet.
Hey, there you go. Bug Out. Sharon said tuxedos, yes. No disco stuff. Country blue colors.
You know how Barry started that? What's it called? The Voice. Oh crap! I can't think of it. He was in the shower. He was in the shower thinking about something, And he started singing like that. And his wife almost called 911. What's wrong with you? And they decided it doesn't sound too bad, so they started singing that. I forget the name of it. It's the high voice,
How doing?
the head voice.
Morning, Living.
Yeah.
Glad you're here.
The
Hopefully
falsetto, I
everything's
think they call it, or whatever.
Falsetto, that's it. Falsetto. She said she thought he had turned the hot water on full or something. The story goes.
What's pretty wild is like, for being musically talented, like I can just kind of pick up instruments and fiddle with them and make some stuff with it, you know. But I can't sing to save my life, and I don't know what the disconnect and the difference is, but I can't make the sound with my voice, but I can make it on an instrument. And I can't tell if I'm off key or off pitch or any of that stuff when I'm trying to sing. I just
Really?
can't sing at all. No, I'm terrible.
If the
I'm really
dogs are
bad.
howling, you're probably off pitch.
Morning, C. Morning, Eric.
See, I can hold a tune, but I can't. My voice isn't that great. So I just don't. The cows hear me sing. That's about it.
Well,
And
my
little
brother
ones.
used to say I sang like an amputee. I couldn't hold a note and I couldn't carry a tune.
Oh, damn.
But the funny part is, my brother was the least musically talented person that I knew. I got pretty lucky, man. In my neighborhood, that they all recently started experimenting with music. We actually were way ahead of our time, you know. But not my brother. He was very terrible at everything.
What, like with the instruments? Because you were breaking up a bit there.
Oh, yeah, that was what I meant.
Hey, Living. I'm
And
glad
there's a friend of
glad
mine.
you came in. Hopefully everything's going okay. Go ahead, bug out.
Oh,
I
come
was just
on.
going to say there was a friend of mine who was determined to be a drummer, and he would get so mad at me because I could sit down, and I can't do a lot of the advanced stuff, but my timing and rhythm is on, and that's really all you need to be a basic drummer. I could just sit down and play stuff, and he would get so mad at me but the 1 and 2 and stuff that these drummers, how they learn how to play stuff, it totally throws me off. And I'm like, I don't blame you for not learning this stuff fast, because the way you're teaching yourself is so abstract off of what really is happening, you know? And I don't know, whatever.
I'm sorry to
I
hear
think
that.
some
Living
people
in
can.
Mike. Oh,
What
one segment,
happened?
mate. Hey, Eric, what problems you having with chat? What do you mean? Like you can't up at the top just kind of go into, what is it, general? What do they call it on the phone? Isn't it just the comments are private?
The top in the live chat.
Well, I don't know. He
Yeah.
said still having trouble with the top live chat and comments. Anyone know how to fix
Well, it always defaults to top chat for me, and then I have to hit live chat. But then something
Yeah,
I've
me too.
noticed is if I'm in live chat, I've missed some top chats, because you'll see somebody say hi to somebody, and you're like, I didn't see them come in, you know. And then you realize that you screwed up again.
You got to use live chat all the time, especially if you own the channel.
Wizard got my internet. Shitternet.
it? Right.
That's what I call it now. I can't believe it's still working.
Well, how do you like that, the way he does that? See, I'm starting to wonder if Wizard isn't like partially Democratic or something, because I got some of
Does he wear
Milkmaid's
Birkenstock?
Shitternet this morning. So see, he already put that on you. So it's Milkmaid's Shitternet this morning. Might jump
They
back
all-
up when the storm passes. So it's not that it's the storm, it's Milkmaid's Shitternet. Instead, it's
Right?
really the storm.
Everybody wants to blame me.
Yeah, I see how you
I think it's
let it slide.
Birkenstocks.
It could be his Birkenstocks. Although I have Birkenstocks, so I really can't pass judgment.
So, okay. So Eric said when I put up a comment, the rest of the chat disappears. Have to switch to the other and back again to see the chat. Has
Oh,
anybody
that's
else
weird.
had that kind of issue? You might not be giving the FBI time to copy and paste, Eric, before you're going back. That might be what it is. I'm just picking.
Maybe
Is that
they don't like all
steel and
caps.
tree?
Yeah.
You talking Steel and Tree, Eric?
Yep.
Yeah.
His system randomly harasses him though. So
Well, he also, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Eric, don't you work like around a large magnetic field or something that produces a large magnetic field? It might just be checking that phone up.
yeah, he might be warlocking himself.
Yeah, you might. Matter of fact, you know what? If you're already at the house or you're not, don't do it driving, but try uninstalling the program itself. YouTube, and then going and getting it again through the Play Store. Hopefully not the App Store at Apple, but Go ahead.
Or restart your phone, dude. That's step one, man. Almost every phone problem I get, if I restart my phone, everything just goes away and it's back to normal. I don't have to restart this phone so much, so I don't really do it enough.
So wait a minute. So is that why you decided to just trash the car into the river, because you were like trying to restart the vehicle so you could get another one?
No. Although I was really surprised that the insurance didn't ask me that, because that was such a $1 million wound that if I was like an insurance investigator, I would have been like, did this guy do this on purpose? Because, there was like 80,000 recalls on the truck, and I was just talking to my wife going like, man, I wish I could just get rid of this thing. And, I can't rely on this thing and shit hit the fan if everything is being recalled one piece at a time, and then like a couple days later, I ramped off of a guardrail and landed into a canal.
And it was by accident, of course.
You couldn't pay me to do it again on purpose, though.
Well,
I mean, the odds of surviving that were pretty low.
Dude, I jumped from the garage to the house one time when I was a kid, and you couldn't pay me to do that again either, but I did do it the first time on purpose.
Yes, alligator infested swamp canal. Perfect place.
Actually, I'm driving by this canal right now, in fact.
Have you had your purple crayon today?
Facing back. All right.
Okay, so Eric said he's tried restarting the phone, and the phone stays away from the equipment. So you might try, if you've restarted, the next step, computer-wise, you would try to, like, if there was an update or anything, restart, okay. Then you uninstall it, restart it, and then go back and install it again so it can do it fresh. If that doesn't...
Okay, so I'm about to show you guys exactly where this shit went down.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, let me take it off the chat.
If anybody cared, because I'm passing it right now. Here, gotta give me a couple seconds. Yeah.
Don't crash again there.
Right.
Well, I'm going the other direction this time. It's kind of hard to crash. I'll show you the guardrail that I fucking leveled, and then you'll be like, how is this dude still alive, Let me see.
Fresh spark for the win.
I gotta get a little. Oh man, it's a little bit further. Give me a couple seconds here. I don't want to drive
too fast. I can't even remember where it happened.
I know about where it was. Okay. We are getting closer.
See, I think the other night it started out something simple like this, and then all of a sudden we watched the screen like this, and then it started to shake, and then it went on its side.
Yeah, maybe hold that wheel.
I might just be having flashbacks or something. But...
Okay, so...
Why don't you turn the phone the other way?
I will when I get there. I don't know. There's a questionable area right here, and I don't know if these are feds in these cars or not, so I don't want to be looking like I'm filming them.
Come on, give him a little scare.
This is where the Altair place is right here, and it's like that place right there with like the federal flags and shit on it.
Oh,
It's where they train goons for the feds. Okay, so right there is where they pulled me out. You can see how it's. Oh God, you can't see how.
You can see a little.
You can't fucking see, but I'll show you the guardrail anyway. We should be able to see that.
well, were you aiming for whatever that is over there in that field on the other side of that canal? Is that what you were aiming for? Because I noticed when you said right there, and I look on the other side of the bank, and there's like something over there.
And now we have a lap shot.
No,
Well, you made Nikki's day.
I'm just gonna get out of the freaking car and
There you go,
Okay.
Nikki. Screenshot that. It's all for you, darling.
Here we go. You guys want to see? You guys want to learn how to destroy a guardrail? There we go. That was all me. Look at it. I
Make sure-
destroyed this thing.
No,
And
you gotta.
so this was where I busted through. Say what?
I was gonna say you need to tell them what kind of brush guard you had though, because you don't want to do that with a regular car.
Did you guys see that, or did my?
Yeah.
I think
Mm-hmm.
if I get too far away, I think the
Yeah,
internet is going to go out. But
Yeah,
so
Yeah.
that's
it'll
where
stop using the
I
car.
wrecked. And
Nope.
Oh, there he goes.
Nope. Somehow, when you came from this approach, you lost it. The other approach, you still had connection. I will say,
He's probably
just
still
while-
talking.
and while yeah, right. That guardrail, you can just see by the way it's bent and curved down like that guardrail saved him. That and the fact the brush guard, because they were able to work together, but that slowed his roll. If that guardrail hadn't been there, that would have been one of those. Hit the impact of the water, flip, roll, and tumble, probably either farther down or on the other side. Oh, look, his hand's going. Yeah, he's still talking.
So-
about it and nothing.
no, I'm not. I'm talking now. Can you hear me? I'm closer to the truck.
Mhm.
There you are. Yeah, you just came back
We
in
have
moving.
5x5.
Okay, so that's where it happened. I went up in the air, and then there's a little post here, like about where that first tree is. There's a little white post. I was just past that when I hit the water. So that's like 40 solid feet that I was in the air.
Airborne.
Jeez.
Well, he jumped
And I-
up. He just didn't hook up.
Man.
But that's why. I was airborne when it happened.
Good Lord.
And that's why I was going like, shit, how do I steer out of this? Like, I'm in the fucking air. Like, what do you do? You know?
Because you hit it and then dragged along? I thought you just went straight in.
No. The push bar, the way it was shaped, it made me ramp off of the I ramped off of the guardrail. That's why it got flattened like in 2 or 3 different spots, because it used it as a springboard to launch me in the air instead of going. I didn't go through it. I kind of went over it, if that makes any sense.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty, Eric. Be safe driving, brother.
Don't crash into a canal.
I'm gonna let this.
What I found,
Go ahead, man.
what I found worse than the guardrails, you might have them down there. I've only done it once, and you'll have an area of the road where it might have water or something, and they have about 6-inch posts. They drive into the ground with cabling in it, and the cabling goes into the ground.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I hit that sideways with the front of the car, and those buckles came through the glass. If anybody was beside me and were in the back seat, they would have been dead instantaneously. The buckle just broke from the post, and it's just like a slingshot.
Oh.
That was the worst accident I ever had.
Yeah, those cables and poles, they're basically the equivalent of the guardrail. It's just through what they call a cable system, and they'll do that. I know down here we do it depending on the terrain. of the road itself. And if there's like a gap where that guardrail would do just like what it did to Bug Out, it'll act more like a ramp than anything. Then they'll put the cable, because most of the time your bumpers, the intent behind the design was that the front bumper is going to go in the front end and it'll catch on that cable and act like a slingshot and keep you there, keep you from rolling and flipping. It's just that, like everything else, in a certain set scenario, they say, yeah, this works. And then they implement it across the country with all different landscapes and different 300 million people doing it. And all of a sudden it's like, damn, there's still accidents. Yeah, this ain't the lab.
The front end of the car went in, broke the post, brought it back, and it still spun the car all the way down the length of the cable. And put it back.
I know my friend, we were young, and you know how when you get good at driving, you start learning how to drift, but when you're really bad at driving, you start doing it by accident. You know, he was at that stage, and he put the rear panel of his car, it was an old like Le Mans or something, and he went right into these Jersey barriers, but they were the kind that you fill with water, and it just so happened that they didn't put water in the Jersey barriers. They just blocked this part of I don't think it was a road. I think it was a parking lot, but they used it to barrier off a section of parking lot to kind of corral the cars. Well, he went sideways, and the rear quarter of his driver's side went right into these Jersey barriers, and it would have been like broken bones and stuff were those full of water. But instead, it launched a Jersey barrier like it was a football, like it was a field goal. It went up in the air and just went flying. It was the coolest thing I ever saw.
Hey, Indy wanted to know, Bug Out, did you fall asleep, bad weather? What led to the accident?
Well, this is
okay. Wait a minute.
honestly,
hold on. Wait. Well, before you answer that, so just what did you tell insurance happened?
Well, exactly what I'm gonna tell you guys, because it's really it's what happened. I didn't figure it out till the next day, but actually my coworker figured it out, because I was like, when it happened, I was like, I have no idea how that happened. Like suddenly I was there and I was going too fast and I blasted right through it. But this area that I'm at is really, really remote, and there's no street lights. There's almost zero. But there's been so many fatalities at that area. So many people have made that particular collision that they put a street light there. Well, the street light a day or two before that had burnt out, and they did the time change. So it was way darker than it normally was when I was used to driving there, you know? So not only was it an hour darker, and it was right at the time where like that hour makes a big difference, you know? And that street light burnout. So the mix of the two, I thought I wasn't as far as I was. And by the time I realized it, I was like going 30 something miles too fast for the conditions, you know? And I turned into a human catapult.
Grumpy says, it was the coolest thing. Usually follows some bored Marine shenanigans.
Yeah.
I have one quick question. Did you say yeehaw as you was jumping in the air?
I'm guessing it was oh shit.
Yeah.
Jesus,
oh
take
shit
the
was
wheel.
exactly. I said oh shit about 17 times in a row while that was going on.
Oh, well, you should have done yeehaw just like the good old boys.
You know what you say to the insurance company? You say, I was just driving along, minding my own business. And this guardrail came out and hit me hard. You know? Like,
it came out of nowhere. It came right at me.
Yeah, what could I do? I know it's serious.
Funny thing was, and this was what I thought was crazy. One, the engine ran for a long time while it was in the water, and I don't know where it was getting its air from. That's
what?
Weird thing. Yeah, it ran for probably 20 seconds underwater, or at least it sounded like it did. But then when the water actually got into the engine, it started turning the windshield wipers on, affecting the headlights on and off, and the horn. The horn was randomly going off, and it was really bizarre. Like, I never thought.
That was the electrical shorting out.
Yeah.
It could have a built-in emergency.
box.
Could have a built-in emergency system too, and then a crash.
Well,
but with it being so dark, when it would kick on the windshield wipers, I thought it was an alligator. You know.
Wow.
So I was like, "Oh shit!" You know, like it's coming. Here it is.
No, it might have kept running for a minute because the way they put those, in the old days, they just put the breather and that was it. And then there might be a short neck on some of them. But nowadays, most of them have tubing that go over to the front, over behind the headlight. Well, if you happen to land at the angle where that corner was the last part to go under it, as long as nothing stops the air.
I was wondering that because like maybe the side that it drew the majority of its air from was still up because the passenger side stayed above water for quite some time. I was floating on the truck for probably 15 minutes before I got the balls to jump in, you know?
Well, that and the air trap, the pocket of air trapped underneath the hood.
Yeah.
Could have been.
But man, when that thing started going down, it started going down like Herculean style. It floated for a minute and then it just gave up the ghost and started going down fast, you know? And I was like, ooh, man, I gotta do this because I didn't want to get my electronics and shit wet. And I was like, this is already going to be an expensive mistake. Like, I don't want to make it twice as expensive, you know?
Right.
Well, that's just anybody kind of, if you ain't ever been sunk in a boat or anything like that, it's all cool until it crests that certain point at the surface and then it creates a vacuum and will pull things around it into that and pull you down. So if you do start to sink in anything, truck, like bug out, boats in normal people's fashion, but then you definitely want to try to swim away from it.
Normal people's fashion.
You know what's funny though, like what Grumpy brought up though, all the helo dunker training I did and all that water training that they gave me that I was like, I will never use this stuff. And it was from like over 20 years ago. All that stuff kicked in and I just started doing it. It was crazy. Like I didn't even, if you would have asked me what to do, I couldn't have rattled it off to you, but my body did it when I was in there, you know?
So really now weird. The training made sense.
Yep.
Right. I mean, that's what I did. That's what my hands did while my
paid off.
My head was going, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. And I was just watching my hands do stuff. And I was like, well, God, at least somebody's got their shit together here, you know?
At least one of us. Yep.
I can just imagine him talking to the insurance guy going, so no shit, there I was.
You see? It was like,
see what happened was
you all have that little voice inside your head, the one that says, hey man, don't kill all those people yet. You know?
Right. In Minecraft world, yeah.
Lord have mercy.
Oh.
I did not like dunk training.
Cindy's killing me in these comments, man.
I know, dude. You get some of that shit in your nose, and oh my God, it's like liquid fire all underneath your eyes and behind your eyes and shit. Just like
what are they talking about?
Well, Grumpy was talking about dunk training, and I just referred to the first thing I saw that was you get water up in your nose. Burns like liquid fire.
You know, if you sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, man.
If you intend to make a habit out of this, you might want to invest in a good pair of water wings and keep them beside you in the seat, you know?
Yeah.
I can see him in floaties driving down the road with his tattoos.
Your personalized license plate on your on the vehicle you're driving now should have said the SS Minnow.
You know, that's it. So underneath your safety equipment, what you need, bug out now, is you need to go to the store and get you some of them little sleeve things for, the kids and put that underneath your shirt. So if you have this moment again, you hit your emergency button and float your arms up so then you won't sink.
That's not right.
It could happen.
I'd say carry an extra scuba tank and some fins and snorkel. Just saying.
It is funny, man, but this weirdo that I work with, he's one of those, like, always be prepared guys, which, I mean, that's cool. You could say I'm the same thing, but this guy goes a little overboard with stuff. he actually has the old ripcord inflatable life vest with the salt water or the water strobe that's on it and all that shit. You know, he actually keeps that in his truck
with the shark
and I'm like,
Kind of more of a boat thing, wouldn't you say?
more of a what?
Unless you're going to drive bug out style.
A boat thing.
Yeah, and I thought I was weird, and the thing that I wanted to ask him is, I wanted to be like, did you have this in your truck before I crashed? You know, like, did you go, oh, there's one situation I didn't think of, and then you went out and bought this because of me? Did you do that? You know, but I didn't have the balls to ask him in case he said yes. I would have felt stupid, you know.
Have you ever noticed people recount an accident? And I don't want to use the language, but the common thing is just before you hit, oh shit. Everybody says the same thing. Have you ever noticed that? When they're recounting an accident?
Grumpy says the difference between fairy tales and sea stories is the sea stories start with "this ain't no shit."
And if you don't say it, you're thinking it. I guarantee you.
Well, here's the kind of funny thing about that is your brain actually has an eighth of a second that it can choose to not store to memory or store to memory. So your brain is actually kind of a time machine because it can speed through time and or slow time down if it decides to keep that extra little bit of data. And an example of that is your alarm clock. It flashes a light over and over again on a strobe, and your brain says the light's on, the light's off, the light's on, the light's off. And it's like, man, we're going to go crazy keeping track of this. So it just makes the alarm clock a constant tone. So you see, 12:56 p.m. on your alarm clock, but really it's a strobe light, and the old televisions work the same way. It decides to take that little fraction of a second and just throw it away and make it a constant tone. But your brain does the same thing. Like if you're on a long drive and you just forget how you got home, it's because your brain was like, we do this so many times, we don't need to remember this, But when you have an accident, it seems like it takes 10 years for it to happen because it saves every little piece of data that you collected, The brain's amazing, man.
What's up, Big Chip?
So it's kind of flashing like the 12 o'clock on a VCR before you programmed it.
Yeah, but like way faster,
Right.
Most people say just before, when you see it, you realize that everything slows down. It just slows right down.
Oh, it happens.
And people say that's a protection. It's to protect yourself, so they say. Who knows?
Yeah, the other funny part is most of your neural pathways are formed before you can speak, when you're an infant. And most of your potential to generate, the synaptic hardware and your neurons and your dendrites and all that stuff, it happens while you're in the womb. So, like, you can affect the intelligence of a child by what you eat. And this has been proven, actually. Like, for example, fish proteins and stuff like that will make a child more intelligent. And, like the omegas and all that stuff. Like, it's really amazing, but like they have actual concrete data that it does make a difference. Now, you're not going to make somebody into Einstein because you ate fish the whole time you were pregnant, don't get me wrong, but every little point helps, I guess, right?
Yeah.
I had to explain to my son who just moved in how to take the trash out to the rolling dumpsters that we have. And I was like, okay, just to recap, you're 30 years old and I had to teach you how to take the garbage out. That's the recap. Just think about that when you go to sleep tonight,
You're really trying to mess with his head, aren't you?
But, yeah.
You going to come back up, Milkmaid? If you feel like it.
Oh, he's my son, Like, I think every father is... I'm kind of like Red from that '70s show. I'm really like, I guess I'm a tough lover. I guess you would call that. I don't know.
Tough love. That sounds like what was that, late '70s, early '80s or something? I think that was part of the speech thing was tough love.
So do you hear yourself saying dumbass quite often?
Yes, all the time, dude. I like, and the thing is, he is a dumbass though, you know? So it's really hard to hold it back sometimes because it's like, you know, he moved in, he's living in my mom's house, which is like 100 yards away from my house. And I go over there, or my wife does. One of us goes over there at about 5 o'clock every day, and we feed all the dogs. So my dog will go into her house, and all three of them will eat in the house because my dog decided she likes to eat indoors. Don't ask me why. She wants to be outside all the time, but she likes to eat in air conditioning. Go figure. But
1 sec, bug out. All right, Grumpy, have a good day, brother. Smile.
Yeah, see you later, man.
Or get somebody else to smile.
Later, Grumpy.
Don't ever forget, though.
Appreciate you, brother.
Don't ever forget, though, your son is fruit of the loom. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. What does that say about me, right? But in my defense, though, his mother was so dumb that she was almost a plant. You know, like if she would have lost a few more points of intellect, like she definitely would have been in the vegetable family. You know.
Careful where careful where thy place thine feet. There's a lot of women in here.
Oh, I know. That's what when you go window shopping with your eyes only, some weird stuff happens. That's all I can say.
Well, all the women will say men are visual creatures, so maybe they got a point.
Oh, they surely do. Especially when men are young. That is a very hard. That's a very hard tendency to bypass. You know, you can't get past it sometimes. You know, and I suffered from that big time when I was younger.
Yeah,
I think shallow is the word.
Well, actually, Scatpack was saying, how is that helping? And then Huda was, don't be an ass dad and call your child ugly names. Didn't go.
Don't be a ass dad?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I guess
Exactly what
it's
he
an
said.
ass.
Exactly what he said.
I guess ass dad. Well, I guess that'd be like a dad that's being an ass. Who else has to put your arms around your children? Tell them you love them.
See, I was nurturing for 18 years, and then when he became an adult was when we started having problems, you know, because I was like, well, you know, you're an adult now. And he would say, well, I'm only 19. And then it was like, I'm only 22. I'm only 25. And I was going like, dude, I fought 2 wars and had 3 kids by the time I was your age, you know, like, come on, man. Like, it's not that hard, dude. Just get a job, you know, be a normal dude. He's a welder, you know, and he actually kind of landed himself. He's a pipe welder. So like he's got a really good skill. He did good there, you know. He's going to make it. Don't get me wrong. But it's just like he acts so helpless all the time. I'm just like, my God, man.
Well, he's a cross between the worlds then.
Yeah,
it's kind of like he's smart and he gets stuff, but then he's also got the 2020 version to where it's like, so it's kind of a merge of the two.
Yeah, it sure is. And that it gets frustrating, you know. So with him as an adult was where my frustrations began, because I imposed a new standard on him that he wasn't ready to take. He wanted to be 15 for like 20 years in a row, you know?
Yeah.
Like my son was very
he's really into shoes, like sneakers.
Sorry.
Turning what?
No, I totally interrupted you. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say my son was getting upset about he was getting upset about the fact that he was turning 18 because then he couldn't be a kid anymore, because we had this thing like, when you're 18 you need to have a plan of some kind, and if you don't, your butt's on the street, which is kind of mean, and we didn't really actually do that. I mean, we're supportive and all that stuff. We were like, but you've got to figure this stuff out because we are not supporting you forever. We can't support you forever.
You let him go until he was 18. I had a part-time. You let him go until he was 18. I had a part-time job. The only summer I had off when I turned just after 18. I had a part-time job since I was 12. I never had summers off.
Is he breaking up for everybody or just me?
No, it sounded like a little bit.
Oh man, my internet.
It wasn't breaking up, but it was pegging out a little bit.
I am so sorry, Black Watch.
I always have a hard time hearing though. Probably because
I think we were talking about this.
I would be interested in hearing that again though, because it sounded like that was going somewhere.
Oh, well, we would like to just hear what you were saying, actually, because you stopped talking and cut out.
Yeah.
Hear me?
No, bug out.
Oh.
Because when he started, he goes, it all start, and it was like that. Then he comes back, we'd like to hear about that. And it's like, yeah, well, we'd like to hear what you just finished saying. So.
Well, all I said is you let your son go to be 18. When I turned 18, that summer was the only summer I had off, and nobody made me do it. I had a summer job and after weekend since I was 12. I never knew what a summer was off until the last one, and my dad said to me, September's coming, which meant college or a job.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the two choices.
Well, see, I've brought that up before, and it's this. Oh wow! I'm gonna throw out this big word. Shit just popped in my head. It's societal structure. Couldn't believe that just like popped in my head. Well, I got all fancy for a moment, but it's. And my reference and analogy has always been like when I was growing up, 9 years old, you could be going to a store and you could run ahead of your parents and go and grab the door and open it, see some friends from school coming up with their parents, you'd wave and just say hi. The adults would walk in, you would go in. Nobody thought anything about that. And then you fast forward to today's age, if a kid goes up and does something like that, other kids then start to make fun of them because then it's like, what are you doing? Man, to hell with them. Let them do that themselves.
Yeah.
So it's the whole societal narrative have changed to where that's why it's so hard because you can have the best intentions, but with the outside exposure, it's sometimes it can feel like you're fighting an uphill battle because you know, there's such an influence outside. It's matter of fact, try to talk to somebody about the election being stolen. There you go. It's the same concept when you're trying to talk to your kid when your kid is going to a public school or around other large groups that are actually saying the opposite. And I say that in a way because that's what we went through with like my daughter. Public school, it wasn't CRT that was the biggest detriment when it came to raising my daughter. It was the input from the outside sources of, oh, you don't have to listen to your parents, you don't have to do that, you know. And so we were having to counter that after the fact, and it was very frustrating, especially since there's no manual to this parenting shit. There's no instruction manual. I need a fold out that's got pictures and points 1, 2, 3, this is what you do. And there wasn't one.
It's hard because every kid is different. Like, and my kids did work before they were 18, like probably about 15, 16, they started getting a pretty fairly regular job. And because we're kind of big on work ethic, like you need to have a freaking work ethic. But
where's somebody going to work out where you're at?
But I think there was a fear there. What? Mom
said,
and
where are
pop
the
gas
kids?
stations.
Yeah, I mean, but the choices are pretty slim though, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, there was a cabinet maker.
But the work ethic was the same.
Well, and that's the thing. They actually had better work ethics than a lot of the adults that they were working with, like in the 20s and 30s range. Plus, I was a bit of a hard ass. Like, if you don't get to work early, that is a reason for you to panic, because I will be livid with you. Like, you better not be 2 minutes late,
Yeah.
I did threaten to wake my son up with a bucket of ice water one morning.
See?
Because
Is
his
Hoot Owl
alarm
going to
would
call
go
you?
off.
Are you an ass mom?
What?
Is Hoot Owl going to say you're an ass mom for doing that, or is it just me?
Oh,
probably just you.
Probably
but it's
just you.
Yeah. See.
All in favor,
I.
I.
You want to know something funny
No,
though?
I'm that close.
Oh,
Besides that,
if you weren't done, Milkmaid, keep going.
No, you go.
Well, my grandparents, I spent a lot of time with my grandparents, and they raised me the traditional way, opening doors, yes ma'am, no ma'am, all that stuff, right? And my mom was a women's liberation hippie from the 60s, and when I would open the door for her, she would look at me and she'd go, "What, are my arms broken?" Well, I'd go to my grandparents and stay there for a while, and I wouldn't open doors and I wouldn't do all this because I did what I was trained to do at home. And they would say, "Did you forget everything we taught you?" And I would start doing it that way. Then I'd go home and it's like, "What, do you think my arms are broken?" So I had these two different modes of behavior. But then when I started dating, it was like we'd walk up to a door and the girl would look at me and I'd go, "What, are your arms broken?" And then, she'd never call me again, So then the next time I'm like, "Oh, I need to open the door." And I would open the door and they look at me like I'm not some wounded bird you have to maintain. And I'm like, "God, I can't win, I cannot win."
Can't win for losing.
So you had a very lonely dating teenagehood, did you?
Wow.
I mean, maybe I'm old fashioned. You look at a date, whatever it is, the guy, the boy and the girl, whatever. They seem confused as to what side they should be on.
There's no whatever. It's pretty much just a boy girl. We're in the real world here.
No, but I mean, what I'm saying, man, woman, girl, boy, man, woman. They seem confused. The man should always be on the outside towards the road. That's my point.
Yes. Yeah, no, I totally agree. And that's how I feel. But, I have always felt, and I still do, so my entire life, I've felt like I was a counterfeit Bill just trying to fit in with everybody else, So my values, my particular values never really seem to come into play. But yes, you stand on the roadside, you sleep towards the door in case an axe murderer comes in, they chop you up first, and, there's all these little things that men are supposed to do, I totally agree with that.
You know what I got when I was married? She slept towards the door because she got to the washroom first.
Oh, well, there is that advantage.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh man, I hate it when you guys robot on me.
You didn't miss anything.
No? Gender roles?
Yeah, pretty much.
Actually, I like gender roles. But not to put everybody in one box. Like, a dude can totally do a lot of things that women can, and vice versa. But some of those I kind of like,
Well, and I'm all about empowerment of the sexes, but I also on the same time have noticed that the conundrum that we got in started with the 2-income household. That's really where we started falling short of the mark, Yeah. So I can see both. I can see both ways, to be honest. We started letting the system raise our children when both parents were at work, And I'm not saying it has to be the woman at home, but I think one of the parents should be real close in proximity to what those kids are putting in their head,
I 100% agree.
Yeah.
I think that definitely was the downfall. And Amy, that's freaking hilarious.
I could be wrong, but I think, if I had a girl, the boys never carried it, you know what I mean? So I never had a son. But today, it's like computers and everything. They have a sense of entitlement. Well, I want a graphics card. I want this for my games. I want that for, and I remember I drove my dad's car and I said, well, I want one of my own. That's what I thought. He said, start saving. I got to beat up the Volkswagen Bug for $400. It cost me $438 a year in insurance without question.
That's funny. It was a 73 Malibu for me. That was my first car that I bought for $500.
I'm trying to remember how much I spent on my first car.
Hey, T96.
It's a little Ford or Mercury or something. I bought that for I want to say like $700, but I worked it off because it was actually the lady who owned the barn that I worked at said that I could work and then we'd keep track of the hours, and then that was my car. My parents weren't going to buy me shit. That was on me.
Nobody bought me nothing. I actually put mine out. It was an old Ford truck, and I put it together out of a salvage yard. I would work, and every 2 weeks when I got a paycheck, my dad would take me down to the salvage yard, and I'd buy more parts, come back, and I accumulated. I built that truck myself. The thing was 7 different colors.
Yeah.
Had gumbo motors and cherry bombs on it, and I thought I was the biggest shit ever. Had 6 6x9s across the back seat, 2 in the doors. Had an 8-track player. The day I installed an 8-track player, I thought I was big shit right then, buddy. That was like a moment. I mounted that 8-track player under the dash. It's like, oh yeah.
Running the Sparkomatic system, thinking you're king shit.
I was, dude. I was rocking it. But see, it was encouraged, and I guess that's what kind of gets me sometimes, that's why I'm so glad my son. I'm proud of my son because he has just come out very, very good. Got integrity, has honor. That was my thing. Me and him still butt heads to this day, but I know that the way he handles himself amongst people and out, parents always get the shit end of the stick once they get grown, because that's why you always hear everybody goes, oh, your kids were great when they were over. Yeah, they're always great for other people.
What the hell?
So it's like, that's good. I just wish they'd bring it home with them. But it just, but you watch, there's so much, because kids can be mean, and adults. I will say something was said earlier, and it's about men and women. We started off with, men will talk about, women, they want this, women want that, and then women will say men, but it's we have lost sight of what's important. And if we actually focus on the meaning of a relationship, it's because you're choosing to share a life with somebody, and it shouldn't be a flash in the pan kind of thing. But because we've been dehumanized with that, we've been taught to be embarrassed about having honor and respect and things like that. So now if you bring up like that, it's almost criticized, when it we should be encouraging. It's kind of like everybody reacted a while ago when Sharon said 44-year wedding anniversary, and everybody like in here is like, that is awesome. But if you think about it, that's not the norm outside. If it's said verbally, I think people react that way just out of like a natural instinct, like, oh, well, this is where I'm supposed to say, wow, that's great. But how many people really reflect on that and go, wow, what kind of work did that take to make it through 44 years and still be together? Go ahead, Mermaid.
I think this, am I roboting real quick? Because you are.
Oh,
to
no,
me.
ma'am. You weren't.
Okay. I think what has been lost is a measure of respect, and it goes across the board in all kinds of relationships, not just marriages, not just, with children, but in friendships and stuff. And we have such a tiny attention span and an emphasis on emotions. Because if you look at, like, say, a really good friendship, right? it's going to have its ups and downs. It's going to have those days where you just want to strangle the person, you know, but if you, or in a lot of cases, fist fights and that kind of thing. But if you can have respect for another person, then you're going to be able to move through that. And I think that's like one of the key things that we've lost is mutual respect. Now, I've noticed with some people, I have to choose elements because there can be a person that I like or is a friend or whatever. And there is this laundry list of things that I don't really like about them. And I could pick any one of those and get upset and offended and mad at them for. But if I can choose the one thing that I find that I respect about that person and focus on that part, then I can still have like this good relationship with them while understanding that there are probably some things about me that they don't like, you know? And then you can have that mutual respect thing going on. And I think that's the key to most really good relationships, whatever type they might be, you know? Does that make sense?
Yeah, just
and I think
acknowledge
we're losing that.
You know what I found destroyed a 22-year marriage? That was like 25 years knowing one another. Communication. Stop talking.
Yep.
That
Morning, Billy. Best life.
Did you
Morning.
say stop talking?
Communication. You know?
Yeah, that people stop talking.
I always
morning,
hear that
Layla.
communication is the barrier, but you know, with me here, I'm on 20 solid years of the same dress and pair of pants, and I still have to answer, how does this look on me? And I'm like, don't you remember the last 17,000 times you put that on? But I just say it. I say, hey, you look great in that, you know? And I'm like, you know, when I hear that we have a communication problem, I know she means me, but I'm like, I'm pretty sure it's you, you know?
It's a little joke of a comedian that's doing a set, you know, how long you've been married and all this. And ran across one, I think it was 48 years or something. And he said, I can't believe that. How do you do that? So he says to the man, like, how did you do that? He said, it was simple. We haven't spoke since Vietnam.
Well, there's a little bit of truth to this, I feel, because even though communication is important, you know, I can't freaking read somebody's mind. So it's really nice if, you know, you'll just tell me what's wrong. That would be kind of nice. But I've also learned that just not asking probably works out just as well. And then, like, I've been married almost 21 years now. And I appreciate distance sometimes. Like, if you're around each other all the time, I just want to freaking strangle him. So it's kind of nice to have some distance. I love it. But I need my space.
The other thing, presentation is important. Like, and all right, so everyone's going to call me an ass again, but whatever. Like, I'm given this the either or situation where, you know, you hold up, you're like, okay, I'm going to wear these shoes and I'm going to bring this purse. I want to wear either this or this. And I look and I give it serious thought and I go, the one on the left. Okay, good. And I'm like, all right, we settled that. Now I did my job. I did it well. But then you come out with two more outfits and you go, well, what about this or this? And I'm like, no. We already decided that, you know? Like, no, but I just want to know about these two. And I'm like, well, why? You're not going to wear those because you already said you were going to wear the other thing. Like, no, but what about these two? I don't know. And I'm like, well, you didn't say you didn't know when we started this, you know? Like, it sounded like you had a plan. It was this or that. I helped you. And now you're just going to keep throwing stuff at me, you know? No, make up your mind. Like,
no,
we solved that. Move on. But she'll do it when I'm eating stuff. She'll go, hey, do you want to eat this or this? And I'm like, let's eat that. And she'll go, okay, well, what about this? No, I mean, let's eat that. Well, what about this? What about this? What about this? And I'm like, whatever. And then she's like, why are you saying whatever? And I'm like, you're just going to keep adding shit until like my head explodes, you know?
It sounds like it's in your delivery system is where there might be an error in the communication flaw. So given what happens around here, whenever I get the repetitive menu thing, which it doesn't happen in the past couple of years because my shit's real easy now. It's kind of like I have chicken noodle soup. I guess you're going to eat whatever it is you're wanting to eat. But before, it was just when you get those, you need to learn how to reply. And it's like, yeah, baby, those shoes look great. Well, what about these? You know, I think you're going to look good in either one. So whichever one that you're happy with, I think you're going to look great. See, it's all in the delivery. You're trying to correct an
I
issue
used to
when
do
there's
that.
no issue. Well, but you stop.
And that's why I can't believe somebody was married for 44 years, because I used to do that. But after about 10 to 12 years in, I started going, you know what? I'm rewarding that behavior. I need to curb that shit. And it doesn't help, you know?
But no, you're trying to buck the system. You can't buck the system. You got to learn to go with it.
Well, yeah.
You know what'll really
Yeah,
drive
exactly.
you know what'll really drive her nuts, and it's not done on purpose. It's not done on purpose.
With Bug Out, just about anything he does is probably going to drive her nuts.
Dude, I could blow your mind, and after we hear this point that's being made, I'll give you some examples. But go ahead.
But okay, you're trying to go somewhere, right? And you're thinking of driving. You're thinking of, getting there. But you can't rush her. She's going to get ready. So you get some makeup on, everything, and she's looking at you and say, how do I look? Now, you look at her in the eye, but because of she used to like, mascara, not whatever, the eyeliner, whatever. And you kind of look to your left, and you're thinking about the cars are going to start, something else. And she latches on, there's something wrong. There's something wrong with the way I look. And that will ride you for hours till you end.
Yeah.
What was wrong? It's got nothing to do with you. You know what I came up with? And she never figured it out. I said I was thinking about baseball. That's what I was thinking
Baseball?
about baseball. It never ended almost.
Some of the things I think about are kind of bizarre, and I can't ever tell my wife what I'm really thinking about, because it's like, what are you thinking about? I wonder if mice can joust on top of ferrets. That's what I was thinking about when I was trying to listen to you.
No, but you know what I'm talking. Every guy has heard, well, sometimes think about baseball. She never got my point.
See, I used to play this game, and then I realized that it was a moot point. I would say, "What are you thinking?" Because he'd have this blank stare on his face. I'm like, "What are you thinking?" And he'd say nothing. And I'm like, "That's impossible. You can't not think about something," because my brain goes nonstop. And then I realized he can literally think about nothing.
Yes, you can.
And I stopped getting offended.
It's a crazy concept, to be honest.
You know what a good one is for men, and we hear it all the time. You get to 25 years or whatever, and it'll be, you're not the man I married. So you come back and say, you spent the last 25 years trying to change me. How the hell can I be who you married?
Nobody's the
Or
same
you just
person they
say-
were 20 years ago, 20 years later.
Like, my cells have replicated about 17 million times since you married me. I literally am not the same person that you married. There's not a single cell left of me that was around when you married me.
I don't even know what
It's the same the other side, too.
So check this out.
Exactly.
And this is what I was wanting to say, Rescue. And this is real. Now, this is where there's class warfare being put on the husband, all right? Because husband can't pull this stuff off, okay? But the wife can do it whenever she wants to, okay? I can walk in the house and she can go, "What's wrong with your face?" And I'm like, "Huh?" And she's like, "Well, what's wrong? Your face. I don't like the way your face looks." And I'm like, "This is just how my face came out of the factory. Like, I don't know what to tell you, Or we'll talk and everybody knows, it's like, "Oh, you really won this argument, but you have to lose." It's not what you said, it's how you said it. Did anybody ever get that one? Where it doesn't matter what you say. If they don't like your tone of voice when you explain it, then like you lose. You know, it's the instant I win button, like on that one commercial. You know, the easy button. I'm like, oh yeah. So you don't like my voice and you don't like my face. So I instantly lose this discussion. You know, it's like weird, man. I wish I could do that.
Well,
I think bug outs
you know how
got
you
a guilty conscience is what it is. Because I reflected through that statement while he said, I'm going, well, I don't know. If I walked in the door and my wife goes, what's wrong with your face? My first instinct would be like, oh shit, did I get something on it? It wouldn't be like, well, damn, what do you mean by that kind of thing? So I think that bug out's got a guilty conscience or something. Something's got him thinking about like,
No,
something wrong.
man. It's like I laid down and wrestled with the dog. I watered the plants, blah, blah, blah. I walk in the house and it's like, what's wrong with your face? And I'm like,
did you have
man, if
dirt
I
on it
said,
from
what's
wrestling
wrong
with the
with
dog?
I could look at my wife and say, what's wrong with your feet? And she'd have a complex for 6 years about it, you know?
But now, are you asking that after she walks out of the pond, or are you just saying that while she's kicked back on the couch with her foot on this ottoman? Because
I mean, you could never say it. That's the whole point. You know, it doesn't matter when. It's never appropriate. But like, I get that about.
I have to redirect. I think it's in the delivery. I'm just saying.
But there was nothing I delivered. It's just I walk in the door and I'm just barraged with it because my face isn't in the right proportions for that moment or something. And I'm like, man, I got like a resting bitch face or something. I don't know, but
you didn't have.
But I
anything on
had
your
that
face?
when she met me. You know.
You didn't have anything on your face, no dirt in your beard or anything.
No, but I look like a mean person, you know, and that's just how I look. You know, I can't change it. I can't help it.
I got
You have a resting bitch face.
I got an
That's
answer.
all there is to it.
I got an answer for you for that question. But you're going to sleep alone for a while. When she says, "What's wrong with your face?" you say, "This is what all the fashionable clowns are wearing." You know.
Actually, I work nights, so half the week we do sleep apart half of the week. And the funny part is, I guess I'm one of those fidgeters. Like I roll and toss and turn, and I talk in my sleep and like all kinds of shit. Like she hates that I'm not there, but she sleeps so much better when I'm not there. So she kind of feels guilty about that. But I don't blame her for that. I've never been around me sleeping, but like I've heard stories, and it's probably like not the best.
You got to watch with some of your answers because, as they say, you come back with too many at her, you will be sleeping on your stomach for quite a while. Get my drift?
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, jeez.
Marriage is work. Marriage is it takes, because there are those little quirks. But see, that's I don't know. It's just so weird because I gotta say, my first instinct, if I got said anything, if I walked in, because I guess it's just not the vibe. I guess you'd say is. Now we pick at each other, so we have those moments when we're joking with each other. But as far as it's, I don't know. I guess that's now in the early years we used to we argued and fought a lot, but that was more of the in-law injection. So it's the outside source shit again.
Oh.
What's up, Bug Up?
Oh no, I was just gonna say, like, you know, and if my wife was like 5 feet tall and 80 pounds and she said that, it might even be different as well. But like, you know, when my wife like gets in my face, she's like a muscular, tall woman, you know? And I'm like, are you trying to do something right now? Like, you know, like you really don't know. It's like you think you don't like the way I look. You look like a fucking Viking. Like, what are you talking about? Like,
Bug Out's like, man, are you bracing on me, woman?
Yeah, you know, like I just watched that Viking show, and I just watched a girl kill 17 English people on the shore. I know what you ladies can do. I totally just watched that show.
It could be worse.
Scared for his life.
But now, why would she come to you with that posture? What did you do?
See, that's, I don't know. She says I don't listen, and then she says some other stuff, but I'm not paying attention because I already moved on, you know, and I don't know.
All right, Monty, later, brother. Get you some rest.
I've been sleeping off and on so much, it's not even funny. I don't know what it is. I just woke up. Haven't even been awake an hour.
Oh, well, Monty, I'll say this, dude. My wife got it, and then she gave it to me because she's nice and we share everything. But we just got over something where it was like a really mild, like cold or whatever. But we slept like there was no tomorrow. It was like a sleeping sickness almost.
I did that a few weeks ago too when I had that cold and everything. So, who knows? All right, later, gentlemen. Thanks, Rescue, for having me up on the panel.
Later,
Milky,
brother, you got it.
Later, y'all.
See you, Monic. Take care.
Yeah, see you later, man.
You know, you can complain about the Viking thing in front of you. You could wake up in the morning, open your eyes, and she's sitting on your chest, staring you right in the eye. That could be worse.
Okay, Milk.
Yeah.
She's not chiming in. She's waiting to see if the internet will clear up. She's still sitting up here with us. She just is listening. Wanted to see everyone.
Yeah, I really try to stay in my lane in all aspects of life. I'm actually pretty good at it, despite what I sound like on the internet, you know.
I think every father out there goes through tough love. Pretty hard to go the other way. And you turn out all right for it.
Well, and it's a tough road. It's not encouraged anymore nowadays, too. You kind of, unless, you know, I'm not saying like right here we would, but I'm overall. Marriage isn't encouraged. That's not the message that's kind of sent. It's not reinforced.
Communication. And, you know, the screwed up part about that is when we participate in that, we lower our value collectively. Like we turned our gold ounce into a peso in the last 40 years by our behavior and our socially tolerated behaviors, you know?
Very awesome. That is very true.
I still believe that the husband and wife are friends, if you know what I mean. Friends. In the later part of marriage. He'll stay married. You know? Not what other people see. It's what's between you. You don't show it to other people. It's what's between you.
Hey, Moonchild.
Rescue. Can you hear the rain, or should I turn my mic back off?
Just a little bit. It's fine.
I was almost going to say, like, and again, this goes for all the relationships, but it honestly just boils down to a commitment and respect thing. Like, all the other stuff is easy to kind of navigate. We figure that one out, you know?
Could you say that again? All I could hear was rain.
Oh.
He's just picking on you.
It could be my internet.
Oh. You're coming through fine. Just fine.
An asshole.
Cool morning, T-Girl. And hey, what's up, Anarchy? Mr. Wingnut in the house.
You know what you do now? Ask him what's wrong with his face.
Yeah. What's wrong with your face, Bug Out?
Hey.
Now we know where that comment comes from. See, now we're starting to kind of get a better understanding, aren't we? Hey, Jen.
That's going to be my new greeting. What the fuck's wrong with your face?
Well, she's from Holland, so she didn't learn how to polish like what she's trying to say. So she just like says it, whatever the thing is, you know. And Americans we learn how to cushion everything we say to make it sound pleasant, you know.
So are you saying that your feelings are on your sleeve?
No. But what I'm saying is like there's some rough edges sometimes with the delivery, you know.
So
but
I don't know.
She definitely learned how to
like that.
But it's just naturally rough on her side, right? So if it's naturally rough coming from her, but then it's getting read wrong, it sounds like it's the way you're getting it. It's kind of coming back to you, Bug Out. I'm just saying.
Well, she definitely. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, depending on the relationship, like if you can dish it out, and you can only dish it out if you can take it. So like, you have to be willing to be receptive to blunt answers if you ask blunt questions. I guess I am weird like that.
See, my whole problem is that I never know that I'm dishing something out. It's like I'm always the last one to find out.
Yeah. Imagine that.
How does that happen? How did we get here?
Somebody in chat said marriage is overrated. I got news for you. The law here, you lived together for 3 months, you're married. Period.
Oh, that's Eric. Trust me. You hang around long enough, Black Watch, you'll see that Eric has a whole different perspective on ex-wives. His poor ex-wife has done so much stuff.
Oh, I got one like that too. I had a really crazy one. And that's my bar is definitely set kind of low on that, but I got lucky. I'll tell you that much, because I'm not sure what I did right, but I did something right. Because could you imagine having to put up with me all the time? That was just, oh my God.
Oh no, that's why I was already getting ready to send your wife a card saying I'm sympathy. I feel for you.
Can I take the
hey,
special
bug out,
person?
I got this cool little pocket knife. Can I send it to you? And then inside your little packet for your wife, then I would have to include a sympathy card saying, I'm so sorry, ma'am. Just hang in there. One day, hopefully it gets better.
Can I try a line from that same guy? See if you guys get it. He's doing the thing, in 35 years and the marriage thing. And he says, yeah, I've been married 27 years to 3 different women. And he says, what's your woman, your wife? She's your trophy. She's your trophy. She's on your arm. She's your trophy. He says, you, sir, that's your trophy. It looks like you have a first place trophy. A grand first place trophy. And she got a plaque. No, it didn't fly either. You know what a plaque is in the States?
A plaque?
Yeah. Little piece of wood with a little metal on it. You put it on the wall. It's an award.
Yes, sir.
I thought you meant that stuff on your teeth.
Yeah.
No.
Just kidding.
He got a first place trophy, like an 8-foot tall trophy with all the things on it and everything else. She got a plaque.
Oh, yep.
I'm not going to watch this comedian anymore. His jokes don't fly. I thought it was funny.
Well,
Yeah.
some of it, Black Watches, is your audio. We might not can hear like the full delivery to it because it's kind of like an echo cut in and out.
That could be it.
Yeah,
Point.
I am having a hard time hearing you.
I should just put the link to this guy's thing on YouTube and let you guys watch it. He's really good.
Cool. Yeah,
Try
that'd
to-
be fun. Yeah, because that's all it is. It's just, and I apologize because I get squirrel moments. So, and if I happen to have a squirrel moment about the time like you're talking and we're having some audio issues, then there's no telling what I actually get in my head. So, and I'm just being honest.
What are you going to do when you get old?
Same thing I'm already doing.
Probably. Welcome to it.
I've arrived, so.
Man,
Now,
I already forget so much. I'm scared of when I get older.
Well, I keep setting the bar back further and further. Like, remember when you thought, like, I remember the first time I told my friends, I said, well, I'm dating an older woman, and she was 26, And, like, I was like, well, 30's old. No, 40's old. And 50's old. And now it's like,
Right.
Have
man,
a great
I'm running
day,
out of
Mr.
numbers.
J. I'm glad
Running
you
out of
came.
numbers.
Smile. Enjoy the sunshine.
You know when it's bad when you used to go, that old couple down the street, the older people. And then you're walking down the way and the younger one's behind you saying, look at that old couple. then you know
Yeah.
you're in trouble. Then you're in trouble.
I know it's getting bad when I call 30-year-olds kids. And I'm like,
Right.
ooh, yeah, okay.
Like, damn, that makes me feel old.
You know what though, and this is the honest truth. It started with our generation and only got worse. But today, a 30-year-old is a kid. But the greatest generation, they had already built their own house with their bare hands at that age. You know, I mean, it's the expectation was different. You know.
Yes. Ellen said, I feel that in a marriage, you have to be honest, communication, helping, understanding, compromising, and to accept and change together for the better or not.
I could see that, but I noticed that every time I was blown up and my hearing got blown out, my relationship got better. So really what it is, if you're a guy, just take screwdrivers and just jam them in your ear and you just agree with everything she says, you'll be just fine.
Oh, there you go, T-girl.
Nuggets of wisdom from Bushido.
In a marriage, do you want to be
Sorry.
right or do you want to be happy? And she said, I miss my hubby so bad we treated each other like we were dating every day. That's awesome, T-girl. And that
I wish I could treat my wife like we were dating so I could be like, yeah, we're going to go Dutch and we're just each going to pay for each other. But you can't do that when you're married and you have a joint bank account. You got, you know.
Yeah, you can. You take and you have them swipe the card and pay for your meal, and then you hand her the card and she swipes it and has them pay for hers.
Yeah, my mom and my stepfather would get really weird about that. And like, the funny part was I was like, you guys have lived together for like almost 50 years and he'll still try to weasel out of like paying a bill or something, you know. That's when he was alive. He's not alive anymore. But I was saying to him, like, you know, the money all goes to the same place, right? You know, like, but he never got it. He really thought that he had his money. And I'm like, dude, it doesn't work that way, you know, but whatever. He was trying to hold on to that last bastion of independence, I guess, you know.
I found after the marriage went and everything, I drag raced, and of course it's not enough. So you start dating again. And you go out, you know, the restaurants and things like that. Don't always look for the check, because she could have it and she's paying. Let it be.
Oh, yeah. I probably couldn't do it right today because I certainly couldn't do it right before. And now it's just even harder, you know?
Harder. I dated right east to west, north to south. I tell you, talk about confusing.
Man, if I had to do it again, I probably, if something happened, I'd probably just stay single. I don't know if I could even, because I know I'd offend somebody. I'm just too, I guess I would say too old, but there's other people, I guess, it being down here, because I'm going to open the door, I still, yes ma'am, and I'm paying the food, I'm going to go work, and I don't know, it's different. And we lost Milkmaid. Her and that internet.
Yeah.
You're talking about women being old, but let me tell you something, man. Like, gym equipment and fitness and diet has come a long ways since the old days. I have seen 75-year-old women that are just drop dead gorgeous. And I don't remember that when I was young. Like, that really almost never happened, you know? And now it is like, if you take care of yourself for long enough, you're going to stay in some semblance of still in the game. You know what I mean? If that's a way to say it. But,
oh yeah, that's actually sounds like it. That's what actually ties right into why. Because in the older days, you dated, you found somebody and you got married, well then that's what you were doing. So it didn't become about cosmetics or appearance type thing. It was just a character. Well, now, because just like we talk about, people go for the shiny new phone, the shiny new car. Everybody's trying to be cosmetically eye appealing, but yet the personalities are going to shit. The social structure and the back end is going to shit. But the cosmetically wise, because, you know, hell, we even have plastic surgeons and shit. So everything can be doctored, and we can do the health thing, but we ate healthy back then because the food was better back then, actually.
Yeah, for sure.
So
and it's funny how we did all this.
But you look at what the changes. So now we have looks, but we lose on character. Where back then we had more character and maybe less on what we would call looks. Although maybe our viewpoint is what's also changed.
Well, and you know, if you went on a farm, let's say, and that 240-pound man that looked like a ball of blubber, that dude could throw hay bales from sun up to sundown. But today, the 240-pound computer programmer, he can't tie his own shoes, you know? And that's another difference where, like, fitness is definitely a thing. You know, if you're not seeking it, then you're losing it. Like, because the way our diets are, which you just brought up, I mean, they're kind of wiring us to fail, and you have to, like, you got to stay on top of it, or it goes rapidly. And this just happened to me. Once this COVID thing started, I kind of gave up on everything, and how quickly I went from being in really good shape to not being in very good shape. It happened so fast, and it's a combination of all that stuff, you know?
But see, okay, so, well, first I'll say this. Billy, be careful. Great. You're going to pick up your chicks. Hopefully that goes good. Just drive safe. Glad you're listening. The second, you know, I guess, because in my position, and this is why I'll say this bug out is that's where I guess it's more, if you know, if you can rely on the person, because it's not off of looks. It's not off of, it's what we would call, what do you bring to the table? Instead, it would be on the person that you are, and then what you, over the years, you've grown. And if you grow together, then they saw what when they're
I totally understand what you're saying, and I agree with that. You know, I do. But there's a lot of pitfalls that we have today. You know, it used to be everything was real. Everything you got at the store was actual food, you know? And now it's
one sec, bug out, sorry.
Yeah.
Johnny, welcome to the channel. Glad you came in. First time I seen you. Don't quite know why you're saying, why don't you have this conversation when Crystal is on here? You know, it's important. We're just having a conversation. There's no directive here. So sorry for the misunderstanding on your part. Just try to kick back, listen in or something. I don't know where that's coming from. So sorry. Anyway, go ahead, bug out.
Hopefully I'm not pissing people off.
Oh, no, you're fine. I just know I don't even know where that came from, because, yeah, that must be some side thing, and then now it's here and heard something, so let me apply that to here, and it's like, okay, well, now keep that over there. We're in our thing. My living room.
Exactly. Yeah, I know what it's referring to, and I'm not going to bring things up in here. No way.
Well, then sorry. Wrong atmosphere.
That's right. Another channel, another world.
Yeah. Go ahead, bug out. So what you got? It's because to me, it's that, like, you know, part of the, made it back with her shitter net.
For a bit, maybe.
But, like what I would say.
Bug out. Let me pause you. I'm sorry. One more time. I'm just keeping it with you. Okay, Johnny, then I appreciate that. You know, maybe if you run into her, you know, timestamp where we're talking about it, because I don't delete my stuff, so it'll be here. So, and you know, just maybe recommend it, because she was here earlier. She got sleepy and she went to go get some rest. So, I would recommend, just in case, Johnny, I'm just throwing this out there, but the way they kind of do things on the internet, if you type a bunch of caps, people will see that as a screaming type thing, like if I started to holler. So I'm just throwing that 2 cents in there. Anyway, cool. Now, Bug Out, let's go.
Oh, shit.
I knew that was coming.
Oh,
He lost his train of thought.
no. What? Actually, where I was going with that was some of this phenomena that we're having today with multiple roles in society and gender bending and switching and all that stuff. But the induction of soy into our processed foods today, like men are getting so much more estrogen in their diet than they ever had before. I can't help but think that has something to do with it. We would be stupid not to consider the induction of estrogen into our diets as part of the reason of the feminization of this new generation. Like we would be stupid not to consider that. That's all I'm saying.
Oh,
I agree.
Yeah. Hell, I used to laugh at my wife and tell her, I said, damn, I know I get my butt in trouble so much that I apparently produce way too much testosterone. So if there was a way to pawn this stuff off, because I'm kind of watching what's going around with some of these guys. People don't want to work. You treat women like crap. Maybe we need a little bit more and men can become men again. But sorry, and I don't usually mean to be insulted that way, but sorry, it is what it is. But I just, you go to Walmart and it's just little things. And it's like, when the hell did you stop even self-respect, that you're not even having any respect for yourself to actually be a man? Take a little self-pride and, wow, I'm a man. I can at least carry myself like I should. But
there's men.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I was going to say there's being a man and there's being an asshole, like well, we had this conversation the other day with the alpha thing, but like some people think that they have to do this false manliness thing. Even I have this uncle, right? And I love him, but I don't speak with him. But he thought being a man was dominating somebody, and
that's a bully.
And one form of that was, beating on his girlfriends, and he wonders why he's single. But
that's just a Spalding volunteer, is all that is.
That's a beta trying to be an alpha, and it's disgusting to me. And I see that all the time, where like all the true men that I know, they're actually fairly respectful. Now they'll joke around and stuff like that, but they're actually very respectful, and I admire that. I can't stand the false bravado, because especially if you're a stronger woman, and I'm not saying I am, but stronger women, they'll see that and they just think weakness, like they can see right through it,
But Milkmaid, the guys just have to joke about it because it costs like 5 times more to actually beat a girl up on Epstein Island. So we can never afford that. So we just have to joke about it.
Milkmaid, don't be too surprised that other men can see that through that as well.
A lot of times
definitely.
there's a lot of people that sometimes misunderstand a dislike between people. They'll just think that maybe it's, he's judging. And in a way you could say that, although I don't like to see myself as judging, is I just hold you accountable. And I'm sorry, I know how biology works. So now we've already determined the gender right out the gate, because it was designed that way. The minute it was conceived, it was designed. We're past that mark. So now how are you going to carry yourself? Because I get it's just like I can tolerate assholes, because hell, I work with them. Assholes are one thing, because that's just people having bad days or different perspective on something. It's whatever. So it's just that. But see, when you cause violence or harm to somebody else, you're just a bully. You're not an ass. You're a bully, and that's, I personally think that, and I experienced this when I was locked up 30 plus years ago. I saw it. people, it's damn accountability. See, we always go back to that word, and it's just because there's something to be said, and some things get just, I guess, viewed in a wrong way because some people will take things as an insult and damn, what's the word? Male chauvinistic. You know, you're like, oh, chauvinistic. And it's because I'm going to, if you're a female, I'm going to treat you like a lady. I'm going to treat you like a female. You know, that it is what it is. And so if I say ma'am too many, or if I open the door, or if this guy looks like he was rude and I go, excuse me, do you have to be that way? You know, it's like I'm not trying to dominate, you know, it gets translated sometimes. I think that way. It's like, oh, and it's not, it's just, this is what I feel for me is the right thing. And then, you know, I don't know. That's where I have a problem. That's why I have a conflict sometimes. And this is one thing that this is working on, because this is one of my work in progress moments, just to point that out, is because up until I start this, I didn't communicate this very well. And then that's why I'm around about a few hundred people and they all leave me alone, because I just don't interact. There's certain lines I'm assuming that you already know are established. And so then I kind of react to those different, you know, hey, Miss Ellen, okay, you have a great day. You smile, or be the reason somebody smiles.
I think when you say accountability, oftentimes it's the concept is synonymous with honor.
Yes, ma'am, I guess so. Because it's just, you should be happy to do the best you can. So it kind of goes to that, you know. So, well, I get up and it's kind of like the whole not identifying kind of thing. I don't even conceive that. My brain does not connect those dots. They don't even exist in my life, because it's like, I'm sorry, I thought it was self-explanatory. You know, it's like, this is really in question now. And it's like, and I don't understand the exacerbated. It's like, I just went to work for like almost 30 years. And it's funny because never once did I ever get up and kind of go, yeah, I'm a male today, so I want to sound like, what? Who does this? But this is the world we're in. It just, I don't know. Sorry, I babble sometimes, because there's some things, and I'm like, I just do not understand how some things are just so obvious. It's like, wow, how does this?
Well, how I set parameters, actually, it was more my grandfather than me. I just kind of adopted it, I guess you would say. But it was made really simple to me, and it kind of stuck to me. But you know, the two principles of manhood concerning honor is, you know, your way of life and your accepted path and culture is what you should be prepared to kill for, and your family and those people that are connected to you should be who you live for. And if you keep those two things in mind and keep those two dialed in, you'll never stray too far from your path, because you really can't, you know?
Yeah.
There's not that much leeway in between the two of those, you know?
Agreed.
I've had some guys that they're chauvinists, as you call it. They do that thing, and they'll look at me and go, sorry for my voice. They'll go, what? And I'll just say, I don't know. What are you trying to shore up? You know? What are you trying to shore up? Acting like that. They either get it or they don't.
Yeah. It has to be worth fighting over. You know, there's people that just want to fight, and I get that. But it doesn't mean anything.
Over what? And it's that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I don't understand that.
Because it's kind of like even the pride of going to work and doing a good job and just feeling satisfied at the end of the day that you put in all you could. I've noticed working with some of the younger bunch has been, that's not the focus. You know, we're just ready to get the day over. The minute they show up, they're already ready for the end of the day. And so I've done jobs, they suck, but it's that part. This is what you do. This is life. The bills get paid, food on the table, medicine when you need it, all this good stuff. So you go to work. So when you walk out the door, you just you want to do what you're about, even if you don't like the job. Go ahead. I got you. It's on your mind. I see it, but go ahead.
I've actually had this theory for a while now that part of the reason that our society starts going down this path where hard work doesn't appeal to many people is that they don't see the actual fruit of it right away. And a lot of that has to do with society building to a point where there's so much ease and opulence, and there's no direct connection between the effort that you put in and the rewards that you get out of it. And maybe it's just because I live the way that I do, because I'm kind of a hybrid. I'm in this world, but I'm doing stuff totally different and kind of extremely backwards from the direction that society is going. Because in the past, you put in a day of work, growing your crops or taking care of your animals or hunting and gathering, your efforts supported you life-wise, and you could also appreciate the way that the world works in a natural setting. And so when that happens, you get not always immediate rewards, but you can see the result of your effort. And I feel like
tangible.
It's tangible. And with our highly specialized society, where you go to your work, say you're a computer programmer, right? And you go to work and you're typing on the computer all day, and then you get a paycheck, and then you go to the store, and then you get your food, and then you pay your bills, all the stuff that is normal to us now. That can lead, I think, to this feeling of pointlessness, because it's not really actually what you did that created the product or the thing that you're surviving on. And you didn't actually interact with anything that you're putting in your mouth or that kind of thing. And I wonder, I wonder if that might not be part
but
of
if you
problem.
live in your parents' house until you're 30, you'll never know the reason why you have to do it.
Right.
Morning, Dusty.
It's like another symptom or another, maybe symptom's the best word. I don't know.
There's going to be a whole bunch of 50-year-old orphans here, if this keeps going the way it's going, because people can't afford to get started anymore. So I do see the frustration that this younger generation is having, but at the same time, it's they want to start at the end game, and they don't realize that.
The couple that gets married and they're young, and then all of a sudden they have to have all the nice furniture that their parents had, a house, nice cars, everything else like that, when they never had to struggle and get to that point. I mean, it's a little more fast forwarded in society, but yeah, they want everything without the challenges that you have to go through.
There's that period of milk crate furniture that I think everybody should go through. It's real humbling,
There is. And it's also your self-pride in earning your way out of it. Because I got to say, I remember the first time I ordered a living room suit was we had a party, but nobody could go in the living room. Because we just kind of looked outside the door and out my balcony window. We hung out all on the balcony, and it was just yep, got it delivered. It's all in. And, and all it was, a love seat, a chair, and a coffee table, and it was it was mine. And, I've said this before because as I said, and I talk, and sometimes I can remember stuff and I kind of get a memory. And it's oh yeah. And it's I can remember there was a time and I can't remember how old I was, but I remembered that you made $5 an hour because I had this in my head that, okay, I'm going to make $200 a week. That was my goal. And I can't remember how old I was, but it was like 200. That was supposed to be good money, you know, but it was just the simple math of $5 an hour, 8 hours a day. So do what you got to do. You put in 8 hours a day. And so that's what I used that money, and I was so proud of that. And I now reflect back, and my son, I was real proud of him when he, what I say, entered the official workforce, because it's, you go, you do the application, you actually get this job. They hired you. Now you're carrying yourself. And man, he sent me that first selfie from the first day on work, and it just made me feel good. And he's actually adopted a lot of that and it was kind of weird because he's actually taken it a step farther, and I just keep reminding him, going, okay, just don't lose this momentum, because he has this whole budget shit planned out. And for me, where I'm at now, it makes me very proud because he gets it. You're not going to have this without putting in this. You're going to have to put in this in order to be able to afford stuff. So homeboy has this whole budget shit. You bring up something to him, he go, let me look. What is it going to be? Yeah, okay, I can go ahead. I mean, he's down to the dollar. It's like, he's not a penny pincher, because he just got through trading in his car, getting him a new truck. And it's like that. I was so proud of the conversations, the thought process, and it's the parenting is actually, I think, where I was going to go with this when we first started it. I think that's where this starts, is the parenting. We don't send the message. And I talked about this the other day, when the way we talk and engage with each other. So when you're pissed off, do you raise your voice? And then the choice of words that you're using in your argument back and forth, well, given the age of the kids listening, the messages that they're sponging in, they're going to get translated in their way, just like whatever you went through growing up translated for you the way it did, and you're now who you are. Well, that's the same. So my parents, I know they love me. And so it wasn't a lack of that, but they dropped the ball in some spots, and I can criticize that. But then at my age now, I reflect back and I go, I love my kids, but damned if I didn't drop the ball here and here. But I was fighting the battles, and I never thought of losing the war. I guess would be a good analogy for that, because you think little things, and you really ought to zoom back out a little bit to make sure that the overall, instead of kind of getting, man, why do you always got to wear those shoes? Or why do you always got to, well, don't worry about the little things. Pay attention to the bigger things. And it would be like the ethics and self-respect. And damned if I don't think I just sat here and babbled again. You done blinked in and out of me twice, big bud.
No. It's okay. I was checking my time too. Yeah, parenting is big, but I think a lot of times you can be a great parent, and they're going to do what they're going to do. Like, I had to come to the conclusion with my kids, because I know I fucked up royally in so many areas, pardon my French, but I did. And that's the best way to probably put it. And then I just had to come to the conclusion that they are going to make their own decisions and make their own choices. And like, my daughter, she got married to a dude she knew for maybe 6 months. They dated for like 4. And then, I like the kid. I do. But he proposed and they were married the next week. Now, yeah, there was a lot of extenuating circumstances there, but I told her, I was like, well, you're going to do what you're going to do. Here's my advice. Maybe you should wait a little while. Maybe you should get to know him. Maybe do some premarital counseling so you guys know that you're on the same page. But, when things get rough, you can call me and I'll give you my advice, but I'm probably also going to tell you, and I do laugh, because she'll call me and she'll talk about their disagreements on dishwashers, and whether they should use them or not. And I'm like, this is freaking hilarious, because, I told you. But here's my advice. I'll be kind. I'm not going to be that mother-in-law that's a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
But they will make their own decisions, and I feel for people when they put every every effort in, and then their kids still choose another way. At some point, you have to let them go and let them be an adult. You just have to do your best and not beat yourself up later on.
That's been something that I've kind of changed and gone through the past, I guess, 3 to 4 years, really. And I was a good parent, but I wasn't a patient parent. And
Me neither.
most of my roles and the way that's why I was, and I always hesitate when I say this now, because I run this in my head and I go, yeah, that's probably, I'm going to sit here and say this out to the world. And that's the interpretations of things go crazy. Hell, you can watch drama right here on YouTube happen over just a text. But so I was an aggressive kind of person, not physically per se. I mean, well, yeah, given the circumstances, but that not naturally. I just had a way to where it's like, if I know when we go to run fiber or I go to address this forest fire and I know what needs to be done, then I don't have time for excuses. And sometimes I have a way to just tell people to just shut up and get busy and go to work. And I had a more direct, loud way of translating that message. I'm trying just to figure some polite way of saying I was just a horse's ass, and boy, could I be one.
Well, are people gonna say you're an ass now, or am I still got the monopoly on this?
Well, but I'm a work in progress, sir, and I'm in the process of changing. So what do you got to say?
Well, actually, I just thought of a new theory, and I think that, how when Milkmaid said she did a couple things wrong along the way, and it may have had an outcome with her kids. I wonder if maybe what she did wrong along the way also affected my kids too, because they made some mistakes also.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So sorry.
I said it earlier. He wears his feelings on his sleeve.
Yes, indeed.
That's it.
I mean, if you think about it, it makes perfect
Bushido
sense.
Bug out the emo. I'm just picking. Look, poor Bug out. Milkmaid picking on him.
Oh, he can take it.
I don't know. It sounded like it's kind of getting to him. It's working.
Oh, did I hurt his feelings?
Did you hear that sniffle? There was a sniffle a while ago.
He sniffled.
And I was like, wait a minute, was that like static? And then it happened again. And I saw the little ring flash around his deal. And I was like, holy crap, that's Bug out sniffling.
That was me opening a piece of jalapeno jack cheese.
Wait, hold on. Jalapeno jack what?
Cheese.
Oh, that is like the best cheese. Well, not the best, but pretty close.
What brand and what kind of cheese?
It is Sargento.
Oh, okay.
I take a piece of the pepper jack cheese. It comes in like the little strips. Then I wrap a piece of turkey bologna around it and I eat it.
Now, why would you eat turkey bologna?
Because it doesn't have fat in it.
Wait, his mouth was full. He talks with his mouth full.
Because it doesn't have. Well, you made me talk. I didn't want you to say you didn't like my voice or something. Tell me there's something wrong with my face or some shit because I didn't answer soon enough.
For shame.
But no, the turkey bologna has the same protein but less fat. It's one of the shortcuts.
All you low-fat people. Dude, I love fat. That is good.
Hey,
not
Nikki.
Processed fat, though.
Have a great day.
Oh, bye, Nikki.
Love you, lady. Smile. I know you're going to make somebody else smile.
And hi, Dusty. I saw you earlier.
Rescue, you talked about your son. I wish I had the chance for a son, which I didn't. But not when they're married, when they're single and they're working. What you put into that budget is a little bit of money for fun.
Yeah.
You got to know why you're working. You got to reward yourself.
Pay yourself first. If you have a budget, always pay yourself first. You know.
No, but not maybe for fun. You got to know why you're working. You don't want to go 30 years at a job and say, I got X number of dollars in the bank, but I never went anywhere. I don't know why I worked other than this bank account. I didn't have fun.
Right.
Well, he seems to have found a good fine line between kind of both, where it's like I built him a pretty cool computer, which granted, okay, well, half of the parts I already had and they were mine, but it was just my gift to him. But he picked out his own stuff, and his truck, he just made that choice because he knew he could, and he fit that into his budgets. But he also looks for the future, because that's what I iterate is, I'm honest with my kids, and I'm just like, here I am. You see where I'm at. So don't be here. And the only way you're not going to be here is to not make these very mistakes that I made along the way. So here's what you need to avoid. And I just, sometimes maybe that's the problem with parenting, because sometimes you just need to go ahead and apologize for the way I say this. It's just, it is what it is. But sometimes you just got to nut up and own up to your flaws and where you dropped the ball and explain it to them, because that's the only way you teach them to avoid those same those obstacles in the road. It's, I don't want you to hit that. So the only way I can prevent you from trying to hit you from hitting that is to tell you it's there. Or I can act like, damn, I don't want to admit that I hit it. So, oh, damn, they hit it too. Really? Is that parenting? You just know this is where I screwed the pooch. You don't need to do it. So.
See, budgeting, I agree with that. Because we try to instill in our kids, that debt is bad. Unfortunately, the way that our society is set up, a lot of times that's the tool that you use to get ahead. Now, I don't like that. But I actually have seen people use that as a very effective tool. But
you have to keep one foot on each side of the fence when it comes to credit.
Yeah.
And it's really stupid. I got back when H.H. Gregg was a company. I don't even think it is anymore. But you can't even get a credit card when you're trying to build credit. And this is what I told every young person. I was like, when you move out, you're going to spend a lot of money, So when you move out, go to one of those places, a Best Buy or an H.H. Gregg or whatever, get their credit card, because they'll give them to damn near anybody, and then buy all your appliances on that card. You'll instantly boost your credit score, and then you can pay it off in installments, so you don't have to break it off all at once. You can use that credit for what it's for, but the problem is we have a culture now in America where if you're not in debt, if you're not keeping up with the Joneses 2 tiers above where you should be, then you're nobody.
Yeah.
And you look at the vehicles and stuff that people have, and when I see a guy who's selling shoes at the mall and he's driving a turbocharged, brand new vehicle, I'm like, there's no way. That dude's either selling drugs at that place, or that guy's putting every penny he has into this car and he's not living right. I mean, that's people are living beyond their means frequently now,
Well, my son was able to get a credit card. And when he did, we talked about that, because it was like, look, I'm telling you now, that's like the dark woods you see in the little foggy road that disappears into nothing. And this is what you're holding in your hand, just so you understand how this works. And, he actually, because there's a game you can kind of play with a credit card. You run the balance up to, I think he's told me, because he apparently talked with some of his little financial friends, and it's like 25%. So whatever your credit limit is on that card,
or 30.
Is it 30%? And then you
around about a third.
And so he actually, and it's cool because he incorporated that little theory into his bill paying. So he just goes ahead and it's like, okay, internet, I do it off of this account, that adds, and he's actually tallied it up, and it's like, pick the 3 bills that he can apply to reach that, so that then that way every month he's just keeping it going. And
see,
it works. But see, like Bug Out said, I agree, because you actually, one thing he saw, you get punished for the less you have. So if you just sit here with a paid off vehicle and a paid off house, you actually drop in credit score.
I did that. I paid a car off before the loan matured, and my credit score went down.
Yeah.
So
Well-
they're expecting to get that maintenance fee, so you have to play to their hand too. So if you get a car on a 5-year loan and you pay it off in 2.5 years, they're not happy with you, and they're going to tell their friends, the other bankers, which is who really runs this country. The pharmaceutical and other lobbies and the bankers are who control this country. Forget about politics. Nothing we watch on the news is real. When it comes to how stuff works here.
No, it's one big. It's the bank office in the back of the room.
Yes, 100%.
The only way that you can play the credit game, though, is if you're extremely disciplined. And I don't think most people are that disciplined.
No, they're not.
That and like you have so the way that we built our credit in the very beginning was we went to our little credit union and we got a secured credit card, which meant we put a $500 deposit down and the limit was $500, and we would use that and then pay it off every month. But see, life happens, and and at that point we did not figure out we probably should have had an emergency fund set aside for those things, and did sinking funds. Like, I love budgeting, honestly. I'm such a nerd. We use that You Need a Budget app thing, but if you can learn how to budget, it's not actually constricting, it's freeing. But it is a pain in the butt, because when you want to buy a new gun or whatever else, it's not in the budget.
Change your way of thinking too. The thinking.
It does.
Because I'm totally proud of him, because I didn't do any of this, so he actually laid that all on his own, just off of the little I was shared with him. That's what makes me I brag about him. He pisses me off in so many other ways, but that's just because I'm his dad, and that's just what I tell him whenever he gives me that stupid look. And I go, hey, suck it up, Buttercup. I'm your dad. That's not going to change. You're
not just his dad, Rescue. You're his ass dad.
That's it. I got to say, when it comes to him, ladies, I can be an ass dad, but I might pop him one, but I'll also put the pillow there before he lands. So I catch both.
I got a question.
I'm a fan of tough love.
Well, you got to look at the world that we're living in. Everybody wants to try to act like things are for free. You hear that stupid word everywhere, free. There's nothing for free. Matter of fact, if you're a heavy smoker, breathing's hardly free, because it's going to be hard to do. So it's, there's just, that's about the only thing you can say you can do for free right now, I guess, unless you live in California, and then they probably tax you for that. But everything, but yeah, we throw that word around everything. Free, come on, free. Ain't nothing free. And it's that principle. Go ahead, Black. I'm sorry.
We got a saying in tech, you hit on it. Free software, free this, right? Anything like that is free. You're the product. Literally, you're the product.
How do you think that's how this digital marketing farming scenario got a good foothold? If you'll think back to the old days, which I say that, Bug Out will, but you used to get all this mailbox stuff, and it was survey cards and little, hey, here's this coupon, use this, fill this out, and you can get this 25-cent coupon. Well, people filling out all that information, and then your mailbox would get even more junk in it and more junk. And then the internet came to be. Well, then they wanted your emails. Hey, what's your email? What's your email? What's your email? This is all part of just gathering your data.
Yeah.
So now it's like, oh, here's this free disc. Whenever the dial up and AOL, here's this. Here's all these little free, and then guess what? You're still in Adobe's database as a customer, because way back when they did Premiere Photoshop for the first time and said, here, try this free demo, fill this out. Well, okay. Good, Mary, we now know your address and your email and everything. And then now they found a more even corrupt way of using it and merged in with the banking system per se. And everything's controlled that way. They know. That's why this whole, dude, all you got to sign up for Google and then watch your annual Google report. And
Oh
there
gosh,
you
I
go.
hate Google.
But it's just that, where did you go? What, you know, well, that's just what they're willing to show you. So anyway, I'm sorry I got off topic.
Hey, rescue, I'm gonna have to pop down. I need to go milk the cow. I haven't done that yet. I pushed her off for an hour and I can look in the field and she's like looking at me.
Well,
So,
ma'am,
but I will keep listening.
I will be sorry to lose you, but she is going to be more than happy to see you, I'm sure. So,
Hopefully today she doesn't step on me.
well, this is true. that would be a good
My
sign.
toe's still sore.
Thank you, ma'am. You have a good
Bye,
day.
y'all. Thanks.
Yeah, see you later.
You know, I have a general question. I struggle with credit cards, 24%, 30%, justify it. What do you think is the limit before something becomes usury? What do you think? What do you think the limit is for that? Just wondering.
Oh, man, see, if my wife was here, she's so good at this stuff and she can do it in her head. She was a purchaser for Sony Electronics. She handled the account for all of the Sony electronic devices that went into Belgium and the Netherlands. And she can do stuff with numbers in her head. It's amazing to me. And me, I just go, can I buy that? And he says yes or no, you know, and that's pretty much the end of it, right? But
No, but I mean, if you're being charged something and you think it's unfair, you go to court. What is the legal definition of usury? That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah, I have no idea.
You know, there was something like a telecommunications, some company like that, where, and it accumulated, you know, and they, whatever the charge was, the guy took them to court. It was 65%, and the court ruled that is not usury. Would you believe that?
so are you talking about when somebody breaks a contract and throws in hidden charges and stuff like that?
No, it's like a credit card. It used to be 19%, now it's 30. Where's the mark where it becomes legal usury to loan you that money at that rate?
Oh, well, that changed with the Fannie and Freddie stuff. It was talked about in the Bush Jr. days, but it really came to fruit in the Clinton days, in the Clinton era. And they said that it was an oppressing law that was limiting certain cultures and demographics of people to get loans and stuff. So they legally made that go away so that people could get loans that they could never pay for, in a way to make it seem like they weren't setting those people up for failure.
So then that's, well, because see, Blackwatch is over in Ontario.
Yeah.
So
well, that's where it started in the States anyway.
Well, that's what I was going to say. So then there's something that we got, basically, that you still have implemented that we got rid of because it was a shit deal.
We went the other direction with it. we had a realistic level.
We instituted
and then we got rid of that. We got rid of down payments for houses. You know how you used to have to put 20% down to buy a house?
Yeah.
You don't have to put anything down anymore. You just go in and you sign some papers and you're good. And like when I got a loan for the house that I bought, they were trying to give me, okay, I had in my head my budget. I said, I'm willing to pay this much for a house. They were trying to loan me 5 times what I asked for. And I was like, no, I can't pay that. I could never pay that. But that's the whole idea. They know you can't pay it. You know, I think that's what Blackwatch is getting at here. Like they'll throw so much money at you that you're so far over your head that you'll never get out of it. You know,
Not exactly. If you get a credit card or something and it's 20, 30%, you default somewhat. It starts to accumulate, and when you look at the debt, they're actually charging you 65% interest. So you go to court and see that's usury. There's a limit. It's like a loan shark.
Yeah, then I don't know, because where did I run? I run into that. Damn, I forgot. But yeah, it's because it was I think it was one of the cars that my wife had a long time, or yeah, I say a while back. But anyway, if you were late on a payment, then the interest rate kicked up to a whole nother notch.
Exactly.
And it was like a penalty, but I mean, it was when you signed up for the card, it was one of those things. Now, when I say that, I say it with full disclosure that like we didn't have any clue about that thing, because like everybody else, we just signed and did whatever, and they're just giving the card. But once it kind of that happened, and then the amounts went up and got all pissy about it, and I kind of looked, and that was in there. Now, rather, at that point, I just go, well, shit, then okay, I ain't never doing that again. And so we've never been late on anything again. So
but it's still,
I don't know what that was called, you know, as far as that's the same, if that's what, if there's a different term for it over here, and or what. Matter of fact, that'd be like a wizard type question. He ought to
I would really like somebody, of course I'm here,
He's a finance guy.
you know, to
He
take,
knows this stuff.
I wish they'd take a credit card company to court and say, justify the 25 or 30% in your operating costs. Justify it. Show us where you need 30% to turn a profit. And nobody's done that.
Well, you look at if you buy a car, there's this magical barrier where if you go anywhere near the outskirts of a military base, the interest is 27%. And anywhere else, it's like 3%, you know, and you're like, what happened? You know, but if it's like, they'll try to throw that on people, and they know that these Marines and soldiers are young and they're kind of dumb. Not that they're dumb, but they're just naive. They don't have the experience yet. They'll sign that paper and they're going to pay it. You know, if they can float it past you and you sign that paper, you're telling the world that you agree to it. So there's a lot of things that they legally, I mean, I don't know if there is a legal limit to how much they can push you for, but I know that they can push you. It's not like gas, you know. And here's what's funny. There's no limit on what tariffs and taxes the state and the feds can put on your gas. But if the gas station owner raises the gas 5 cents, he can get fined and cited for it, you know. Like, you can't change the price of gas, but man, you sure can change the interest rate on a vehicle or a credit card on the fly if you want to, you know. Because the bankers always win.
We had, we got 5 chartered banks. So it's Toronto Dominion. So you get near Christmas, everything's going through the ATM, you know, shortened out. And sometimes, like I know Securicor, I know Brinks, I know who supplies them, I know people in there. The machines aren't always accurate. You know, they'll short you, whatever. Anyway, there's a woman in there, and something went sideways. And she says, the bank's going to pay me back. What they do, they guarantee it. And I says, do you really think Toronto Dominion is going to give you that money? And, you know, you will get it, but you think of the bank? She says, of course. I said, it's all the fees that me and other customers are paying. That's where you get money from. Banks aren't giving you anything. They charge us on their fees to our account. They include that. You know, nobody looks behind the surface, you know.
No, we became too complacent. We just take things for face value.
The bank doesn't give you the money back. They guarantee it, but they guarantee that other people's fees on their account. And their fees will go up proportionately.
Corporations and banks are going to look out for themselves.
Yeah. You know what? I'll call it corporate America. Of course, it's not here. You talk about pride in working. I personally had it taken out from me. I had pride in the job. In my particular case, when you did security, there was only me. And they feared that. Software department feared it, got a hold of me. And they undermined everything I did. They made you feel like crap. Useless. That's what corporates do to you, you know, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, but they use such a nice, pleasant language when they do it, though.
Oh yeah, when they bend you over, they just say, "Excuse me, you know, I'm going to polish your shoes for you." You know, right?
That's what I always thought was funny was, you know, in the corporate world, they always said I was too rough. You know, your language is too harsh. You're too direct to people. And what I thought was funny is I'm like, well, one, I have the best results of anyone here, but two is you guys are openly targeting me you're openly going after me. You're openly against me, but you're just doing it with a smile and a collar shirt, where I'm doing it in less time and more efficiently, you know. But make no mistake, they're there to isolate and separate and get the best out of everybody and give them the least in return. That's why they hide everything. You know, you can't sue a person in a corporation. You know, the corporation is its own entity and it's immune, you know. Good luck suing a corporation, you know.
Right.
What specifically happened to me, I'm in the union, you're operating computers or whatever, and external auditors, you know, they'll come in, and the president's got to deal with it, you know, the report. And they basically said, there's not enough security on your system. So they offered me the job outside the union. And everybody's kind of like, so what? You know what I mean? You're just there to, you know, you're not real. And then all of a sudden you say, Monday morning, it's going to fail mode, fully enforced. And in my case, I was the only one. Software started to worry. This guy can take the machine down. I could look at the Sun Microsystems. I could see when the president's getting paid and how much when it came across for an hour. But they feared you, and they made sure I got under them, right? Software went after me. You know, we want him reporting to us. And yeah, all the effort I put in, all the extra hours without pay, and the pride you got in the job you were doing, they tore it apart. Literally just started to tear it apart. So you talk about pride and workmanship. How can you do that? You know,
they didn't go in and change you though, Blackwatch. So you just, this project or this particular object that was your work, well, that doesn't define you. You define you. So while they can take that from you, but they can't take your work ethic and pride and stuff. So that's.
Well, I still had the pride, but I mean, we had a toteming system, goes from 1 to 26. Anybody under 22, you never got paid. You never got a raise. I went through that for almost 10 years. Nothing. That put me down. I knew who I was competing against, you know, as far as what you did. And that's what I mean, Rescue. That's how they put you down. They make you feel you're not worth a raise for almost 10 years. You know,
I can say I went longer than her. Well, probably as long, but that was between 2 jobs, and one was that self-employed, and there was no raise. But then that was I'd say, I laugh and make a joke of it nowadays, but I suck at owning a business. I totally suck at it, but I am probably the most badass worker because I can give you 190% in a heartbeat. But managing a business, I have a help mentality, so I'll just help people. So yeah, I actually had a computer store and everything, and people wanted to come work, and of course they think they're worth more than I think they're worth because I don't see this worth $30, $25, $40 an hour type shit. I don't see it. That's not, no disrespect to anybody that does. Just wasn't for me. But then that's why I don't run a business anymore. I just work for somebody. I just like having a mission to do. I like a goal. I like an objective. I just like to do the work. I like to take pride in the outcome. Yes, it's done, top notch, awesome. Somebody mentions that, just makes me feel better. So that's what I mean is
I won't get too technical. You know what this is. You know, you had TSO, you have all the applications running. So they took my idea, they wouldn't pay me for it. Anyway, a session manager. So instead of seeing the company logo, you see the session manager sign into. Everything that you can get is driven by security. So it's just toggling around, you know, you can have multiple sessions. So anyway, the network guy's doing it. I know he's getting 15 grand above me. And he comes in, he says, everybody blames security. And I says, look, Richard, you understand computers. Yes, no, 0, 1, on, off. Can you deal with that? Yes. I said, then query the security system for your menu. You think you can handle that? Oh yeah, that'll work. Rescue is getting 15 grand more than I, and I'm telling them how to do the job. You know, yeah. But corporations do that. They don't want anybody to think.
Oh, it's not just corporations. Hell, you can you run into that in small businesses. That's happened. Hell, I just worked at I just ran a whole system for over, right at a year. Me and 2 other guys ran 5 total systems for a year because they were so short-handed. And when they finally brought somebody in, they actually brought a guy in from out of state that came in, didn't know shit, never showed up and hardly did anything. And I'll actually tell you a side story to even reference that. Never wouldn't even show up. Ended up, gave him a promotion, made him a plant manager, and gave him his own system to run. And a side note of that is one of the people that caught him screwing off, not showing up for supposedly the work that he was saying he was doing. Well, to get him to shut up, after I threw my fit and I had transferred to a different system, then that person went to him with pictures, and then they gave him a promotion and actually created a job title just to give him one. So, and that's, which I will say, Sudlink was a fiber backbone. So you could say corporate level, but that was all done right here. It wasn't on the bigger main office. This was little good old boy type. Because like the guy that came from out of state was kinfolk to one of the regional guys that came down. Hell, we went out to eat. Everything was fine until that youngin up there needed a way to promote and wasn't qualified. So yeah, but it happens. But see, I guess, and I heard guys there. I've heard techs and talk about that. You know, they don't, and I laugh because I've told my kids and raised my kids, rule number 1, nobody but your spouse needs to know how much you make, except for the person that pays you. So that topic doesn't ever need to be talked about. If by some chance it comes out anyway, then what somebody else gets paid doesn't matter to me, because I take care of mine and whatever I'm getting. If I hired in and you're going to pay me $32 an hour, and so, you know, here I come and I'm working and we've talked, you're guaranteeing me up to 60 hours a week. Cool. Benefits. Yes. I'm there a year later and you decide to hire Bob over here and he's getting $37,000. To be honest, dude, I don't give a shit.
Well, if they were giving me a bit of a raise, it wouldn't matter. I was getting nothing.
Well, yeah, no, but that's what I was going to say is if, and I found that out, it wouldn't matter, because first, when I came to work, I was totally okay with this amount. So what somebody else is getting doesn't matter to me, because this is what I needed for my bills, my comfort. This is what was cool with me. So when I came and talked to you about the job, I didn't say, well, I don't know, what's the toppest paid person you got? Because I want at least that. I just said, look, this is what I'm willing to go with hourly. These are the benefits I'm looking for. Can we come to terms? Yep, we can come to terms. Cool. Here's the thing. Yep, there we go. So anything that happens to anybody after that I just never viewed that as an important thing. But then I've had so many experiences in my past that it's led me to there, because I realize that's not the norm. But that's a recommendation. You just try to, because I guess it goes down to that. I don't rely on other people for my happiness.
No, I guess, we have the monthly meetings and, it's going around. You have the system programmer, the guy that runs, the software on the machine. Have you got that done? No, security's fault. His fault. Over and over and over again. And I don't know if you know assembler, right to left, clear register 015. Anyway, I'm reading the thing. And at the end, he goes, load address to load address. Should have been load address to load register. I changed that at work. It's infuriating. I was doing their job to make myself look innocent. It isn't my fault. That was going on over and over and over again. And that's what I had to do. You know,
I feel for you. I'm sorry it happened.
you know, it just made you feel like everything you did, those years you spent before it went to fail mode, was useless. That's how I felt. You know, but anyway, so I guess in my own way, I provided myself with pride in my workmanship because I fixed the thing. You know, it worked.
Yeah.
And, you know, so
Well, the pride in learning the talent and being able to do it. I mean, that's, and if you do it and you did it, you know, you didn't retaliate. So you came out on the plus end of the deal, you know.
I guess.
Sounds like the worst thing that happened was it's kind of been a sore spot for you. So then it's kind of always occupied that particular space of your life for however long it's been. But that's the one, and that's just how I view things now. I'm not trying to sound all prophetic or some holier than thou. It's not that. You'd have to go back and probably see some of the older episodes, and I've kind of, you could actually go watch, and I've been open about everything in my life. I've gone through a journey to get where I'm at, so I'm just really sharing. So, but like referencing that though, that was the last decade of my life has been like that, as far as with that mentality and that thought process, just because you just so much crap bombarded all the time, and so many battles, and at some point you realize that I'm not allowing people to intrude in my safe space, which is me. I am my safe space. And
I agree with it. But you know what, Rescue, like, only maintain the cost of living, I'd be happy. Whatever my station in life was, if they gave me enough, just enough to maintain the cost of living, I'd be happy at that point. They didn't. I couldn't carry things. I couldn't carry the land taxes. You know, I was losing.
You guys don't have like a retirement, or if you're physically, you don't have like a disability. That's, I don't know, Canadian stuff.
Well, I actually maintain it's from the federal government, and although I went back to work, I still maintained the paperwork just to fall back on, because you could get the legs cut out from under you any time. But that's my point. I just maintain my, where I am. Like at one time they matched the union. If I went in Sunday or a holiday, I got triple time. And they cut it to time plus $5. That's it. I was losing money going to work, but I had to go to work. You know, it's just the way they did it. It's infuriating. You know, you're losing. And I think it was 2 years before I started the pension, 1 for 1 or whatever, they stopped it. You couldn't contribute. So, it's just, on top of it, this was Computer Associates, top secret security. It went back to IBM Racket. So my section head, whatever you want to call him, the system programmer, we're going to have a meeting with IBM. So he happened to enter the hall at the same time. He said, "Keep your mouth shut." I said, "What?" He said, "Don't ask any questions." I said, "Get a life. I'll ask them if I need to ask them, because it's my responsibility to still have it running." Anyway, I could go on and on. Corporates, I don't know.
I don't know. I'm not trying to butt in or nothing, Blackwatch, but I will say, just throwing my 2 cents into the bucket, brother, I would figure out a way to let negative energy go. I'm not taking away from what they did. I'm not trying to devalue what they did. I get it. It's they were asses, but I don't know. just how recent this happened. But if it just happened, well, then yeah, I'm with you. But if it's been a while, because it just sounds like you've got, and I get that, I understand, but just going through what I would recommend finding a way to release that and just accept whatever is done, and because it's occupying a space in you, brother. That's all.
Oh, it did. I mean, this happened in the 90s. I won't go on too much with you, Esther. I was on another tech channel. You have Zooms, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's OBS with broadcast, and then it's private. But anyway, I went to a tech thing a couple of years ago, and this one guy was a programmer. This is the way I understand it. A programmer, retired. He's 61 or 62. His wife knew somebody in a Fortune 25 company. They hired him as a VP. He tagged me for 2 years on what, well, this is it. I said, well, I'm wrong, whatever. Long story short, I had a 25-minute screaming match at him. It brought it all back. So I left the channel.
That's, well, yeah, walk away from the negative.
But he brought it all back. I had a fight with VP at work, which I won, more or less. But anyway, yeah, that's why I left it.
I don't blame you a bit. That's,
well, what I said.
I wish I could go back. I was physically I've been sat on the sidelines, and I am not a happy camper, but that's my own hurdle to get through. And it's like that. And I guess all I could do is throw that at you is I don't know how to say this in probably the correct way, so I apologize. Please just remember, one, not only am I an American, but I'm a Southeast Texan American. So all I'm telling you up front, everything I mean is out of love and respect. So
I race with you guys.
But Black Watch, it's just that I can sit here and, dude, I've been physically taken out of the game when my brain is still going 100 miles an hour. I know things I need to do, things I should do. I'm not physically capable of it anymore, and it's an acceptance. Now, every day I wake up, I do, and this is one reason why I do this show. So just food for thought, but I do this and I open my virtual living room because this is how I deal with the frustration. Otherwise I would sit here and like I said, just remember, brother, I'm from Southeast Texas, but I can either sit here and whine and bitch and feel for myself, or I can find a way to smile. And brother, that's why I do this, and that's why I try to tell people, smile, find a way to bring a smile to somebody else, because
that's why I joke around. That's why I joke around in here a lot, because
Black Watch.
But anyway,
Black Watch. Texas is like America, except they stole it from Mexico.
Yeah.
Just if you're wondering what the difference is.
I heard that.
No, we didn't. We were our own. They tried to jack us.
But you know how I left it? I said, I'm leaving.
Nation
Not because of you. I'm leaving in spite of you. And I left.
Well, see, but you so leave them. You know what I'm saying? So instead of just from the channel, but emotionally, mentally, leave them, kick it to the curb, because otherwise it's a festering sore.
Oh yeah, I tried to work with him. I really did. I tried to understand and everything else.
No, but I'm saying now that you've left and it's over and the next day has come to be, then that was yesterday. So because I guess dude, I guess I feel bad because I might feel like I'm preaching, and I'm not trying to. I mean, it's take it with a grain of salt. It's just, I'm sharing what I can say. I basically went through a very angry, depressed, emotional, angry, depressed kind of wave, and then kind of had this little epiphany moment when God finally got my attention and decided, I'm not going to keep doing this shit. So I started kind of looking, and I've had influence from other people Independent Mini was one, and it's been a effect after that. Dude, right now, there's days right now I hurt or I feel bad. I go to get up and I tell myself I'm just not feeling it. And I've even rescheduled the stream from my phone. That's how I learned StreamYards on my phone. Was trying to find an excuse not to get up. And you know what? I set the phone down, and an hour later I was going, I can't do this, you know. There's people that enjoy that. I need to get up and go do it. So I got up, and within 2 hours of starting my stream, the way I was laying in there feeling was gone. Do I still hurt? Dude, I sit here right now and sometimes feel like I'm going to puke my guts up. Hell, sometimes I feel like that bad boy makes noises, and I keep waiting for somebody to comment on the panel going, what the hell was that?
Yeah.
But it's in a mindset. That's, you know, it's ego. It's garbage in, garbage out. So don't let it live there. What's
Rescue? I mean, is there a part of you that feels like the quality of the show would improve and be better if Milkmaid would have raised her kids a little better?
You know she's going to take that out on that poor cow out there if she hears us.
You know, I'll leave it at this. I guess you might relate. Nobody could get at me. Nobody, but he did, and that I'm disappointed with myself. You know.
Oh yeah. Now see, I do credit myself with. I am like ultimate Teflon. Like, people do not get under my skin, but when it does happen, man, I carry it around forever. It is like a hot stone that I keep in my pocket for years. You know.
Was there a time they did bug out?
Time what?
That they got under your skin.
Oh man, there's a type of person that gets under my skin, and I do realize that I have that weakness. I've actually transferred people out of my off of my shift before because I was like, I'm going to kill this guy if he stays with me, and it's not their fault. It's just how some people get by. You know, people that take advantage of other people's willingness to do more so that they can do less. I have a problem with that kind of person. You know,
that's what he was talking about.
Say what?
That's what he was just talking about, was a guy at his job that was basically slacking on his job.
Well, yeah.
And he was having to fix it. And hey, I'm listening, but I'm gonna visit the latrine real quick. I'll be right back.
But you know, I will show my ass on that someone with a low caliber like that somehow has made it all the way to where you made it. They have the same accolades and accreditations because they're the lowest cog. They're that peg of the least, where there's the other peg of the most that they can get from an employee. Well, if you do the least and you do the average, they notice that you did more and they'll reward that person. But if you do the most and you do more, you've already done the most. You've already done more than what they imagined could be done. So there's nothing in place for that guy. But the guy who doesn't do anything, if you do something, everyone goes, wow, you did something. And it really is like that 80% of our population that'll believe anything you tell them. They're the same people that'll reward the guy that does nothing on the day that he had a good day and did something, you know. And then that guy goes, "Man, I can get away with another year of doing nothing." And I'll tell you, man, I don't let that fly. I start sabotaging that person, and it makes me look like the bad guy, you know. And it probably they're right, you know, because I take it personally, and I think of the crew members that are being shorted by this guy, and I'm trying to stick up for that person, the guy who's been doing his job the whole time, and I'm trying to isolate the problem, because you know it's all about the root of the problem being isolated. Once you figure out what the problem is, but then suddenly everyone becomes an expert on how you deal with the problem the second you isolate it, you know? And it makes me wonder if they don't foster that problem on purpose. Like they use that as a dissension, like how CNN and Fox News will contradict each other, but they're both owned by the same people, you know? I wonder if it's like a little microcosm of that. Like they keep that crappy employee around to keep people thinking about that guy and not how the boss is screwing you too, you know? I've always wondered that.
The problem with this guy, he was a programmer all his life. I dealt with him, you know, good and bad the other way. Then he got appointed as administrator. That's basically a VP. And he comes in like he knows it. And I'm kind of, you run somebody down. I tried to stand up and nobody backed me up. So it just the same thing over again. Why am I standing up for you? So I left. I just forget it. Everybody knows what I do. I know they share the opinion. Haven't got the guts to speak up.
Well, talk about managing your credit. That's going to be huge here once we enter the social credit era. You have to remember that sheep are sheep. Sheep will never jump into the fight to save the sheepdog. They'll never stick their neck out to accommodate the person that just saved their life because they're sheep. They're going to be sheep forever. And the hardest part with this whole mag business and like the prepper thing is I am isolating sheep because I'm like, this sheep is not going to protect anyone. This sheep is going to be someone who's there to receive protection and they'll never reciprocate it, and I get rid of those people. And that's where I'm different than a lot of other people. People just they think numbers is key, but numbers ain't shit if you got the wrong people, You're better off without those people. You'll go so much further, so much faster, and be such a more fuel efficient vehicle if you drop the dead weight. And there's boat anchors. And man, I'll tell you what, you can go on these streams and like, you can see the boat anchors, the people that just bring it down. They just suck the oxygen out of the room, and sometimes that's me too, because I enjoy being a pain in the ass sometimes, I do it recreationally, but but it's like, there are some people where you're like, will this person ever be productive? And then you honestly wonder that about people sometimes. And maybe it's just me. And that, people say I'm an asshole, but I've never had the luxury of being able to see anything other than what it is. That's just been my life, and that's how I was rated my whole life. And by people who had no business rating me or evaluating me, but they say, well, this is how you are, so this is how I'm going to evaluate you. But I have to have this open book to accept everybody, but they're expecting the best out of me. You see what I mean? Like, it doesn't work that way. Like, if I'm the one steering this boat, then you need to get the hell out if you're not holding the paddle, because if you're not rowing, then you got no business being on this boat. That's how I see it.
Lead, follower, get out of the way.
But anyway, I'll end it with this. We had a 2-hour stream, and the guy had a problem, which was the internal land card. So all the way this guy starts, well, you got a 2.5 gig capability. It's got to be the speed. And I'm going, this is a consumer board. It's a driver. All the way through it. At the end, they clear out everything in Windows 10, or the driver, or the device. Let Windows 10 load it. It worked. And I laughed in his face on Zoom, and left it. Anyway, never my story. I'm out of it. I only gave a little bit of what I knew so he could trounce me like I know nothing, and I never gave anything. Never invest more than you can afford to lose, I guess. I'm glad I'm out of it, but it's recent, rescue. It's a recent. I spent 2 years at that. What a waste of time. Anyway, if the corporate, they can make the good people, the ones that work hard and want to do it. They make you feel like dirt, and then they tear apart what you've done.
Well, I love when you go somewhere else and they make it seem like you betrayed them by finding another job. That was my favorite conversation, that exit interview,
Oh, my favorite's the 2-week notice. Because see, I remember in the old days you would give a 2-week notice, but then companies treated employees different in the old days. So if you gave a 2-week notice, they worked with you 2 weeks, we'll see. Yeah, that shit's all changed nowadays. You say 2-week notice, and they're liable to kind of go, go ahead and go now.
Yeah, right. That brings
and it's like,
well, they try to fire you on your 2-week notice so that it screws up your next opportunity.
Yeah,
that can cost you that job that you had.
And you always get the proverbial, why are you leaving the company? I always came back because I'm hoping here that my efforts will be,
Well, and it's really funny, but for me, I always try, whenever I document anything, I document the complaints of, if I leave this place, and I'm going to use this as a reason. I need to make sure it's documented, and I'll have things documented for, man, from the minute I show up. I'll document these deficiencies that are like deal breakers, you know. Now I can deal with it and I'll have a smile on my face, you know. I don't let stuff bring me down. But when I leave and they're like, well, why are you leaving? And it's like, well, this company's paying me more. You've never fixed any of these problems, you know, so you're just kicking the can down the road, and I'm going to, you know, basically going to take my chances with this other place. I got a better rotation, better money, you know, it's not you. Like, you know, but man, I'll tell you, there's some of these companies I worked for, they were openly crooked, not even just like inefficient, but they were like purposely inefficient, you know, like they were stealing and embezzling from themselves. And I was like telling them like, well, can I talk about this or can I not talk about this? And they were going, we don't know what you're talking about. And I'm looking at them and I'm like, you know damn well what I'm talking about, you know? And I was basically telling them like, I'm leaving this company because you MFers are going to get arrested soon. And I don't want to get tied up in this because I have nothing to do with this crap, you know? And they're trying to make it seem like I'm betraying the company. And I'm like, who's betraying the company? The people stealing from them or me? You know, like I'm leaving because you're creating a toxic environment and you're going to get innocent people sucked down the hole with you when you go, you know, and not this guy. You know what I mean?
Well, where they had me is the industry was shifting. I could not get another job. They knew it. I knew it. You know, but anyway, it ended, whatever.
I dabbled in IT a little bit, and you know, really, to be honest, when Windows shifted over to NT, I could have kept up with it, but I just didn't get the certifications. I just let it go. You know, I moved on, and the money was going down at the level that I was at. I either had to really bone up and get my networking degrees, or I needed to find something else to do. And I don't like paying for school. I'm just one of those people that I really have a problem with quitting a job and then paying for a school where I can find a job that'll pay for a school. Like, yeah. I'll take the little extra time and find the place that'll pay me to do it, you know, instead of me paying them, you know?
Yeah. I found university, you know, like computer science, they had a propensity to learn, but they knew nothing. I would rather have a guy that worked his way up, did work, you know. But anyway,
Well, I was pretty lucky.
I'll get off my rant now. Thanks for the time, Rescue.
Oh, you got it, sir.
It's sorted out. I just have to cool my jets and stay away from there.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know,
it'll flare up.
The guy got called out by the channel owner. I thought he removed him from Zoom. No, he went in the waiting room listening to the channel owner losing it on YouTube. But he let him back in. And now I listen to it just briefly. Everybody's talking in Zoom. They're going back and forth. Oh, it's on YouTube. They're having a good time. This guy comes in. He's like a bullfrog talking down like this guy. Everybody shuts up. No, I said, shut your mouth. We're still talking. You know? Anyway, that's their problem now, not mine.
Yeah, for real.
Blackwatch, it sounds like you're still mad about it, though, so just try to let it go, brother. I think you'll feel a lot better if you find a way.
Yeah, well, I'm in a Zoom. He calls me out, goes private. And he starts, I know what he's going to say. I don't like you, now the name. I heard that in the background. Reska, I was making up 4-letter words and names. And I'm walking around here and I'm still screaming 25 minutes later. And I figured they muted me, timed me out. The 10 people listening to me. But anyway, whatever.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Well,
That's the best I got.
No, it's not yours. Thanks for the rant, but it's mind-boggling that it doesn't matter. I'm not standing up for other people. Anyway, thanks for the rant.
Oh, you got it, sir.
I tried to bury it. I've tried, and it's too fresh.
Well, hopefully getting it out a little bit kind of gives you a little breather room in the pressure cooker.
Yeah, it does help.
I've unsubscribed, so it doesn't matter. But he's not kicked me away from the other channel every Saturday. He's not going to do that to me.
Yeah.
You know, I confided in two people. I thought they were brothers. I never had friends. And this guy came out with something on a Saturday. Only those two would know. That was the end of everybody. Oh, you're dead to me. You gave away my confidence to this idiot, you know. But anyway, end of story. Anyway, end of my rant.
Cool. Well, as long as you're feeling a little better after and you kind of get it, release it, that's a good thing. We always find a positive.
I always find good people that listen to it. The ones that should be listening to it refuse. I don't know. Anyway, so much for corporate America or corporate Canada.
It's just it's humanity, people. It's the viewpoint. It's too much negativeness is going around, and it's affected everything. It has been. I was totally oblivious to it for the past couple of decades, but it's been progressing.
Oh, it's at a fever right now.
I call social fabric, and it's being torn apart.
Usually mutual respect, no matter which side of the fence you're on, but that's all gone.
Let's see, I think the chat was starting to chime in on me. I think they wanted me to play something. So I was going to try to find something to play.
Yeah, I need a little bit of levity. Somebody tell a joke.
Let's see. Oh man, what is that one? Hey, there we go. Nothing like a little Huey music. At least that's what I call it. I don't know. Cool. Now let's see. Oh.
Some folks are born made to wave the flag. Ooh, they're red, white, and blue. And when the band plays "Hail to the Chief," ooh, they point the cannon at you. Now, it ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't no senator, son. It ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't no fortunate one. No. Some folks are born silver spoon in hand. Now to help themselves. But when the next man comes to the job, now from it say yes. It ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't no millionaire son. No. It ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't no fortunate one. No. Yeah. Some folks inherit star-spangled eyes. Ooh, they send you down to war. And when you ask them how much should we give, ooh, the only answer more. Yo, it ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't no military son. It ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't no fortunate one. It ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't no fortunate one. No. It ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't no fortunate one.
Okay, what's that bug out?
Wait, say that again.
What in the chat? What was that one?
Oh, I don't know. It's a song that always, whenever I hear it, it gets in my head, and I hear it all day, like in a good way. You know,
which one? It's a list.
It's
it's called.
CCR. It's
It's
CCR.
Trampled by Turtles. The one that you played by accident. That was the one I was talking about. It's called Wait So Long. It's like a bluegrass band, but it's like these guys got trapped in a room full of methamphetamine vapors because they play their instruments so fast that it's almost not bluegrass anymore. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. So
That's
now,
really
when it started to play a while ago, you could hear that?
Yeah, I did hear it.
Well, then hell, I ain't even got to drag it up on my big screen, man. I can just leave it where it is.
That song.
Oh, does it sound real loud? Did that sound real loud?
About as loud as the other one.
Okay.
I could never pretend that I don't love you. You could never pretend that I'm your man. That's exactly the way that I want it. It's exactly the way that I am. And you call me in the morning with your troubles, taking it downtown every night. I could never place the stars at night above. Got my hands on the ground and you know I'm right. You wait so long. You wait so long. You wait so long. You wait so long. It's a coffee standard every time it happens. Laughing up, honey, it ain't that bad. And the after dark rose to recognition, like every other coffee that I had. And your feet would go down in with a bucket. You follow your names and you pray to the Lord. Baby, take a poke at the politician. Nothing happens in this burnt out town anymore. You wait so long. You wait so long. You wait so long. You wait so long.
Dude, like these dudes definitely drank too much coffee. You know what I mean?
And your heart goes on like a frozen freight train. You know that I help you if I can, but I'm just a raindrop in a river, just a little itty bitty grain of sand. And you know that I'm doomed to repeat this with all the bad habits that I learned. But it's better than your fiber and fornication and all the dirty money that you earned. And you wait so long. 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 You wait so
Hell yeah. That was definitely a fast-paced one.
Yeah, that one will wake you up, man. It's I don't know how they do it, to be honest. That's like way faster than those little tiny instruments were meant to go, you know?
Dude, they were cranking it.
That reminds me of Charlie Pride. The devil went down to Georgia on the violin.
Yeah, well, man, I'll tell you, Charlie Daniels for real was an anomaly when it came to that particular instrument.
Is it
That's for sure.
Maybe I got Daniels wrong. Wrong one, Charlie.
Oh no. No, you were right. I was wrong, actually. But yeah, he was legendary.
Yeah.
There was a tour that he did where he had a shoulder surgery, I think, and he couldn't play the fiddle, and he hired 2 concert grade violinists, and they had to split his pieces so they could play it right.
Yeah.
It's just pretty crazy to think about it, you know, like this one dude that just kind of fumbled his way into being an expert, and these classically trained people were struggling to keep up with the oddball stuff that he came up with, you know.
Yeah, that's.
This is the guy that Moonchild says she thinks it might be the same one.
Who?
This, I guess that is that song that was just playing, the Trampled by Turtles. And this guy's, it says Jesse Stewart. So I don't know if it's just a, Moonchild said, I like this one, same guy, I think.
Yeah, they have a video where they're just sitting around like that, and they're like the guy, he's like he's recorded on a phone almost, and he's just following the people that are playing. It's really cool to watch. There's another guy called Billy Strings that's he kind of does the same thing. And
yeah, I've seen him.
There's a channel that when she uploaded, it's Tina S on YouTube. She did it when she was 10. Her last was a few years ago. Well, quite a few years. She'd be in her 20s. You should hear that woman, that girl, shred a guitar. Eric Clapton says, I can't play things wrong that fast. Incredible. I don't know if she's alive or dead.
There was a cover of Tool's 46 and 2 that was done by a bunch of like 10 and 12-year-olds, and it's better than the original. And I was like, how did they do that? You know, it's crazy. But that's not like definitely not an entry-level song. Like the timing and stuff is like really abstract, you know. And man, they did it flawlessly. It's that was, I had Ron play it one time on the Dangerous Freedom stream, and he was just like, oh, those are kids, and he kept like checking the video to make sure that there wasn't like people behind him actually playing it, you know.
Well, to her credit, she had musical theory since she was 6. My wife at the time had a cousin and said, this was in the 60s, if you want to, you know, them to come up in the early 70s. And I play guitar, and of course, what do you want to play? Like Hendrix. I saw Hendrix, the second last performance before he died. And anyway, the guy had like 12 years theory and about a year on guitar. And I said, one of his riffs, Purple Haze, whatever. He says, like this. He played it like better than Hendrix did because he had all that musical theory.
Yeah, although, and I totally agree with you, because theory is how I teach people things. I teach them why they need to do something, you know. Like, I don't teach them a formula of rituals, is what I call it. Like, if somebody teaches you how to operate a machine, let's say, they go, you do this, then you do this, then you do this, and you're writing all this stuff down. But if you say, okay, that thing's a blade, it'll chop your fingers off. You're trying to get this thing in here, and you're trying to cut it, and you're trying not to die at the same time. And here's how you don't die, you know. And then suddenly they listen better, you know. Like, if you can find that approach, you know, it's and I don't know, you know, I just learned instruments myself, so I actually don't know musical theory, but I do know that there's a band that flopped. They were called Helmet, and this is a recent by any standards, but these guys, on paper, they should have been awesome, and nobody really cared about them, you know. And you can see the timing and stuff, like the precision that they have is there, but it just, they lost the regular listener. And the funny part is, and what Hendrix was really good at, you know, was he knew how to take his talent and put it into a listenable product that the regular person could feel, you know. Yeah. And that's the hard part, you know, because you look at these bands on the radio, like any kid with a computer could make that song, you know, today. But it's you have to know your audience, I guess what I'm getting at, you know. Like that Yngwie Malmsteen stuff. The guy's great, but like you're just swimming in a giant guitar solo, and after a while you turn it down and you're like, oh my god, when is this going to end? Like the durations are too long and all that stuff. You know what I mean? But anyway, I'm rambling.
Damn. That's something else. Oh, and Moonshot, I hadn't forgot about your song, so I still got it. But when you people joined, then I figured everybody'd want to kind of get a checkup on him and see how things were going. Man, I'm gonna put that full screen again. That is so funny.
Have you seen that video? The video that still shot was taken from? That's a bizarre performance art piece that is like, it's, you just got to see it to believe it, I guess.
No, I haven't seen it. I was messing around with my filters because Rescues has now given me the name of Scooter. So I went and looked around for some Scooter pics.
I still haven't seen your demise. I was
my name to Scooter.
I was watching and I saw you present the scooter, and then I tuned in again after the fact when you were still riding, but I missed the actual accident. So maybe I'll have to go back one day and check it out. Everybody's told me that I need to go see it, but I haven't yet.
It's right around 2 hours. I think it is 2 hours, 15 minutes in, or somewhere right in that range.
I think it's about 2 hours and 30 minutes in.
Oh, okay.
And Keebler was promoting it like a mother on my live last night too, which was kind of hilarious.
Yeah. That's cool,
right?
I mean, it's not cool, but it's cool. I'm sorry I'd happen to you. Hopefully your shoulder comes out all right. So now, what you said something about an orthopedic doctor?
Yeah,
so you got an appointment with one?
Not yet. I got to go and get checked out by my primary first, and so that way I can get a referral. We're gonna see how bad it actually is. I to my knowledge right now, it's some torn ligaments. I don't know if any surgery is going to be needed, but these are
kind of still looks rounded and red right there.
It is. It's pretty swollen and hurt. So I'm dealing with it.
Right on.
So
well, that's a man. That was a hell of a ride.
Yeah, it was. I can't wait to do it again.
So now the scooter came out just with a few scratches. So the brake thing, when you thought you heard the brake thing, that turned out it wasn't nothing.
Well, I thought I broke the brake handle when it hit the ground, and it wasn't that. I think what it is it just it pushed the handle up, and from the way that it was sitting, I thought that it was broken, but it's working fine now. I just haven't been able to do anything with it because I'm one-handed right now. So I checked it over and everything. I mean, I rode it back. Everything seems to be just fine. The disc brakes probably were bent a little bit, but I can bend those back into shape, and that's not a big deal. So no real damage to the bike. Most of the damage came to me. So
yeah, buddy.
Yeah,
dude, that was still the trip.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, no, can you see that? No, we didn't quite see it. It was like a green glow. Okay,
right.
well, here. Oh, no, that ain't, no, not one-handed.
Yeah.
So, and then it's like, oh shit. Hey, you people, you all right? Hey, you people. Oh man, I don't know about him. And it was like, okay, well, there's sound.
There's sound.
It was like, man, that was a hard lick.
It was, and like I said, for the most part, it was just my shoulder. Like it was hurting pretty bad, but I was able to move it. But by the time that I got home and I put the scooter up and everything and got off with you, I couldn't even lift it. And I was like, all right, it's time to go to the hospital.
I was sitting there, and after you got off, and I was like, I said, dude, that was rough. And I'm glad he's all right, but boy, tomorrow's going to be an ass kicker.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you.
Then I didn't know you were going to end up going to the ER, but
Crash Bandicoot.
So you,
Oh God, Crash Bandicoot.
I'm not trying to make a theme out of this, but do you think that if Milkmaid might have been a little more understanding to her children, that maybe you would have maintained control of that scooter?
Go ahead and see,
I
Milkmaid.
plead
You're
the
just
fifth.
gonna.
I plead the fifth.
Oh man, she squirted you, I think, with some milk earlier virtually. I think that's what I saw.
I plead
Because I
the
told
fifth.
you she sets the phone up, she says, and she can hear us while she's milking the cows.
That's great.
Bink. I knew it was coming. Hold on, ma'am. I'm sure. Nope, it didn't. You got lucky. It's a donkey. You just get a jackass instead of a cow, a milkmaid. So no milkmaid, we get a house donkey.
How do you milk a donkey?
Hey, we went from a milk cow. We went from milk cows to jackasses. What the hell happened?
If you
I want to go back.
you better wear gloves. I know that much.
Hi, what are you trying to say? I got some kind of disease or something?
Moonchild. Hey, Moonchild says, Bushido, that one's all yours. You can milk that one.
Hey, from what I've heard in movies, anything with nipples can be milked.
Or caused to scream.
Yeah. I'm just going to say, Bug Out's got way too much extracurricular training. I'm not trying to milk that. No.
Hey, what's up, Yankee?
I'm not that
How are you,
brave.
brother? And by the way, House Donkey, I was picking on you from the gate, but morning, sir. How are you doing?
Oh, that's good. Morning Rescue, Bug Out, Blackwash, you people.
Good morning, sir.
Is that Donkey?
It is Donkey.
I enjoyed your.
Donkey.
I enjoyed riding with you with Christina with your driving. Was it yesterday?
Oh, thank you. You're very welcome. And
That was
you guys want.
That was entertaining.
Yeah, that's what I'm here for. Here you guys go. I don't know if he wants to put that up on full screen a little bit.
Oh, there you go. Where are you coming out of, and where are you going to?
I'm headed to Reno, Nevada still. I should be there in a couple hours.
Oh, nice.
But these are some of the mountain areas in Nevada off of US 95. I believe where I'm at is bordering Arizona or California.
You're right there at both. Reno, Nevada is right there at the 3 points.
Yeah. Well, I'm still a ways away from Reno. I'm probably close to, probably 3 hours from Reno right now.
Yeah, that's close enough.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's close enough.
And it's like, do they make like little monuments like our precious dirt? Our country's national animal is dirt.
Cacti.
I haven't seen any, but it's been a while since I've been through there. I want to go back up there, and I want to actually hit the gate of Area 51.
Hey, 1A.
I actually would not mind going there. But you know what's funny, man? And okay, warning everybody, I'm about to talk, so just go ahead and turn your shit off, But I actually through the Marine Corps, I worked a couple of the air shows at Wright-Patterson, which is the other Area 51, And I did it just to look around. I did it just to snoop and try to like I was like I wanted to find some aliens or something, But there are some areas there that no one is allowed to go, and like there's some for real stuff at Wright Pat, man. Like I never on any Marine bases have I ever seen facilities as secure as they have at Wright-Patterson, and it's like little independent little like blocks that are just completely no access, and Yeah, I mean, they got something going on at that place. That's all I can say. I don't know if it's that or something else, but yeah, they got some secret squirrel stuff going on there.
Secret squirrel.
Hey,
Hey,
bug
by the
out.
way, Donkey, is that a bug on your windshield or is that a rock chip?
Both.
Both.
Yeah, it's apparently driving Wizard crazy. I know. I saw it. I was trying to figure it out.
I thought it was on my screen, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, now that's real funny. Sitting there wiping his screen. Why won't it come off?
Yeah, and mine's a touch screen, so I'm like not trying to like push on it to get it off either. I'm just like, what the fuck is that on my screen? Yeah, me
Now,
and the
bug
wife
out, I got a
actually.
question.
Go ahead.
I just got a quick question for bug out. It's just not.
Yeah.
Hey, hang on. Give it a couple seconds, man. You're roboting out.
Hey, reach up and turn your camera off for a minute, Donkey, and see if that helps the connection. That's
You
what
might be coming up to a bad reception area. There's a lot of bad reception areas along 95.
Okay. Well, yeah, because he was driving last night and he had problems. There he is. Oh, yeah, it's probably gonna be.
You know what? I came across a signal booster for semis in Amazon the other night, and basically you just hook it up into your truck and run an antenna, kind of like a CB antenna, out the side of your truck, and it's supposed to signal boost for your cell phone.
Huh.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I do on my car. It works amazing.
Yeah. I was thinking about getting one for our truck while we were out in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Okay,
because
can
it's
anybody hear
supposed
me?
to like expand the signal. Yep.
Dude, when I worked in the Aleutian Islands in Alaska, a guy that I worked with sometimes, he had a Wi-Fi extender, and it was like 2 or 3. I called them octopus, but they were like these little weird X-looking things, and they were connected by wires. And how you would move them around, you could make it directional so that you could shoot to the source of the signal. It was really cool. And man, that thing, the tower that we were trying to hit, because the fog was always really bad and stuff. And there were certain spots on this island that we worked on where there was no reception. He was shooting that thing 4 miles and it was picking it up. And I don't know how the hell he did it, and he kept it in his backpack. I mean, it was like when he broke it down, it was like the size of a lunch pail. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it was amazing, man. It was amazing.
Yeah, this setup that I came across wasn't very big, man. It was just like this little box that you stuck inside the cab and you hooked up to the power to, and then you ran an antenna outside. It really wasn't all that much, but it was supposed to increase the range like massively.
Well, the one that's on my 4Runner, and I have a new 4Runner, and the driver's side rear, like the cargo section of the 4Runner, that rear window is the antenna. The antenna is glued into the, kind of like the heating elements on a windshield. If you remember those,
right?
It's like that, but it just takes up the whole window, and it's in the back. So like you can't see it when you're looking in. You can see it when you're looking out, into the light, but no one's ever in the back. There's no seats back there or anything. So it's like that thing. I went from not being able to communicate at all to when I drive home, I can dial into the show and talk to rescue like it's man, it's like night and day different. It really does work.
Yeah, it went from sounding like Donkey did while ago most of the time, in and out, in and out, in and out. Now it's hell.
Oh, that's why.
Matter of fact, when you got to the house, it was actually
and stuff, and there was no reply.
Oh,
so he started freaking out because he's like, "Where's Dad?"
I'm sorry, I didn't hear him. I had my headphones on.
All right, I was sending back out here to tell you.
Here, I'm gonna mute him real quick. We don't need any of these.
Now I got a quick question for Bug Out. When you were working security on that base, and you were doing your little trying to snoop around, find your aliens, did you hear the theme music from Mission Impossible playing in your head? Dun 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 dun.
No,
Oh.
it was more like the Benny Hill song was playing. You know?
Hey, Bug Out. Milkmaid said, can finally type, my parenting wasn't that bad. And then a little laugh face.
I don't know what she's talking about.
Oh. You don't?
No.
Oh. Couple of bow shots.
Well, I mean, if she's going to take it personally, I don't understand why she would do that.
It might have something to do with, I think, the name in the beginning. You know, I'm just, you know, assuming, and you know what that means. So I'm just. The Hit Gal is wondering if, I guess, anybody got a link to the Wi-Fi's for the car boosters.
So one I have is native. It was installed in the car. So I think you people would be the way to go on that.
Yeah, and let me see. I don't know if he's. I hate to unmute him if he's not back because I really didn't. Okay, I think he's coming back. Sounds like it. We can hear him.
Oh, I'm back.
There he is. Okay.
Sorry about that. My son had to head off to school.
No worries. I reached over whenever she came in and I muted it for you because I just didn't figure like we ought to be in your biz. So, but then we were just checking because glad you're back. Hit Gal in chat was wondering if you have a link to like Wi-Fi boosters for the cars.
No, I don't have a link to it because I just came across it. In my work. Amazon, we get all types of like returns. I work in the returns department, and I guess the person didn't like it or whatever, and they ended up sending it back. But I saw it. I forgot the name brand of it too. Just look up signal enhancers, vehicle signal enhancers, cell phone signal enhancers. I forget the name of it. I thought it was a cool thing to bring up because I came across it.
All right, we got Mr. Ray. Morning, Mr. Ray. How are you?
Let me do a little
I'm
research. I'll let my fingers do the walking. Hold on.
I'm doing Wi-Fi booster.
When it says fingers, he means 5 because it's not like he doesn't have a broken shoulder or anything. I mean, you guys shouldn't feel guilty making him type all this stuff up or anything.
That's messed up.
I don't.
Absolutely not. He made his own decision to wipe out.
Right? That was my own
Not decision, a life choice. It
Here
was a
you
life.
go. Here you go. I'll share my screen. Hold on one second. Let me get it up. It'll be in the basement here. Hold on.
Now, I will say one thing, Hit Gal, is since, you know, none of us all we can do is help you find area in it. We don't know them, so it's not like a recommendation per se. So I just.
We all raise our children differently, so don't think I'm singling one person out, you know, but.
There you go. So that's what it looks like right there. That's in fact the same exact setup that I came across.
And I put
There's
you
been
a link to Amazon for under car Wi-Fi antennas. So that'll give you. You can kind of verify the ratings, kind of judge that, read up a little bit, see what people say. You kind of got to watch though on Amazon. They're kind of so full of shit with their reviews. So what I would recommend is because they're basically ran by bots. So I would go and actually
Those
look
actually
at the manufacturer's website and then look under, because people that are actually into it will go directly to the manufacturer and go, hey, why is this doing this? This is shit. This isn't, overheats or whatever.
Right.
So I would go to the manufacturer source and check reviews there.
Yeah.
Rescue. The Wii Boost is very, very highly recommended, especially in the nomadic community, for boosting signal strength.
That's
Well,
why.
and it
That's
might
why I
be. I
went
was
with
just,
it. Yeah.
but I just when we went, I didn't want her to because she had asked, and none of us really know something, so I just want her to know that, and then just there's the options. Just
Yeah, I'm
Right.
just saying those that are in the nomadic community that I follow, those are very, very highly recommended because a lot of people uh, camp out on BLM land where they have very little or limited regular cell strength, and those will actually boost your signal a lot.
Yep. Not cheap though. Not
No,
cheap, but well worth it.
well, especially if I mean that's part of your thing. Matter of fact, milkmaid, I don't know if that'd be a worthy investment, if that would help you any. Like if you put that in your vehicle, if it's usually there when you're on and out of your internet, because you can still use it from there.
Well, it depends on if the shot that it's going to make will actually hit something that can relay back and forth or not. So you're extending your signal, but if that extension doesn't reach the tower you're trying to hit, then it's not going to do you any good.
Yeah.
But if it does hit something, then you're in business. But usually there's not but X amount of distance between one tower to another. And sometimes your reception problem is because you're in between two and it doesn't know which one to pick. Well, when you hit the extender, it'll grab one and just stick with it because the signal's strong enough that it doesn't keep dropping.
Right.
yeah, it'll lock in.
Needs to. Oh, Sharon's that the Bushido needs to man up and apologize to Milkmaid. LOL. With you, Milkmaid. Oh, that's because she must have said something because it says I'm with you, Milkmaid.
Well, I mean, I do apologize that Milkmaid made the choices that she made in her life, you know? But we, you know, none of us are perfect. I mean, I'm pretty close, but most people aren't perfect. So, but I do understand. I do understand how it could happen, you know, not throwing stones or anything.
Hey, speak for yourself. I'm perfect. I'm perfect at crashing scooters.
Well, I don't know if it can really go perfect because you still have your arm attached.
Oh.
But that's the perfect accident because then he doesn't have to pay to get it sewn back on.
Right.
Oh, well, I thought if we're going to be the perfect crash of a scooter, then you
But
would
he's
want...
still open casket at this point. Like that.
Yeah, but he didn't take max damage. Did he take perfect damage and still be here? Yes, I don't know. There should be at least major some scar tissue going, you know, at least have some titanium installed or something.
Oh, that would be awesome.
We're going to expect a lot
Until
more
it gets
blood.
cold, brother, and then it makes you have headaches. But
We're going to expect a lot more blood on your next crash, okay? I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Well, I'll make sure that I'm going at least 50 next time for the next crash.
Hey, maybe go for one of the street lamps next time.
Oh, that'd
try
be
to
awesome.
be more. Yeah.
Kind of look like Wile E. Coyote.
Boom. Right. Face plant the pole. It's like, let's not do that. Let's just say we did. How's that?
Let's not say we did.
Yeah.
That's
Dude,
awesome.
that's one of the, hey, how close, by the way, just not if you don't want to go through, but so when you wiped it, was there like a tree or a pole or was anything right there when you first went face plant?
Oh, no, I was like dead set in the middle of the street.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I wasn't going to hit anything, but I shouldn't have let go of the handlebars. I should have kept both my hands on the handlebars. That was my mistake.
Well, oh, how is your hand, by the way?
The hand is fine. It just had it just had some top scratches. That's all.
Okay, cool. Oh,
sorry.
No worries. By the way, Milkmaid, I just had a brain fart, and I'm sorry. You're right. Your connection issue is with your cable and being saturated. I'm sorry. I don't know how that shit happens. It just does.
I can tell you that Amazon's not happy. I seriously just got off of LOA and just like fixed a whole bunch of bullshit with them. And now I'm going back on LOA again.
Oh, wow.
So I can tell you Amazon's not happy with me.
Well, you got insurance coverage and everything's kind of covered, right? So I mean, it won't be like anything your care's not out of pocket, I guess is what I'm.
No, I got the best insurance the state can give me. Don't ask me how. But somehow I qualify.
Oh, so
That's a
Arizona's
scary
got
thought.
state insurance,
right?
Well,
What's that?
I said Arizona's got state
if he's
insurance.
talking access,
Yeah.
if he's
Yeah.
talking access, he's in trouble.
Why?
Access ain't that good.
Actually, access is pretty damn good compared to most.
Well-
Compared to some of the stuff that I've had to do on my regular insurance, when I had regular insurance, I couldn't get half the tests done that I got done, like the CT scan and stuff that I had done when I went into the ER. I probably wouldn't have gotten that done with my Blue Shield Blue Cross. Like, you get a lot more done with access than you do with others.
Well, this is true to a point, yeah.
I don't know. If
I mean,
Texas has
sometimes
state
I wish
insurance
I
or
had.
not. I've never heard of it.
What was that, Rescue?
I said I don't know if Texas has state insurance. I've never heard of it. But I'm got Medicare, whatever disability is. That's what I've got right now.
I'm pretty sure you guys have access or something like that for people with low income, whatever your food stamps would be.
Oh, okay. Oh, well,
it would go along with that.
Okay.
I mean, not that we're
about all that.
Not that we're that poor, but we don't qualify for the access food, but we qualify for the access health because of our kids and everything.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. Although sometimes I do wish I had access rather than my insurance through the state.
We had United, and that's actually what my wife still has. And the only reason I got off of it because, dude, it cost you. Okay, so sometimes, I don't know insurance shit, but some of this shit, dude, fascinates me because of just that. I don't know anything about insurance. So when it seems really stupid to me, I really have lost all respect for anybody that makes the decisions. Because it's like, if it stood out to me, you should have we should have never got here. But
Right.
So apparently, if you have private insurance and you have Medicare, well, then they charge you more money. So you go get a test done. Oh, well, no, you have to pay a percentage of the test. Oh, my hover round. Oh, you have to pay a percentage. And then one day, matter of fact, I think it was the hover round lady, and unfortunately all the documentation had been done. Otherwise we would have changed her right then. But she goes, I hate to tell you, but if you didn't have private insurance, this would all be paid for. And it was like, what? And it was like, and then I checked into it. Yep, sure enough. Checked with the doctor's office. All these tests I've been paying for is because I have private insurance. If I hadn't just had the Medicare, it would have been taken care of. And it's like, so you spend all this money on the private insurance, and yet it costs you more money because to get a test, when if you just go ahead and see, this is the narrative of riding the system. Because it's like, oh no, come over here and we can cover everything. But is it just let me ride my private insurance? I'd have dropped my Medicare, but I think it affects everything. I don't know. Because that's their world and they make the rules in their world for now.
Yeah, if Amazon didn't screw up and fire me for the first LOA, I would still have my own private insurance and I would be paying out of pocket for all of this stuff.
Just blows my mind.
Yeah, but they screwed up. They fired me when they shouldn't have fired me, and then I couldn't get regular insurance through them again, so we went back on to Access, which was a good thing. I guess that's a good thing because now I'm not paying out of pocket for all this stuff that I just did to myself.
Oh, hey, Canadian Patriot. I don't know if Black Watch saw it. Black Watch.
Yeah, I saw it. I'm just going to.
You shouldn't have to, because I did Restream when I first started this. The first thing I found was actually Restream, and the only reason I didn't stay on it is just because it just does more than I needed to do. So, and I came here, everybody was familiar with it, so getting on Backstage and all that was more familiar. So that's why I run StreamYard. But OBS is separate, and you can actually you don't need Restream if you use OBS. OBS can talk directly to your YouTube, but the Restream or StreamYards, from my understanding, to be honest, it allows the panel action, and if you go just from OBS to YouTube, then that's you'll have to do another feature in order to bring people up. Like you would just,
you'll have to use like Zoom or something to have people come up on your panel. And that's the only good thing about StreamYard is they do make it so easy to have people on panels.
Yeah.
Well, I thought OBS was just basically like a snap camera program, something that.
No, but OBS actually stands for Open Broadcast Software, and you can actually connect and set up. You can manage your broadcast all from OBS. You can do your whole title, log it, save it.
Oh yeah.
Well, OBS, it was like StreamYard, but it was geared for people with alternative lifestyles.
Gotcha.
What
I thought it was just another system like Snap Camera where you could like put stuff up and make different backgrounds and whatnot and so forth. I thought that's what it was.
Yeah, that's you can do that in the with basics, but OBS is so much more.
It's broadcasting software. So
yeah, I mean, I can change and skew the image so that, like I did a couple times here, it looks like I'm in a living room and I'm on either a big screen projector or a TV, and you can adjust the angles so that it looks like it's just a perfect fit. There's so much you can do.
Yeah, awkward. You can run OBS through StreamYard too. That's what I do actually right now. That's
when you have OBS, you give George Soros permission to access your whole computer.
It's like the OBS. It gives me like now. See, I can change my whole panel to the flag type thing. That's what. But yet you don't have to have it.
As long as George Soros decides to leave better porn than what I have on the computer, it's all good.
Right?
Rescue, what that was with Canadian Patriot was yesterday, as I understood it, she came into to StreamYards and it prompted to download the client package. I told her you don't need that. You only need that if you're going to start a meeting. I didn't mention OBS at all.
Well, yeah, no, StreamYard's like to come up Backstage here. It's just a matter of coming up through the web browser. So, like on my phone, I have Chrome and I have Firefox, but most people I think use Chrome, or there's some other ones, but it's just a web browser address is all it is. So it's coming in through a browser. There shouldn't be an install of anything.
Or you're just using the cloud version?
No, it's just it's a URL based. It's like if you look whenever you joined, that's just a URL based. You just come in through your browser.
Well, that's what I mean. The cloud. It's the cloud.
Well, yeah, I mean it's on the server client side. Yeah.
So.
I'm sorry. I just still find the cloud term humor. That's just humor. Just because it's like it's FPT storage, all kinds of other servers we've had, and it's like, okay, we'll call it all cloud now because we're good. Now that we've centralized everything to like Amazon server farms, then I guess we'll just call that the cloud. No point in calling Planet Server or web host servers or what it actually is. Anyway, we'll move back. So does she have a problem just like connecting like to StreamYard?
No, like this is the way I understood it when she came in. She said, it prompted me to download. So I took that from StreamYard like Zoom, and that's a client based, and you only need that if you want to start a meeting. Sign in and you start it, you initiate it.
Well, then that's using a whole different set of protocols.
Yeah, it's a client based on your machine, and it connects up to the server. And you have to sign in to have that.
Software driven.
I didn't mention OBS at all.
And that was something actually, and I came across the OBS, and I think a lot of people use it. And actually, what triggered me was I just happened to notice as I would sit on panels, I would see just little notices of things, and then I got to noticing that I would see the icon. Believe it or not, I just get observant like that, and I saw people would show these videos of what they had done their desktop. I don't know what that is. What is that noise?
Hold on, that's probably a bird in the background. This
Oh.
microphone picks up some. Oh my God, it picks up background noise so good.
Well, here, let me turn you down just a little bit too, because I had you turned up pretty good. You people.
Yeah, that's definitely a bird. I'm used to those.
The other day you were sitting back like that, and it was low, so I had turned you up, and you were I think at like 160. But
I got you. Yeah.
If that's a Logitech 920 series, they're very sensitive. Or the Blue Yetis, they're very sensitive mics.
No, this is a J Labs mic. I picked it up at Walmart for like $50, and it's really, really good mic for $50. I'm actually surprised with it.
It's just its field is like way pegged out though. Like it sounds like it's area that it's an area mic. You know what I mean?
Hey Zach, what's up, brother?
It's one way or it's all way directional.
Yeah,
omnidirectional.
Yeah.
Blackwatch. This is a combination of on the screen right now, a combination of SnapCam and OBS.
Yeah, I think you mentioned you were using SnapCam on top of OBS.
Yeah, and I got a great.
I've not seen that used elsewhere, but if it works.
That mic that you have, you people, if you ever recorded like a comedy show or like a town hall meeting or something, that would be the perfect microphone for that, because you could pick up the banter all around it as well. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know, because I can hear my family talking inside when I've got the microphone on and I turn the volume all the way up to 100. I can hear my family talking inside with the doors closed, and I'm like, holy crap, this thing can pick up some stuff.
Oh, okay, there you are, Canadian. I got you. How are you?
Hey guys, I won't stay long. I'm a tech dummy, okay? I really struggle with this tech shit. But anyways, when I did lives before, I used Melon. But a lot of people had problems getting in. And so when I said I was going to try and get my lives going again, everybody kept saying, well, you got to get Restream or you got to get StreamYard. So I downloaded the Restream, and when I was going through the setup, it said, to do lives, you need OBS, blah, 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 for Zoom, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay, now I'm stuck, because I didn't understand why I needed OBS.
You shouldn't need OBS for Restream. You shouldn't need OBS for Restream. I was just running Restream.
You can just set it up and connect it to your YouTube account.
I know that there's options. Hold on. We'll
Well, I mean, you can.
I know that there's options.
Well, Restream is it's like StreamYards. With the main difference between the two is with Restream, you can go to multiple platforms just with a click of a button. So we're like here, you can just go click, go to your YouTube, do your show, da 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 da. With Restream, hence the word Restream, is you can then go to Twitch and YouTube and Facebook and shit, I forgot the other platform some I hadn't even heard of. And you can do it like your show then can go to all those at one time.
Yeah, like I think it said the basic allows you to do two stream to two other platforms.
Yeah, you can multi-stream to 2 channels.
Like to
you can have
YouTube and someone else. And all I care about is YouTube. Okay, Tech Dummy here. Am I going to get involved in DLive and Twitch and all this other stuff? No.
Okay, once you sign up for Restream and you go and you log in, it's going to ask you to start with Studio, set up for OBS, Zoom, etc., stream a video file, schedule an event, or record only. You want to go with just start with Studio.
Okay.
And then it'll take you into the studio, and then you can set it up from there and run your live from there.
Did you already get Restream?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hi, Lori C. Morning.
Well, if it's any consolation, it's not a big deal. If, like, after the month is over, you want to go to StreamYard, I can just vouch that that's no big deal at all. And
Well, I'm
get a lot
I'm
simpler.
signed up with Restream, and I get it for free.
Yeah.
I don't even pay for Restream.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, then yeah. Well, I thought if you're the panel part doesn't, if you don't mind the panel part. See,
No.
I don't mind a bigger panel, so that's why I just went ahead and incorporate the cost of StreamYard.
I was doing that for a while, and then the LOA stuff happened with Amazon, and I couldn't afford it, so I had to stop it. So I stopped my membership for a while, but I'm gonna bring my membership back. But it's very rare that I have like 10 people on my panel. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, do I really want to pay the extra? But I heard that StreamYard has now got a $10 deal.
Yeah.
Where you get like the
They do.
basics.
Yeah. Hey, give me one sec.
Hi, Zach. How you feeling, Zach?
And holler at me tomorrow when I'm up when you get off.
Zach, good to see you.
And what's up, Zach? I think I said that, but in case I didn't. And Miss 556, you are so awesome. So how are things?
Are those storms done in the south, or are they still going?
No, I think we're past with it all now. It's sunshiny. And
Well, that's good, because you guys, everybody down in that corridor was just getting hammered. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah, I'm not ready for hurricane season down here. I hope we have a real mild one that just not much happens. But who knows?
Okay. I'll get out of your way. I
No
just
worries.
wanted to explain that because it was hard to type it all in chat.
Well, yeah, and I know the tech stuff, but this was like all new, and I kind of had to make the decision and then kind of learn it on the fly real quick. But so I would just say just go slow. It's easy
So just
enough.
go to studio and then go live from there, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, make sure to go. Well, make sure that your icon is up there for YouTube.
Yeah, you need to do your tie-in between the two.
Yeah.
If you decide to go with the paid version of Zoom,
I'm not using Zoom. That's from China.
Because there's no limit. You can go up to 25 people or something in there.
I don't trust Zoom.
Oh no, it was so ironic when they first started using that. It used to trip me out because I told my wife when this first got released, you can go and look at a few reviewers that even saw the software exploits in it, and it was like, yeah, well, this isn't safe. And next thing I know, we went into little freaking Koofville here, and then all of a sudden there's all these Zoom meetings happening in Congress and shit, and I looked at my wife and I was like, what the hell is going on? It's like, let's use most open. Well, now I see it's like, hell, they didn't care. They were already telling them everything anyway.
Well, here's the thing too. I can't get Zoom. Like Jeff Riddle uses Zoom for his, and I have tried and tried and tried. I can't get it to work on my phone, no matter what I do. So
exploited stuff.
That's just more confusion for the tech dummies. So plus they're from China. I don't trust them.
Do you only have access to a phone? You don't have a PC?
No, I have a laptop, but if I have that much trouble on my phone, and I've heard other people having trouble with it as well, so just the fact that I don't trust them. But Melon was super easy for me. It was for the tech dummy like this one. Melon was awesome, but there was again a bunch of people that couldn't get in. So they're saying, well, if you're getting your live going again, then make sure you get one of the other platforms. So,
Well, watch out for the bombers, no matter what you use them.
yeah. Well, I still have to figure out how to get in to this where all the settings are for, setting for subscribers and everything, because I don't know how to get in there and do that.
Through OBS or through StreamYard?
Through YouTube.
Oh, yeah, the OBS.
You want to go to your YouTube studio.
Do you
Later,
have
Yankee.
to?
Have
Do
a
you
good day,
have
buddy.
to be in the show to do that, or can you do it outside of it?
What do you mean? What are you looking to do?
Like, I hear people go, well, like Rescue and Tin and them had to go in and set their subscribers to higher.
Yes, that's OBS.
That's over on YouTube. It's
Yeah.
YouTube Studios.
And do you have to be in the live to go in and do that, or can you just go into studio and do that?
Well,
No, you
if
just go
you
in.
set the, like I do mine, which is 3:30, you set it to record, and once you establish when you're going to do your show, rather
Yeah.
in a week, as soon as you do that over in YouTube Studios, you go into your dashboard and then go to your content under live, and it'll already be pre-posted there. When you click on that, you can choose those options.
Oh, okay.
And if you want to do it for everything you do, I can't confirm this. I think because I double checked it, but I had already done it, so I'm not sure when it applied. But you can go down into your settings in Studios, and I think you can establish it for your channel subscribers only there too. And then
Okay.
I think that applies to everything then you record. But I would just double check it. It's not hard to double check that.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
thanks, Hick Girl. I'm gonna go check that out. You said it's on my Telegram. Was it a direct message or was it a post on the Telegram?
When I was going to ask Bug Out, whenever you did a at Cola, I didn't see her. Did she say something in chat? Because you were asking about a mass in her lungs. You perked my interest, sir, because
That's some serious stuff.
yeah, and I just looked down and saw that. And it was like, oh.
Zoom has already stepped up their security since all this started. That's what you're worried about.
Okay. So I appreciate all your help, and I'm gonna go back in chat and wait and see where Hick Gal sent that for me. You guys have a great day, and I'm gonna keep listening.
Yes, ma'am. You have a blessed day.
Thanks for
Wow.
having me up, Rescue.
Yes, ma'am. Anytime. Okay, and I'm sorry I missed out on 55H. Good morning. Thank you. Hope we will be soon. Okay, insurance run now more. Storms Monday and Tuesday. Okay. Sorry, I was trying to catch up with chat. Okay,
All
556. Are you still here? I'm kind of everything okay, and are you just they're now? The insurance people are there right now. So, hey, did you reach out to Devil Dog? They said something I think about a man. What kind of attorney? Brain fog. Devil Dog. When they asked him, Jack asked. He told him. Devil Dog said some kind of an attorney. I want to say it was like a constitutional property, or can't remember. I'm sorry. I will try to find out and say anything.
Devil Dog will know all that, hands down.
Sir?
Devil Dog, he'll know all that constitutional stuff, hands down.
That's it.
He's really good at that.
Well, as soon as she was in after the storm and talked about the insurance people started giving him a hassle, that's the first thing that came to mind was Devil Dog. For so many people in chat too, it was like Devil Dog, because he just, let's see, Rescue, I haven't.
Devil
yet.
Dog.
They just showed up today. I'm going to email him soon. Okay, cool.
I don't think I've heard of him. Is he like a constitutionalist, or
oh boy,
what's he into?
Yeah, he actually goes around and he holds the sheriffs and officials to the Constitution. And for the sheriffs that want to be a constitutional sheriff, he's talks to them. I forgot, what is that guy's name? Mac?
Could somebody post a link? I'd love to check out this guy's channel.
Yeah. Let's see.
I don't know if he's got content or not.
And he's a retired Marine.
That's
Solid
awesome.
dude. Yeah, he holds them to the Constitution. Oh, he's had him. He's had some suits knock on his door before, and he redirected them to his sheriff, and his sheriff basically told him that they need to go away. So he's in Michigan, is where he lives, but he
Thanks,
travels.
Ronnie.
Oh, did you get it? Thank you very much, because I'm.
Oh, there's no content.
Oh no, most of his are look in the library. He does because he goes and gathers the information. He doesn't like usually you catch him on panels, but he assembles the information and kind of the things to pay attention
See,
to.
that's what I'm looking for because I'm looking for that education. I want to learn. That's the whole point behind all this. Is not just me giving education out to the public, but I get education back because I'm not always right. So I love learning from new people, especially people that are like deep into the Constitution and have like a deeper feel for it or outlook on it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, look under his playlist when you go, you people, because then you're going to see there's.
Oh, there is stuff there. Okay.
Oh, dude, it's yeah.
Well, when you pull up his home, it says that there's no content.
Oh, that's
All
yeah.
right.
He doesn't. And dude, if you once you see him on a panel, he's the only dude. I put it like this: he's the only guy I've ever met that actually has an alarm to tell him when to go take a nap.
Yeah.
You know what? I need one of those.
So
I do. I need one.
He
of
literally is on the go so much. I used to know what time it was because he's been up here many mornings, and you hear it go off in the background. And it's like, all right, well, I gotta go, and I'll see y'all there. And he leaves pretty fast too, but he's because he's on a purpose, and we've got to get back to the Constitution,
right? And that's kind of where I'm at, man. That's what I'm trying to bring back is the Constitution. I mean, I know there's not it's not all sunshines and roses, but it was written for a reason, you know.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know.
That man can quote stuff from memory that take you. He's good. He's very good.
Dude, I can't even tell you because it's such a mass amount, but he literally has so many of those envelopes and shit delivered to his house by the boxes because he literally does so many letters and so much documentation. He's like a, what is that, print office shit or Office Depot stuff where you go and get your little documents. So he's like a rolling one. He just is
wow.
on there. Yeah.
I'd love to check this guy out, at least watch him on panel.
Yeah, and I'd say I can't remember how many shows back. Let's see, was it 2? No, let's see. Okay, you had your accident night before last, and then so maybe 5 shows back, 4 or 5.
Yeah.
I could tell you where to find them, but I don't want to say other channels. But
oh, that's okay. I mean, he pops up and all over. So if you know of a couple, and that's fine. I don't mind.
Hey, I'll get into any community, man. I don't care. I'll go and check it out and see what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Like I try and, I mean, that's the whole point, right? Is to learn from other people, not just your community, right? I mean, hell,
Right.
I know plenty of people that I've gone into like the 1A community and I tell them that I do crafting and they're like, get the hell out of here. This person does crafting. And then I go over and I play in the crafting community for a while. Yeah, I had this one lady, I'm sitting there talking to her and her friend do lives, and they're all talking all nice and everything, and I'm talking to them about how they're putting their jewelry together, and they asked me what I did, and I go, I cop watch, and they go, what the hell are you doing here? What, just because I cop watch, I can't make jewelry and roach clips?
Hey, I'll give him a sec. 556, his email, if you go on his YouTube page and then go over to the About side, he's got his email. And cool, Cole. I'm glad that was then. That just Bug Out said that, and it just had me all of a sudden. I was wondering. She said that was years ago. She's fine. And it was like,
He has a sense of humor. You better not feed him any lines with what you do.
Right?
yeah, poor old milkmaid. She got a crappy sheriff. She's got to work on getting rid of. Get him voted gone.
It's not that hard. All you got to do is pick up a camera at the right time. You know what I'm saying? That or FOIA request anything that you can on him. You know, FOIA request dash cam. You feel that he did a stop wrong and you know that he's got body cam or dash cam, FOIA request it. You have the right to. You want dirt on this guy and he recorded it himself while he's on duty, FOIA request it. You have the right to that information.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
there's plenty of information out there.
That's part of
Hopefully.
the boxes of stuff I was just telling you about Devil Dog is FOIA requests.
Yeah, FOIA requests.
He doesn't buy the boxes, dude.
You know?
No.
You don't have to be part of whatever incident that you know of. If you know that he did something wrong on a certain point in time and there's dash cam or body cam footage of it, you have the right to it. You just have the right to it. Go FOIA request it. There's always ways to get dirt on dirty cops, man.
Don't be surprised if that footage has been edited, though. I heard of that in Arizona.
Well, they do that. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, you get body cam footage that's fuzzy, but then you can turn around and tell them that you want the unredacted version of it as well. You know, that just takes a little bit more time and effort to get, depending on what they do. Some departments will be, you know, they don't do that stuff. What they'll do is they'll mute certain stuff like names, addresses.
Okay, I'm getting it for you, 558.
Stuff like that. But other than that, I mean, out here, as far as our FOIA requests go for any kind of footage, they fuzz it all out anymore. So that way you can't really see what's going on.
You know where they blew it with this guy? He was streaming live on OBS. Everybody heard it all.
Yep.
Anyway. That was swatting. That's what that was.
Oh, the swatting. Yeah, you got to watch out for that. I hate that. I think that's more despicable than porn bombing, to tell you the truth.
Well, everybody was trying to tell him, you just got, you know, Twitter or whatever, you just got cracked. You just got hacked. And it kept going around and around. I think people knew what was coming.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's kind of crazy, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, why does it have to go to that? Why do people got to pull stuff like that? I just don't get it. I really don't.
Because they're stupid.
Because they're stupid. Good answer. Good answer.
There you go, 556. That's it. SaveAmerica@email.com. I knew it was something simple. I just didn't want to say it wrong. And
scared.
Big difference between stupid and ignorant. Ignorant can be taught. Stupid isn't going away anytime soon.
Well, and that's why I told my wife, you know, maybe it's about time that we start taking warning labels off of stuff. I mean, if you're stupid enough to stick your hand in a riding lawnmower, I don't think...
Right? They'll learn fast enough after the first time.
Right? So I feel that warning labels should be taken off of everything. Let natural selection come back into play.
Yeah, but look at all the lawsuits.
What's up, brother?
What's up, 1A?
You doing all right?
Yeah, man. Just want to hop up and chill with y'all for a little bit.
Just chilling, kicking back. I don't even know what time it is. What is it, 10:30? Oh, shit. What did I do?
It's about 8:30 here.
Let's go, Darwin. What up, Ray and Black Watch? Good to see you.
Yep, there we go.
Good to see you.
Oh, man. Tired.
Well, you said you didn't get very much sleep.
It didn't. Well, it is what it is. I never do.
Well, I feel you. I mean, I seriously crashed out after I left you my message, which was like 10 minutes before you started, because I pulled my live. I was waiting for you to come up, but I was like, you probably is, getting set up for a show and everything. So I shut mine down. I told a bunch of my people to come over here and check you out. I left you a message. I went to bed, and then I got up like 4 hours later, had a cigarette, was listening to you, but I knew that I was going to end up crashing back out. So I didn't jump on or say anything, crashed back out. And then my wife woke me up to, hey, there's a bunch of sheriffs at the end of our street. Oh, shit.
I saw a notification that you were on, but I think I had just woke up and kind of tossed, and then I had to come in and get everything going, and it was
right.
I was trying to do them blinks and get the coffee going, and it was just, I don't know. Sometimes I get them fogs. And thank you, Lala. I appreciate it.
I hear you. That's where I was when I woke up the first time, because my medication was still there, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to end up passing out, and I'm not going to do it on his panel. I've already wrecked on his panel. I'm not passing out too.
It's all right.
I'm not getting you a twofer. That's not happening.
I'm going to try some melatonin. Indy was telling me about it. I'm going to try some of that, see if that'll help me rest a little bit longer or something.
Yeah, melatonin will definitely chill you out, especially the adult version. Don't take more than 2 gummies.
Yeah, don't. And the reason I rescue, just be careful how often you take it, because when you don't take it anymore, you won't be able to sleep.
Right.
So I use melatonin when I absolutely need it. Like it. Yep. Because it changes it. It's just like with serotonin, with taking drugs or certain things. It deplete. You're overworking your brain to force you to sleep. So that when you don't, just like anything, you get dependent on it.
I found with melatonin, go in with the least amount and see how it goes. That's me personally.
Yeah, I probably will. I got enough issues going on up there. I've been the gambit, so I mean, I don't like medicine, dude. I'm supposed to take bare aspirin every day, and it was like, yeah, okay, whatever.
That's awesome. Let's go, Darwin. Let's go with the evolution. That's awesome.
Get sibling.
That's one thing I can say about Fat Man is he'll. That's Fat Man. That's you, right, Fat Man?
Yeah, that's right.
No, I'm not Fat Man, and no, I do not live in Phoenix, Arizona.
That's good, because you probably have your brain fried like me. 125-degree weather. Screw that. I need to get out of here.
Yeah, that's coming next month.
Yep. I'm already dreading it. Hell, it's nice out right now. I think it's already like up into the 80s right now.
Well, I finally got the city to come out to the apartment complex since our landlord has decided not to reinstall the gas for the last year and a half.
What happened now?
Oh, we had a water main burst out in front, and one of the workers one of the cops smelt a gas leak. So of course they called Southwest and the city inspector, and they found it was a line that the owner of this property ran between the 2 buildings that was leaking gas. So they gave him the opportunity to fix it. He never did. So Southwest Gas came out, removed the meters all the way and the line all the way to the main, and he never fixed it. He sold the place. The new management company was made aware of it by me via several emails. We had a nice long discussion, and they never decided to fix it. And I just got fed up with it yesterday and reached out to the city inspectors, and they're like, okay, well, we're going to contact them, the property management, and we'll be out on what's a good day for us to come out on to inspect everything? I said, well, Friday I'm here because the AC people will be out here to fix the AC unit. They're like, okay, well, we'll see you on Friday. Oh, by the way, since you did notify them a year and a half ago, you're entitled to sue them for a rent deduction for each month that you're without gas. So it's about $2,400 right now.
Which side of the service is the problem? The property side or the town side?
No, the problem was the owner on the property side.
On the property. Oh, okay.
That's what you get when you try to skimp corner. When you're a slumlord and you skimp corners and you hire incompetent people to do work.
Right.
Yep.
Give me one
And
sec.
then as
Give me 1 sec, Ray. Hey, Canadian Patriot, appreciate that info on that. And stay in high. Morning. Hopefully your day's starting off good. And House Donkey, welcome up.
Welcome back,
Thank
Don.
you. Thank you.
Okay, Ray. There you go.
Hello, everybody.
Well, now that the new management took over, since they decided to ignore the issue instead of addressing it and resolving it, they're now liable not only for the time that they took over ownership, but for the previous ownership.
They have to sue the previous owner.
No.
Yeah,
Nope. You go after the current owner because the current owner was made aware of the issue. The current owner, when you buy a property to rent out, you assume all responsibility for that property the moment you take it over. So if the previous owner screwed somebody over and overcharged rent, then you can go after the current owner.
They knew about this. They knew about it when they bought it.
Yep, because I talked to them and I've got the email records showing, and we were talking about that. They're like, well, did he respond? Did they respond to the email? You might have a problem with that. I said, oh no, he's directly replied. He actually asked me more questions like, well, how are people fixing meals? I said, well, me personally, I brought in a RV oven stove combo that runs off of propane.
They often say pay your rent and go to court, but they're going to outlast you in court.
Well, see, I kept telling them that one of the tenants is going to complain and file suit, and they're like, "Oh no, that's just them talking crap." Blah blah blah. Well, little did he know that it's probably is going to be me. You pushed me far enough.
Oh boy.
Hey, money.
Hell, I just work out a deal where I get so much free rent. You know what I'm saying? You get so many months of free rent.
No, I want the $200 a month. I figured that's average about what I pay for propane is about $200 because I use the
but you can sue them for the amount that you've had to pay for the propane, which is out of pocket expenses that you should.
If I had kept the receipts for it. If I had kept the receipts, so I'm just going after.
That's not necessarily true because obviously you've been running off of propane. Basically, what you can do is you can keep the receipts from this point on as far as how much propane that you've been using per week. Then you average that out to when this problem started, and you can still get compensated because obviously it was a problem back then.
I'm just going for diminished value of the rental, which equals about $200 a month because I would pay $200 less for a place that had no gas or ability to put in a electric stove.
Right, but then you work that out to a deal where it all gets.
No, I don't want a deal. I want the straight cash. The straight cash puts me one step closer to my ultimate goal.
And that would be
Alaska.
To go nomadic for the next year and a half while I get my Alaska property paid off and head up to Alaska. I don't like being in sticks and bricks buildings. I want to be nomadic. I want to be in a little RV, living a free life.
By the way, has anybody heard from Barefoot in Alaska, Dana? Has anybody seen her on a panel or seen her in chat or anything? throw that out.
Well, I haven't seen her in a few days.
Yeah, neither have I.
I've asked around
she's
rescue
okay.
to like probably 10 different people, and I've got no response. Or I got responses, but no new information.
I should have asked Ron. I think outdoor with Ron. I think he's in contact or has been. Maybe I can't remember how that went.
I'll know for sure on this weekend when I see her on a couple. If I see her on a couple other lives that I watch.
Okay. You just let her. If anybody runs into her, just let her know. I was wondering about her, and I know several other people were. So she's missed for sure. Just hope everything's okay. So
Donkey
where you headed to, Donkey?
Oh, we are still headed for Reno, Nevada. I just went past. I don't know if anybody's familiar with the location, but it's in Hawthorne. Currently going around Walker Lake. It's pretty cool. There's a big ass mud puddle in the middle of nowhere. I'm not kidding you. No,
Dude,
there's
Nevada.
nothing out here. But
there you go.
Oh.
Yep. Oh, there you are. You're back.
Nevada and
They got a place
Arizona
out
are
here.
having such bad droughts right now.
oh yeah, I can see the
Oh,
where
hell,
water
have you
level
heard about
should
Lake
be,
Mead?
and it's not. I went past Lake Mead
Oh.
yesterday. Lake Mead is dry.
That's at its lowest. Yeah, it's at its
Yes.
lowest point ever, and has actually triggered an emergency.
Yep.
Yeah.
Lake Powell is doing the same thing. They don't know if it's going to be able to generate electricity within the next 2 years.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm looking at Lake Walker right now, and I can see about 20 to 30 feet of shoreline that should be covered with water. But I went past, if anybody's military, they'll be familiar with it probably, but it's called NAVSEA, NAVSEA.
Thank you, ma'am.
They do a lot of naval testing out here, like the gun systems and stuff. And then there's a Hawthorne Army base right next to it. And lots of ammo bunkers.
Yep. I remember driving out that way.
But they, yeah, really pretty drive. A lot of desert. I ain't seen any bighorn sheep today, though. That kind of bugs me. I would have loved to seen some bighorn sheep.
Have you ever been through? Have you ever been through Oatman?
Where?
Oatman. It's Oatman,
Nevada?
Arizona. No, Arizona.
Arizona? Not sure. There's a lot of times where I'll go through somewhere and notice it, but it doesn't store in my brain that I went through the little town.
Oh no, you'd remember this little town. So this little town runs off of Route 66, and it jumps. It's like right on the. It's like the way you get to it, you have to go like from Arizona into California, back into Arizona on the Route 66 to get to it. And the town at like noon has a bunch of wild burro that come in and take over the town. You can feed the burro, you can pet them. In fact, they made one of them the mayor of the town. So you can't like, there's one way in, one way out, right? Like there's one road that runs through it, and if one of the burros sit in the middle of the road, like you can't get out of your car and push it out of the way. You'll get in trouble for that.
Staying high, I'm a couple hours away from there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a pretty.
No,
crazy
I haven't
place.
been through there.
You gotta check it out.
Definitely. One of the towns I went through yesterday, I was talking to my wife and another friend, on a three-way call, and I kept getting told to shut up because I was interrupting. I was like, "There's wild burros just walking around the town eating whatever they want to." I'm like, "Holy shit!" And I told my wife, I was like, "Ha! I'm gonna grab me a burro. I'm bringing me a donkey home." She's like, turn your camera on. I want to see that. I want to see you get kicked.
Yeah, as a truck driver, there'd be no reason for Donkey to ever go through Oatman unless he's delivering directly to Oatman.
You know, that's I didn't even think about that. I don't think I've ever seen any 18-wheelers actually go through there. I don't think they can.
Oh, they
Why
can,
not?
but
There's a lot of small towns like that. They don't
What
want
I,
trucks
I'm-
coming through.
What I mean is I don't think the road is rated for it. I think you know how sometimes you can't go on a certain road with an 18-wheeler.
Yeah, it's weight based.
Yeah, I think that's what's going on. I don't think I've
Yeah.
ever seen like an 18-wheeler go through there, to tell you the truth. And I've been there a couple of times.
It's
So
usually
it
how
might be
they
one of those roads.
the
That's
thickness
probably
of
why
the
he hasn't
roads.
run into it.
The thickness of the roads is because if they city streets, if they're not designed for the gross weight, then that road ain't going to survive.
No, it's
Plus, it's a pretty
And
thin
actually,
road too.
even
so, I
under
mean-
their specs, when they say it'll last, you can see that they don't last.
Oh hell! And this place doesn't even keep up on its road. The road is falling apart like mad. So I mean,
Oh,
this
it's-
is old. This is old Route 66, man. Like,
yeah, its main road is the state highway that runs through it. That's
Yeah.
the main road.
Well, the problem he said was it goes from Arizona into California and back into Arizona. So my problem is it goes
Yeah.
into California. I try not to go to California. I mean, usually where we load out of to go to California, the miles are good. It's
Right.
still the fact that I don't like going to California.
No, it's the way that you take it up there. It's weird because you end up like going into California for like a small bit, and then you cut back over, and you're right back into Arizona. It's a
Oatman?
weird way of getting into it. It's messed
There's
up.
no way. For
Yeah,
Oatman?
Yeah, it's
That's
right on
south
the
of
border.
Kingman.
Right, and it's right
That's
on the border.
No, it's nowhere near California.
What do you mean it's nowhere near California?
I'm looking at it on the map. It's
Ooh, two Arizonians gonna go at it. Let's see
Here we
which
go.
one comes out.
Arizona bitch fight.
That's it. Which is the town on the state line, or is it not?
Oh, I see. Never mind. No,
Oh, wait. Oh, was that a slam dunk?
no, it's not a slam dunk, but
Oh.
he's half right. I mean, the most direct route
that man just got
would be
dunked
through
on.
California.
Okay, let me rephrase it. So, is it close to the state line, or is it far away?
Yeah.
Well, no, I don't. Where's the? Are you by the state
No,
line?
it's,
or are
it's
you
very
far away?
close to the state line.
It's fairly close, yeah.
Okay, so
It's
then that would
within
be a
50
slam
miles.
dunk.
Like I said, there's a point where you have to end up going into California for a short bit to get back over into Arizona to get over to it.
Just
But-
picking on you.
I know. It's
Oh,
fun.
and by the way, staying. I'm a couple hours away. I'm an A&M fan, not football wise, but the main reason is that's where I did fire school, and two, I love the engineering program and the livestock program. So
Hell, now I'm half tempted to go up there again and do a live up there for you, Rescue. Get some footage of Oatman for you.
on the scooter.
Oh,
ride
dude,
the
that would be
scooter.
awesome, but I'm not riding that scooter for at least a couple of weeks now. Not until this shoulder heals. I still can't lift it up.
No doubt, brother. I hope that comes out all right. I mean, I know you're going to pull through. It's just I hope you don't have one of them lifelong little things that just become.
This shoulder was already screwed up. Technically, I had a habitual shoulder, is what they call it medically, is a habitual shoulder. It would pop in and out of socket whenever it wanted to, and I could pop it in and out of socket whenever I wanted to. So I really didn't think that I really did too much damage. I thought I just popped it out really good that time and it popped back in. But from what they're telling me, I did some pretty good damage to the ligaments. So they just don't know how much because of all the swelling and
You're sitting there
everything.
trying to rub one out.
Hey,
Right?
One sec, Deanne. I know I was kind of meant. I'm gonna go look later today after I close, but Yeah, that was there's so many countries that are not for that that it's not going to happen. But that's starting to expose a lot of stuff. So I'm hoping we can start on the cusp of getting some sanity back, I guess you could say, or starting to correct some of the wrong without having to engage in any loss of breathing kind of thing.
What is
Trying
that?
to polite way of saying that. That is Blackwash smacking something, it sounds like. So either hopefully it's just the fly and the fly is now dead, or he tripped and fell over. What? How come that didn't show? Why didn't that show? There it goes. So
Yeah,
what
so
is that?
that's
Is
the
that
road. So
wait a
that's
minute, is that
40.
the town?
No, that's the right here, Oatman Highway. So you're about 400 feet from the California-Arizona border,
Oh my.
and you veer out, and then you have to go all the way up. There it is, all the way up here.
To the red dot?
Yeah, the red dot is Oatman.
Yeah, but
So
the
you're
main
almost
road
in
that gets to
California.
it, if you're coming up from the south, you end up going into California for a short bit, not even very long. It's like you go into California, you come right back out.
Well, it looks like there's two routes. There's the one that you're talking about, but it also, the 40 veers off and then goes into Oatman Highway, in which you're about, probably less than 1,000 feet from the border.
Right.
Oh, but you got to go across that to then do the turnaround to go up and then go up 40?
Yeah,
right.
you can do that.
It's a weird way of getting there when you're coming up from the south.
So you
Or you
can't
can
just... Oh, from the south. Gotcha.
Yeah, if you're coming from the south, you're going to go through California.
Yeah. And that's the way I come in, because there's no point in going all the way up into Kingman and then coming back down. That's a waste of money and time. It's faster to go up through that way when you're coming up from Phoenix. Plus, you get to go through Lake Havasu. You get to go check out the London Bridge.
Yeah, the London Bridge should have fell a long time ago. Just saying.
What's up, Billy? How's your day going, by the way, Best Life? So did you just say earlier that you changed your mind on your chicks, so you didn't get them today, or you did get them? And you're back. I'm sorry, I forgot. I've had brain fog. I got brain damage.
That's okay, Rescue. We won't hold that against you.
Hey, it's cool to have some people in that line, because most people are in the other line. Well, it's amazing the minutes you can't do, then it's like, damn, where did I go?
I heard that, whoever that was. I know what you're doing.
What am I doing?
I don't know.
Making a roach clip.
Making a roach clip.
You having some of that devil's lettuce?
No, I'm having some ice cream batter.
Damn, you're coughing over ice cream batter?
Well, that's because he'd already had the devil's lettuce, so now he's got the munchies.
Oh, okay. That's the flavor of your roach clip.
Actually, that's what a dab is.
Oh,
It's the ice cream batter.
Ooh, dabs, that will get you. Now I understand. So.
Yeah. See what? Hold on, I'll show 1A because I'm not smoking it now. I don't like to smoke it on your camera. One thing on my lives, it's another thing on your lives, Rescue.
Thank you, sir.
I can at least give you that respect to black out my screen. Hold on, let me change this. Now I'm on you peephole. Oh, God damn it.
Well, if you ever notice, Rescue kind of bends down a little bit, so he's a little bit off camera.
It's all good. So this
yeah.
right here, I don't need like a bong. I don't need a torch. I don't need anything. This is what I do my dabs with. It's called a seahorse. and it's rechargeable. It breaks down for cleaning. So it's not a bad little thing, man. You press a button, it heats up the tip at the end
So it's like-
here. You dip it in and you just suck in.
It's a new age nectar collector, is what it is.
Yeah, instead of putting it inside of it for like the nectar collector, you can leave it in your little jar, and you just dab it in the little jar. So you don't have to take any of it out. You can just keep it in its original jar.
I know nothing about that stuff.
I think we got Billy coming up. We're going to get to see the chicks. Yeah, here he is. I'm going to put you
yeah.
full screen, Billy.
What up, Billy?
You got full screen. Get to see
How's
the
it going?
chicks. Doing pretty good, sir. How has your day been going? Look at him.
Oh, see, all this time I thought he was getting like some really hot chicks and stuff, and he got some hot chicks.
Yeah.
Well, those are technically hot chicks. They are under a heat lamp.
That's what I said.
Yeah, they're hot.
They're so cute at that age.
Oh, and
They all showed up alive.
to Ray and you people, Canadian Patriot had a question saying, oh man, there's a little restaurant off 17 in Arizona we found when we were in the coast. We pulled up with a truck, saw cops, fire trucks, ambulances, and trucks there. We knew it was great food. And then wanted me to ask you if you all knew about that restaurant.
No. Restaurants unfortunately changed so much. There was a great place that you really got your money's worth out there in Apache Junction, right by the KOA, and they changed ownership and are completely different now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't really go out to eat all that much.
Hey,
so I
y'all.
wouldn't know.
What's up, Billy? Oh, Lalo said, do they have
I'm
a light
buffering.
like that? Isn't that like a heat lamp light?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's this one's
Chicks
a 250 watt bulb.
The chicks can't regulate their own body temperature yet, so that's why you keep them under a heat
Right.
lamp for a while.
Well,
You can
how
tell
long
if
do you
they're
make chicken
cold.
nuggets?
They'll all go bunch up in a corner. So
Yep, you'll find
they're
them
out and
hottest
eating.
spot.
Yeah. So you can tell they're pretty comfortable right now. They're all out eating and drinking and doing their thing. But I'm gonna
See, the
drop
bet-
down. I'm
bet-
buffering pretty bad. I don't know if y'all can even hear me.
Yeah, we hear you.
Here, yeah.
Mickey
Alright.
says, yay, Billy. New chickens.
Yay.
Yep.
The nice thing about chicken babies or chicks is they don't find new and unusual ways to drown themselves or kill themselves like quail chicks do.
How many did you get, Billy?
I got 20.
20.
And then I guess they send you a bonus, so there's 21 here.
No.
In case one dies.
10
plus or minus 1.
10 egg layers and 10. Yeah, I don't know. They send you, they call it like a mystery chicken, but they all look the same to me, so I don't know which one it is.
Maybe something happened. Maybe it's like gremlins. Put a little water on it and see what happens.
Well, at this age, chickens all look alike. You won't tell until they
Damn,
start
you're so
getting their adult
judgmental, Ray.
feathers.
You're so judgmental.
I'm just being honest. You won't.
Man,
you
10 of them
won't
are
be able
meat
to tell the
birds and 10 of
difference.
them are egg layers.
Man, brother, you think they all
So,
look
and
the
there's
same?
three different
Well, at this age,
breeds.
once they get older and they start getting their adult feathers coming in, then you'll be able to tell difference.
Then there'll be a special one. Then the mystery shows itself.
Yeah. It's like a
Canadian Patriot says that restaurant was a little tiny place, family owned, maybe the size of the old A&W, just tiny place, but very popular and great food. And damn, Billy's connection.
See, those are the type of places I love, the old dirty spoons. You get better quality food, you get more of it, the price is right.
around here, it's the service. I mean, food's good, but you really
And
can
the service is
appreciate
a
the
lot better
service.
at Greasy Spoons too.
Nothing better than grandma's treatment.
Hey,
Matter
I'd
of
like
fact,
to.
it's funny because you can even tell some of the restaurants around here that had like what you refer to as like great grandma, and you can see then grandma took it, then the daughter or the mom, however you say it, wasn't really interested in it, so they didn't take into it. So now it's just kind of being managed by somebody else, and all of a sudden it went raw. And it's like, yeah, there's something about having that wooden spoon and behind that door in that kitchen right there kind of keeps everybody in check.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to hear nothing. I had one of those spoons with a hole in it sitting up on our wall, and best believe it got used. It got used a lot.
There's a little bitty tourist trap out in AJ that my brother worked at called Apache Land. I don't know if you people ever heard of it. Many people haven't. But they did a lot of movie shoots in that area for the old Westerns, like John Wayne Westerns and stuff. My brother managed that before it burnt down. He did everything he could for to keep the quality up there.
Apache Land. Do you mean Apache Junction?
It was in Apache Junction. It was just a little resort called Apache Land. It was an old movie set, basically.
I don't know if
I don't know if
Apache Land is still there, but
no, it's not.
You still have the Lost Dutchman's.
Yeah, it's in that area.
Yeah,
I forgot because with you guys there, so because that's where the movie scene for Gunfight at the OK Corral was that out there?
That's Tombstone.
Tombstone.
Yeah, that's Tombstone. That's way down south.
Dude, I was there as a kid. That's why I say that. I actually went for. We had a guy that, funny story, but built a house anyway on my dad's property on the ranch stuff, and he wrote for Western Horseman, the magazine, and he actually went and did a thing, and I got to ride with him on a plane. I could show you a picture. I got treated like, because you get the cute cheeks. Oh, look at him, he's so cute. Because I think I was like 10 or 12.
Right.
But the blue eyes always did. But anyway, went over there, dude. I got to see the whole little movie set, the concrete ditch that was the river. That was a cool place. Anyway, just the way you all were talking about the Apache Land and stuff, and it just somehow there's my brain fog, dude. I never know when one of them little clear gaps in the cloud shows up, and it's like, oh wow, that's right, I remember that.
Right. So Apache Land was a 1,800 acre movie set that was about 40 miles east of Phoenix, what's now near Gold Canyon, and it was built in 1959.
Was that the movie name, Apache Land, or?
No, that's the name of the ranch, basically, the movie set.
Which movies did they do? Do you just happen to know a couple?
Have Gun Will Travel, Death Valley Days.
Oh, okay. Hey, Apache Junction, Monty said, I think. Or no, that's where they filmed a few John Wayne movies. There we go. Okay, so then
Yeah, probably that would be at Apache Land that they did the movies.
I'll have to look that up. That'd be cool. Give me somebody else to watch whenever I'm watching a John Wayne movie. That's the only shows I watch.
Well, they did a lot of westerns around, Goldfield and up in that area, like the Lost Dutchman's
Mine.
No, the Lost Dutchman's mine apparently still hasn't been found, but it's been found.
Oh, the Lost Dutchman's Trail.
Yeah, it's like right there around the Lost Dutchman's Trail. There's like a pull-off area where you can go and you can see like an original stamp. I don't know if you guys know about like the ore stamps that we had out here, but they were like these huge machines created to just stamp the ore. And there's still one up there. It's an original stamp up there. Plus there's an original church where they did a couple of scenes with John Wayne and stuff. They've done a lot of movies out here in Arizona, in Phoenix, Arizona, and down in Tucson with old Tucson Studios.
Dude, I haven't kept up with any of that since I was real little back then. I say real little, not real little, but just, I guess now that you get old and then you start referring to teenagers or like when I was little. It's like,
It almost sounds like you people that you're describing Goldfield rather.
Hey,
Right. That's right around Goldfield area. It's like right across from Goldfield. There's a little pull off for the Lost Dutchman's. I forget exactly what the name is. I can't find. Oh well, that's why, because it says Apache Landscape. Why did it say Apache Landscape? I don't
Canadian
know.
Patriot was saying that little restaurant had local art for sale. It had old circular saw blades that a local lady painted landscapes of local wildlife on the blades. Beautiful and unique. And you're
Very.
welcome, Billy. Best life. Anytime, brother. You just
Well, in
whenever
that
you-
area, there's the Lost Dutchman State Park.
Right, there you go. So it's the Lost Dutchman's museum.
Okay, that's a little bit south. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm looking at the map right now.
Yeah, I had to pull it up too.
So since y'all are from there and that's your little sandbox, so what's y'all's take on that? Do you really think it had been found, or do you think it had been found long ago and just the myth goes on?
I think it's just the myth has gone on. I do believe that it's already been found and it's been emptied out. But then again, there's a lot of mines out there that, you know, people are coming across that they thought were long gone and empty, and they're working them again.
I think it's more of a urban legend type situation. I don't think there was really it was just a superstition, that was created over time, I think.
Right.
We have one up here in Nova Scotia, the legend of Oak Island.
Oh yeah, I know that.
If you know about that.
Oh yeah, I would have a lot of respect for those two guys as far as from what I've seen with that show, and I love the discoveries. I just got tired of watching the show because, well, you get 7 or 9 minutes of show and 30 minutes of commercials type of stuff.
Right.
And the first half of the show got to where they were just repeating like all the seasons before, and it's like, well, damn, come on, man, I just want to keep up with content.
Right?
Yeah,
So
it's not sorry. Well, I was just going to say, it's not so much the show. The legend was well before that. It's just trying to popularize the legend.
Well, and I wonder if there's got to be a pretty good story to that whole thing, because I got to say, with some of the stuff that they have discovered, the road and all that, it's like, yeah, there was a lot more activity going than.
It paralyzed.
Oh, okay. I know what he's talking about. All right, so he's right. There was a place called Apache Land, but it is now called Gold Canyon. And the movie set is still there. It's all set up. It's all original buildings that were originally there from the 1800s. And they try to keep restoration on it. If you want to look it up, it is now called Gold Canyon. And,
at the time it was called Apache Land.
Right. And that's why I think I was confused, because I probably...
Batman, you've been wrong on everything today, bro. Damn.
No, I was right. It just that at the time it was Apache Land, and they had a restaurant there that my brother managed. He was the head chef there, and unfortunately, it had burnt down, and the owner decided not to rebuild.
Well, then whoever took it over rebuilt, because that's now.
No, I think the only thing that was hit was the restaurant itself.
Well,
like you said, Batman.
Right on.
California, what used to be Mexico, so.
G-Mall was in Rooster Cogburn. G-Mall said, I'm in Rooster Cogburn at the very end of the movie where they're saying goodbye. You can hear a baby cry. That was me.
Nice. Yeah, they also filmed a bunch of stuff up there in Oatman, too.
Cool little memory.
With John Wayne. Fun fact.
Arizona has a lot of old movie sets within it.
You want to know why that was? because it didn't cost the movie producers as much to produce and make the films here than it did out in California.
Right.
Plus, I mean, if you're going for Old West, you can't get more Old West than Arizona.
Right. The iconic saguaros.
Right. All right, gentlemen. Rescue, thank you for having me up. Everybody on panel, wonderful conversation. I got to get ready to go and go grocery shopping with the wife.
That's
I
cool.
was going to say, you're not going to work. You're on LOA again.
Yeah, I know. No, but that doesn't stop life, man. We still got to go to the grocery store and whatnot and so forth. So
Have fun at Food Shitty.
There's always family.
Right? Always family. Family
That's it.
comes first. So
Right on,
bye,
brother.
guys.
Be safe, man.
Definitely. We'll catch up with you soon.
Yeah, don't be riding that scooter one-handed again.
Smile or be the reason somebody smiles.
Right? I agree with that.
Later, brother. Cool. So what's up, 1A? You feeling like going live? I can play a little music and then
Yeah, man. I'll hold it down for you. I don't want to be rude and be like, hey, I'm going live, because hey, every single person here hangs out with me. Is not every person, but a large majority. You know what I mean? So it's like, I want to be with y'all. I want to hang out with y'all.
I was just thinking, because it was 9 hours. It's 11 o'clock my time, and because when you go live, the benefit to that is then I put it and I do it on my phone, and I can first I eat, and then I go lay down, and then I come back in here and kick back, and then put you back on the big screen. But I can just chill and listen to kind of what y'all are talking about, and feel like I'm still going. I'm just in the back end.
Everybody hits that payload, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just trying to stay awake until my Amazon delivery shows up.
Damn, and he just said he was going shopping with his wife. I guess he'll get to you when he gets back off of LOA.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and drop down and start getting it ready.
Okay, brother. Yeah,
And
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, as always, man, thank you. Love you, brother. And Black Watch, good talking to you, man. Batman, cool as always, bro. I appreciate you. And I'll catch y'all in a little bit.
Roger, brother. Appreciate you, man. Love you. Have a great day.
Later.
You too, brother.
And keep smiling. Oh, I don't know how I end up in that layout. There we go. Oh. Well, Ray, hopefully you have a good day. Blackwatch, I hope you guys have a good day.
Oh, I will once I get this other PC up and running finally.
Is that what you're waiting on to come in through Amazon? Is the PC?
Yeah, no, I'm waiting for the NVMe drive, drive, so I can get everything installed, and then another SATA to USB hard drive connector, so I can start watching movies on some old hard drives I have.
There you go. Shoot, yeah.
I got 4 terabytes of movies. Doesn't sound like a lot, but it's about 1,000 different movies.
Yeah, I know. It's nowadays, dude. I can remember I used to spit out my music library or the movie library, and it'd be like, "Damn, that's a lot of space." And it'd be like, "Yeah, it's a lot of space." Now it's like, and you put that shit on a flash drive.
Oh the hell! I used to have 10 2 terabyte drives full of just music, just completely full of MP3s. And I pissed off the ex-wife once, and yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, that's not good. Thank you, Billy.
No,
Lala, I'll tonight. Well, I say tonight for me. And actually it'll be so Friday, technically Friday morning, tomorrow morning at 2 a.m. Central Time. That's when I'll probably do it again. I'll post it here in a little bit, so it should show that I'll be going live. I kind of wait until after I rest a little bit, then to see how things settle down, and then I'll come. But actually, I'll probably go ahead and create the show because if I'm going to do something eventually, I got to stay on task.
yeah, I dread Fridays when you post.
Oh.
Because I know you're not going to do it on Saturday.
Oh.
So I dread Fridays because I know that there's a day I'm going to have to go without.
Well, I just figure I'll see how it goes. I could still do it too.
You talk about movies. There's a guy in Newcastle, England, and somebody says to Aaron's got 10,000 movies. He says, no, I don't. He says, I got 20,000, and he does. 20,000 movies.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I've got movies I would never watch in a million years, but I got them. It was kind of one of those situations when I was really into downloading movies.
Thank you, Monty. Going on this list. Okay, thank you, Lori. Let me just go through chat real quick. Alrighty, Patrick, Huckleberry. I just hope you all have a great day. Deanne. Thank you, Canadian Patriot. Anyway, I can address one, be sure and let everybody know. And I appreciate everybody coming by and hanging out. Hopefully it was enjoyable for everybody. It brightens my day. I definitely need to go get some rest, I think, though. I think I'm about maxed out.
Recharge them batteries.
Well, I just need to gotta let things find their place again. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you guys off. I just figured I'd go ahead and address chatting that way because
Rescue, it's your soup. I'm just here for the free chicken noodle.
Alrighty, sir. That's it. That's my bowl's coming up here momentarily. Blackwatch, I thank you for coming up and hanging out, brother. It's been great. Hopefully you had a good time and kind of got you some good vibes coming.
Well, thank you, Rescue. I haven't had a time like this online in a very long time. So thank you.
Awesome, brother. Well, then I'm glad you did. I started this virtual living room to help me, and it has, and it's just nice when I know it benefits other people too. So it's been a blessing with my subscribers, everybody hanging out, and it's kind of what keeps things ticking. So we'll just keep doing it. Later, John. And yeah, Lori, I am. I'm going to end the stream. So I appreciate you guys being here. You're welcome anytime, Blackwatch. And Ray, you're always welcome.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Appreciate it as always.
Feel tired.
I'm going to jump down now, Rescue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You have a great day. And smile.
Always. Even if I have to stand on my head so it looks like I'm smiling.
There you go. There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
We'll see you.
All right, buddy.
Bye.
It's getting time for me to take a little bit of a nappy wappy. Go visit MC Blanket and DJ Pillow.
There you go. All right, Mr. Way. Well, hopefully Amazon will show up before too long, and then you can get that done with.
Right. I'm kind of looking forward to it.
And then you can get you some rest too.
Right. All right. You all have fun. Rescue. It's a blast. Hopefully you'll play some music before you leave, and everybody make sure to hit the like and thumbs up button. Bye-bye.
Later, brother. Let's try to smile, Ray. 1A is going to be live here in 2 minutes, he says, and it'll be a good little atmosphere. He'll be playing some music, sharing. We keep it kind of positivity going. I hope everybody has an awesome day. just always try to, there's something positive out there, even when it feels really crappy. There's something. Just slow down, take a deep breath, and just look for it, because there's something. Thank you, Mary. Anyway, y'all have a great day. Much love. Thanks for sharing it with me. And I will see you on the next one.